Chapter 1751 The Best Teacher. There doesn't seem to be anything special here. The girl walked on the streets of Guide Ancient City as she looked around, seemingly disappointed. How could anyone interesting be found in an ordinary place? The girl didn't believe that there were any humans here that were worth her visit.
Since we're here, there's no harm in taking a look,
Xiao said with a smile.
I hope the person you mentioned won't disappoint.
The girl said indifferently, no longer in high spirits.
I think he will be interesting.
Xiao looked at the end of the long street. The girl also looked over and saw a crowd. She didn't know what they were doing. The girl watched, but didn't see anything amiss as she asked curiously.
What are they doing? We'll know when we go over,
Xiao said as he walked over. The girl followed Xiao. When she arrived, she saw many people lining up in front of a hall.
Friend, what are you doing?
Xiao stood at the back of the team and asked a man in front.
Can't you see for yourself?
The man grumbled, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw an essence energy crystal in Zhao's hand. Immediately, his fierceness turned mild, as he took the essence energy crystal with a smile.
The city guard is recruiting members. We are all here to register. Being a city guard should be a very dangerous job, right? Why are there so many people signing up?
Xiao asked.
You aren't local, am I right?
The man asked in understanding.
I'm new here,
Xiao answered.
Then it's no wonder. You aren't aware that the city guard's captain, Captain Qin, is City Lord Zhou's personal disciple. As long as one enters the city guard, one can obtain Captain Qin's guidance. You definitely know how powerful our City Lord Zhou is. He's one of the strongest powerhouses among humans. He has killed countless dimensional creatures, and even alien races are easily killed. How powerful is he? Captain Qin is his personal disciple, so her sword techniques are already godlike. We can obtain her guidance. If one is lucky, they might gain City Lord Zhou's fancy. That would be amazing. That's an opportunity that many people dream of. How can there not be many people registering?
The man said with a proud expression. When the girl heard the words,
even alien races are easily killed,
she couldn't help but frown. The man continued.
However, the city guard's recruitment requirements are very high. Ordinary people won't be admitted. Don't just look at how many people are lining up. It's already not bad if 1/10 of them are admitted in the end. I'm just here to try my luck. If I can really enter the city guard, it will be a blessing from my ancestors. After all, I'll be City Lord Zhou's grand disciple. Perhaps I can storm into the dimension and kill those alien races. Let's see if they dare to act arrogant.
The man's words were actually mostly what humans said when they bragged. He didn't really believe that such a day would come. However, these words sounded different to the girl's ears. It made her expression turn ugly.
How can we meet City Lord Zhou?
The girl asked the man.
Just line up here. If you are accepted later, you will be able to see City Lord Zhou.
The man answered.
Xiao, let's line up as well.
The girl said coldly.
Will that be okay? Don't we have something to do?
Xiao said in a dilemma.
There's no rush. I want to see how powerful City Lord Zhou, who can easily kill alien races, is.
The girl said with a cold expression.
Young lady, you're right on that. Just follow our City Lord Zhou. The 6 families sound very powerful, but they are far inferior to our City Lord Zhou. If you are really lucky to enter the city guard and obtain the City Lord's favor, your future will be limitless. Killing the alien races will only be a matter of time.
The man was dancing on the precipice of death.
Then I'm really looking forward to it,
the girl said expressionlessly. When she heard the man speak of luck, the corners of her eyes twitched. The girl and Xiao were in the line. They waited for a while before entering the hall. The staff got them to fill in a form and do some tests. The strength and speed tests were naturally nothing to the girl. She didn't reveal too much either. All she wanted was to wait to see City Lord Zhou and see how he could easily kill the alien races. Xiao didn't say anything else. He only helped the girl fill in the information.
Don't tell me the interesting person you mentioned is City Lord Zhou?
The girl asked Xiao.
Yes, he's quite an interesting person,
Xiao answered with a smile.
I don't know if it's interesting, but you're right about one thing. He's indeed a seriously delusional person,
the girl said with a cold snort.
That's what makes it interesting, right?
Xiao said with a smile. Just as the girl was about to say something, the staff who maintained order walked over and led the people who had passed the test to a square. They got everyone to line up and wait. Soon, a few people walked over from the side tunnel and arrived at the podium in the square.
The person in the middle is Zhou Wen,
Xiao said in a low voice as he stood behind the girl. In fact, there was no need for Xiao to say which was Zhou Wen. This was because the youths who had signed up for the city guard looked at Zhou Wen with admiration.
Congratulations on passing the test. From today onwards, all of you will be members of Guide City's guards. Let's welcome our City Lord Zhou Wen to speak.
Before the staff member presiding over the ceremony could finish his sentence, Applause sounded from below.
He doesn't look anything special,
the girl said disdainfully as she stared at Zhou. As the girl spoke, she suddenly saw Zhou glance at her. It was unknown if it was intentional or not, but Zhou's gaze seemed to pause on the girl's face before moving away. Xiao didn't respond. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he wore a faint smile. Zhou stood on the stage and swept his gaze across everyone's faces before slowly saying,
I don't know why you want to join the city guard, nor do I want to know why you want to join it. I just want to know if you know what joining the city guard means. The best benefits, the most stable income.
A burly man's words made everyone smile.
You're right. In Guide City, the city guard's income and benefits are the best. You can obtain large amounts of resources every month and receive the best training and the best guidance from a teacher.
As Zhou spoke, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice.
The best teacher? Are you referring to yourself?
It was the girl. Everyone looked at Zhou. Although their motives were different from the girls, they also wanted to know if Zhou was personally guiding them. Although Qingjin was very strong, she was naturally much weaker than Zhou. It would be great if they could obtain Zhou's personal guidance. Zhou looked at the girl and sized up her cold face. He said calmly,
Yes.
Chapter 1752 Bet. Upon hearing Zhou's answer, the girl said with a faint smile,
Since you are the best teacher, you must be the strongest existence. Then, why haven't I seen your name on the cube's rankings?
With that said, everyone looked at her. They knew that she had come with ill intentions. Li Xian, who was beside Zhou, frowned and wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Zhou.
Young lady, you are still young and lacking in culture and knowledge. I don't blame you for that,
Zhou said with a smile. Upon hearing Zhou, secretly implying that she was illiterate, the girl nearly blew her top. She glared at Zhou and said,
What did I say wrong? Please point it out. The most outstanding artist in the world, the best chess player, and the strongest warrior. I believe many people are familiar with their names, but how many people know who their teacher is? How many people know what great achievements and works their teacher has?
Zhou continued unhurriedly.
There are specialties in every field. A good teacher doesn't necessarily have to be powerful. It depends on what kind of student the teacher produces. In that case, the students you taught are very powerful. I wonder which one on the cube's ranking is your student. Which immortal? Or is it a saint?
The girl's tone was filled with mockery as she continued.
There's no human on the rankings. I wonder which alien is your student.
The people beside her glared at the girl. Everyone knew that she was deliberately causing trouble. However, Zhou wasn't angry. He continued smiling as he looked at the girl and said,
Since you think so, why don't we make a bet? How?
The girl asked.
If my disciple's name is on the cube's rankings, you have to sincerely acknowledge me as your master and bow in front of everyone. Do you dare take the bet?
Zhou asked the girl.
Sure, but if you lose, I don't want you to just acknowledge me as your master. I want you to kneel before me in public and acknowledge me as your master.
When the girl said that, everyone was enraged. Zhou's reputation in the city was extremely high. Ignoring Li Xian and company, even the reserve members of the city guard, who had just passed the test, wished they could lunge forward and slap the girl twice. The girl didn't seem to notice their angry glares as she looked at Zhou with contempt. She knew very well the origins of the alien races on the rankings. It was impossible for Zhou students to be on the list.
Sure.
Zhou waved his hand to stop the commotion and gave the girl an affirmative answer. The girl was somewhat surprised as she curled her lips and said,
Then please point out who your student is. Don't try to bluff your way out by randomly pointing out one. That's useless to me. I have plenty of ways to verify it. There's no need to prove it.
Zhou pointed at Mingxiu and said to the girl,
Do you think he's considered my student? So what if he's your student?
The girl frowned.
Then let's have his name appear on the rankings,
Zhou said calmly. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Mingxiu didn't wait for him to say anything else. He got up and walked out. In a few steps, he had already left the square and was heading for the cube in the city. The girl immediately understood what Zhou was up to. She couldn't help but sneer.
What a good plan. I'm just afraid that your student will die for nothing.
Zhou only smiled and didn't say anything else. He led everyone towards the cube as the girl and Xiao followed. Ever since the dimensional zone in the dimension had opened up, no human had passed through the lake of fog to reach the golden apple tree. Having the golden apple being plucked by the alien races left many humans depressed.
Why hasn't anyone stepped forward to clear the level at this point in time? Where did those human gods of war, who usually claim to be invincible, go? Could it be that even human sovereign is coward? Is the dimension really that terrifying?
A young man watched the live broadcast as he sent comments to vent his displeasure. Sui, who was hosting the program, saw many similar comments. she said with a heavy voice.
Professor Gu, there aren't many golden apples left. Do you think humanity still stands a chance of plucking a golden apple?
Professor Gu pondered for a moment before saying,
Previously, there were a few famous human powerhouses who attempted it, but they failed to even pass through the Lake of Fog. It's obvious how terrifying the Dimensional Zone is. They far exceed the dimensional zones in Earth's universe. With humanity's overall strength, I'm afraid only a few of the strongest powerhouses have the possibility of clearing the level to pluck the golden apple. However, such an existence is our most precious wealth. How can we easily take the risk? Not participating is the best choice. Could it be that human sovereign isn't completely confident?
Sui asked again.
Impulsiveness is the devil. Regardless of whether one has the confidence or not, there's no need to take risks. By staying useful, one can do more meaningful and valuable things in the future. I personally think that the choice between human sovereign and all the human powerhouses is correct. This is the correct choice.
As Professor Gu spoke, he suddenly saw the cube light up.
Someone's attempting the level. It's a human. Holy sh*T, who is it? I don't think I've seen him before. I seem to remember him. He's called Swordsman today or something. Fool, it's Swordsman tomorrow. He's quite famous in our area, but he should be much weaker than top experts like Moa. Why is he there? Swordsman tomorrow? Isn't that Ming Xiu from the Ming family? I heard that he has pledged allegiance to an underling of the Yin family. And Tianzui didn't do it himself, and instead sent him there? Isn't this sending him to his death?
Everyone discussed spiritedly. Many people recognized Ming Xiu, but most people didn't know that he had joined Zhou Wen. Under the attention of everyone, Ming Xiu entered the Lake of Fog and floated above the lake. His surroundings were filled with fog. There was zero visibility.
Swordsman tomorrow's sword art is rather famous, but can his tomorrow's sword art nullify the strange fog?
Sui stared at the cube's screen and commented.
The fog should be a kind of nomological power. It can't be broken by physical attacks. It's useless no matter how good your sword techniques are.
As Professor Gu spoke, he saw Ming Xiu draw his sword. Ming Xiu looked straight ahead and drew his sword to stab forward. The sword's body slowly stabbed forward, and his body moved with the sword. He became one with the sword and charged forward. His strike didn't have a shocking aura, nor was there any resplendent sword beam. Instead, it was like a beautiful swordswoman flying on a sword, performing some kind of artistic sword dance. Chapter 1753 Humanity's First Fruit.
He didn't plunge in? How did he do it?
Sui was overjoyed as she said excitedly. The comments exploded. Everyone was discussing why Ming Xiu hadn't fallen into the lake. Previously, there were human powerhouses who had attempted to clear the level, but just as they entered the Lake of Fog, they inexplicably fell into the lake and died. Ming Xiu could actually fly on the Lake of Fog. This was already a pleasant surprise.
This Ming Xiu fella is something. Why haven't I heard of him before? Ignorant. That's a powerhouse from our East District, the famous Swordsman tomorrow. What's there to be smug about? He's not out of the Lake of Fog yet.
Everyone discussed spiritedly. The names Ming Xiu and Swordsman tomorrow quickly spread throughout the Federation. Even many factions in the dimension were paying attention to the attempt. Ming Xiu rode his sword and slowly flew across the misty lake. Suddenly, his stance changed. He slashed with his hand. His actions were still gentle and slow, but there was nothing wherever his sword slashed. After that, Ming Xiu brandished his sword several times, but he failed to hit anything. Everyone was puzzled.
What's he doing? Performing?
Many people were puzzled. They really couldn't see the meaning behind the sword brandishing. They only felt that it was a swordplay. Professor Gu, who hadn't commented in a long time, seemed to understand something. He said excitedly,
Amazing, really amazing. Professor Gu, are you talking about Ming Xiu?
Sui asked Professor Gu in puzzlement.
Of course.
Professor Gu continued excitedly.
Swordsman tomorrow lives up to his reputation. I have to take back what I said previously. His sword art has already transcended the typical sword art and reached an unprecedented height. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's the #1 sword art expert I've ever met. Professor Gu, can you please explain in detail how strong Swordsman tomorrow's sword technique is?
Sui added.
Previously, many human experts speculated about the Lake of Fog. Most of them believed that the Lake of Fog had a powerful suction force. Creatures with insufficient strength would be sucked to the bottom of the lake the moment they entered. However, after seeing Swordsman tomorrow's performance, I truly understand that my previous guess was wrong. The Lake of Fog doesn't have any suction force. What really pulls creatures to the bottom of the lake isn't the suction force of the lake, but an invisible creature.
Professor Gu said seriously.
An invisible creature?
Sui looked at the lake in surprise again, but she still didn't discover anything. She said in puzzlement,
If there's really a creature lurking in the lake to attack the challenger, Even if it can't be seen with the naked eye, the lake should have some reaction, right? But from the looks of it, the lake doesn't stir at all. It's as calm as a mirror surface. How does that creature rush out of the water to attack the challenger? It's precisely because the lake doesn't stir that I was misled. Only when Swordsman Tomorrow appeared did I discover something. That underwater creature is in existence that can freely traverse the water without affecting the water flow. However, you have to watch carefully. Don't look at the water surface. Pay attention to the fog around Swordsman Tomorrow when he brandishes his sword. It's not beside the sword, but somewhere further away from it. After hearing Professor Gu's words, people looked carefully and immediately saw something unusual. Every time Ming Xiu brandished his sword, a tiny vortex would appear in the fog not far from the sword. If one didn't look carefully, they would think that it was the airflow caused by the sword. However, upon careful inspection, one would discover that the direction of the vortexes was clearly different from the airflow triggered by the sword. The more Professor Gu spoke, the more excited he became. Although I can't see what that creature is, every swing of Swordsman Tomorrow's sword forces it into a retreat. Clearly, it has sealed off the creature's attack path. It looks like he's slowly brandishing his sword, but it's an ingenious and flawless judgment and seal. This person is really too powerful. I can't imagine how he did it. After Professor Gu's explanation, the average person gradually understood. The more they looked at Ming Xiu, the more they felt that he was indeed extremely powerful. Their impression of him gradually improved. I never expected such a powerful swordsman to exist among us humans. This Swordsman Tomorrow is really strong and ferocious. He's many times stronger than the representatives of the 6 families. Look at those fellows. They don't even dare to attempt the level while he rushes straight in. From today. No. From now on. Ming Xiu is my idol. Everyone watched as Ming Xiu tore through the fog like a sword immortal. In the distance, they could vaguely see the lake's bank and the golden apple tree. They immediately became excited. These young people grow very quickly. Zhang Chuanqiu looked at the scene on the cube and couldn't help but sigh. You make it sound like you're very old. You're not much older than them. Xiao Luchuan said with a twitch of his lips. My person may not be old, but my heart is old. Zhang Chuanqiu said indifferently. There are merits to being old. This world doesn't just need young courage. Xiao Luchuan said. But that's the mental crutch that humans need. Zhang Chuanqiu said. It was indeed as Zhang Chuanqiu had said. The moment Ming Xiu stepped onto solid ground, many people watching the live stream around the world cheered in unison. Although many people didn't know who Ming Xiu was in the past, at that moment, Ming Xiu was like family, or even their own incarnation. They felt the joy as if it was their own. Ming Xiu held his sword and walked towards the golden apple tree. Under the attention of everyone, he slashed at the stalk of one of the golden apples. Just as everyone thought that humans were finally about to take down the first golden apple, they heard a metallic clang. The thin stalk blocked Ming Xiu's sword without suffering any damage. Everyone was alarmed. Previously, when they saw the alien races easily pluck the golden apples, they imagined that it would be easy to pluck it. They never expected it to be so hard. Ming Xiu slashed at the apple stalk again and again. After slashing more than 10 times, he failed to damage it at all. His forehead was already covered in sweat, and his breathing had become very heavy. Everyone was alarmed. Is the difference between humans and alien races really that great? Many humans couldn't help but feel a chill. Humans are ultimately too weak. So what if they can walk to the golden tree? They can't do anything. The girl, who was originally worried, secretly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this scene. She looked at Zhou Wen provocatively. Just as the girl said that, Ming Xiu took 2 steps back and didn't continue brandishing his sword. He only held his sword in one hand and stared intently at the golden apple hanging on the tree branch. In the next second, Ming Xiu suddenly brandished his sword again. However, this time, his sword was even slower than before. It moved towards the golden apple inch by inch. Can such a slow sword slice off the golden apple? Sui asked. This was also the answer all humans wanted to know. The moment the blade touched the branch, it made one feel as though their eyes had gone adrift. For some reason, the sword passed through the tree branch and arrived behind the golden apple. Crack! Just as everyone was wondering what had happened, the tree branch snapped and the golden apple fell. Ming Xiu grabbed it with one hand. Humanity finally had their first golden apple. Soon, the cube's screen changed. The dimensional zone vanished and was replaced by the cube's ranking. A new name appeared on the rankings. However, when people saw the name clearly, their eyes widened as their mouths involuntarily gaped. They didn't close them for a long time. Chapter 1754 The Weakest Disciple. Zhou's weakest disciple, Ming Xiu. What the hell is this? Zhou? Which Zhou? Isn't his surname Ming? Holy sh*t, could it be Zhou Wen? That's a little ridiculous. Zhou might not even be able to reach such a level. Is this a prank? From the looks of it, Swordsman Tomorrow has a good relationship with Zhou. This joke is too much. Zhou's disciple, and the weakest at that. When they saw Ming Xiu's name on the rankings, there was an uproar. It was totally unacceptable. The first human to pluck the golden apple was actually a young man's disciple. It was fine if he was a disciple, but to claim that he was the weakest, no matter how one looked at it, he appeared to be deliberately posturing. Coach, I'm ranked 9. Is that alright? Ming Xiu walked out with a grin. It's alright. Zhou never expected Ming Xiu to leave such a name on the rankings. However, it didn't matter. He looked at the girl and said, How about it? Is my disciple's name on the rankings now? The girl's expression turned nasty as she gritted her teeth and said, He's clearly the representative of the inter-race. He used the power of the inter-race. How is that because you're his teacher? Why? Have you swallowed your previous words? Li Xian mocked. The girl's lips moved as though she wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Not convinced? Zhou wasn't in a rush as he asked the girl with a smile. Of course not. He's clearly the representative of the inter-race. How can he be considered a student of yours? The girl was naturally indignant. Alright, since you aren't convinced, I'll make sure you are convinced. Zhou could sense that although the girl looked ordinary, she had an extremely terrifying aura. He didn't wish to force her, so he gave Feng Qiuyan a look. Feng Qiuyan wasn't a person who liked to waste his breath. When he saw Zhou's look, he walked straight to the cube and started the challenge. This is also my student. If he leaves his name on the rankings, will you submit? Zhou asked with a smile. Humph, leave a name before we speak. The girl was very stubborn, but she was already feeling a little nervous. Zhou smiled and didn't say anything else. He turned to look at the cube's screen. Everyone was still immersed in the excitement of having the first human pluck the golden apple. Many people were discussing what Ming Xiu Zhou's weakest disciple meant. Most people who knew guessed that Ming Xiu was referring to Zhou, but how could the average person know? There were many ordinary people in the East District who knew that Ming Xiu had joined Guide City. The ordinary people in the other districts had never even heard of Ming Xiu's name, so how could they know where he was? Many people were asking who Zhou referred to. Those who knew Zhou's name immediately posted Zhou's name on the internet, as well as his relationship with Ming Xiu. For real? From what you're saying, Zhou is only about Ming Xiu's age. How can he be Ming Xiu's teacher? Are you joking? He must be joking. No matter how powerful Zhou is, it's impossible for him to be stronger than Ming Xiu, right? That's right. Ming Xiu is already a top existence among humans. How old is Zhou? How can he be Ming Xiu's teacher? As everyone discussed, they suddenly saw the cube screen light up again. Holy **T, another human is attempting the level. What day is it today? Nobody tried previously, but when it rains, it pours. Who is that person? He also looks unfamiliar. I don't know him. He's less famous than Swordsman Tomorrow. Don't tell me he thinks that Ming Xiu did it easily, so he thinks that the dimensional zone is easy and wants to try his luck? It was no wonder they didn't know Feng Qiuyan. Feng Qiuyan was much more low-key than Ming Xiu. Many people in the East District knew the name of Swordsman Tomorrow. Few people in the East District knew Feng Qiuyan's name, much less the other districts. Professor Gu, do you know this Feng Qiuyan? As expected of a host, Su Yi was quite knowledgeable. She immediately called out Feng Qiuyan's name. However, she had only seen some information about him and knew that there was such a person. She didn't know much about Feng Qiuyan's strength. If I remember correctly, this Feng Qiuyan should be from the South Sea's Feng family. Now that the South Sea has fallen, there aren't any humans living there. I wonder where the Feng family has moved to. Professor Gu was rather professional, as he directly revealed Feng Qiuyan's origins. Do you think Feng Qiuyan has a chance of plucking the golden apple? Sui asked again. There's definitely a chance, but it's very small. Although Swordsman Tomorrow has already scouted the Fog Lake, and it's theoretically much easier for people to clear it later, Feng Qiuyan is too anxious. If he spent more time on preparation, the chances would be much higher. He's too rash. However, there aren't many golden apples left now. It's understandable that he's anxious. Professor Gu meant that Feng Qiuyan was too eager for success and wanted to take the opportunity to pick up the spoils. However, just as Professor Gu said that, he saw Feng Qiuyan appear above the lake of fog. Then, without doing anything else, he drew his saber and slashed forward. Boom! The saber beam slashed down, like the blade of heavenly punishment, splitting the fog in front of him into two. The fog churned to the sides, revealing a straight and wide path. The saber beam didn't stop as it slashed at the lake, splitting it into two. The waves surged to the sides,
as though they were separated by divine power as they extended into the distance. At the end of the slash, one could see the divine tree with the golden apple. Feng Qiuyan's body was like a stream of light as he instantly rushed to the island and landed in front of the divine tree. He drew his saber and slashed again. He chopped off a golden apple which landed in his hand. All of this happened too quickly. Everyone was still waiting to see how Feng Qiuyan would clear the level. Feng Qiuyan's attempt ended before they were mentally prepared. Only when the cube's screen jumped from the dimensional zone to the cube's rankings did people snap to their senses and break into an uproar.
F***CK, what did I just see? Heavens, slap me. Was I dreaming? I'm probably still F***king asleep, right? That's it? Where did this person come from? He's too powerful. When did such a sicko appear among us humans? Who said that we humans don't have powerhouses? This Feng Qiuyan isn't inferior to any dimensional creature.
The comments were crazy. The screen was filled with question marks. No one could believe that such an unknown young man had cleared the level in such a domineering manner. However, when they saw the name Feng Qiuyan left on the rankings, they weren't just going crazy. They practically became berserk. Chapter 1755 Zhou's Disciples. On the rankings, there were only a few simple words.
Zhou's disciple Feng Qiuyan.
It wasn't as fancy as Ming Xiu's. It was just like Feng Qiuyan's character, simple and direct. However, these few simple words made everyone go crazy. If Ming Xiu was only joking previously, to have another person use the title of Zhou's disciple made the seemingly joke title become intriguing. Furthermore, even if Feng Qiuyan wasn't Zhou Wen's student, he was definitely under Zhou Wen like Ming Xiu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given such a name. For two experts to suddenly appear on the rankings of a previously unknown human faction was terrifying enough. Furthermore, there were only 2 humans on this ranking so far. It could be said that they stood above the entire Federation.
Another of Zhou's disciples. Is this for real? Is Zhou Wen really very strong? Could they really be Zhou Wen's students? It must be fake. How can such a thing happen? To have 2 calamity grade students who can enter the cube's rankings, it can only happen if Zhou Wen isn't immortal. Professor Gu, what's your take? Could Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan really be Zhou Wen's students?
Sui said excitedly.
It's hard to say. However, typically speaking, no one will joke on such matters. However, to say that someone about their age can teach 2 students like them is a little too odd.
Professor Gu said ambiguously. He didn't dare to make any certain claims. Previously, when Ming Xiu gave this name, almost no one believed it. They thought it was a joke, but now, everyone was doubtful. They weren't so sure if it was a joke, but they couldn't believe it.
I was wondering how powerful you were. So it's another alien representative. He's clearly the representative of the phaseless race. What's the difference between him and that inter-representative from before?
In any case, having said something similar, the girl clearly felt less burdened when she said such words. She spoke with a righteous tone. Zhou Wen didn't mind. In fact, Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu could really be considered his disciples. If it was in the past, because Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu had excellent talent and relied on themselves to figure things out, Zhou Wen wouldn't have dared to admit that he had taught them. Now, Zhou Wen could say with a clear conscience that he had indeed taught them. If Zhou Wen hadn't used the teacher domain to raise their realms and deduce their flaws, how could they have advanced to the heaven level so quickly? In fact, even without the matter regarding the girl, Zhou Wen had spent so much time and effort teaching them so that they could pluck the golden apple. A bet with the girl was just an additional boon to him. Of course, the teacher domain was amazing, but it also depended on Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu's aptitudes and perceptivity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to receive such a good effect. The teacher domain couldn't teach a fool to be the strongest in the world. It could only be considered guiding and developing their potential.
So this doesn't count either? Then let's have another one,
Zhou Wen said to the girl.
Don't tell me it's another representative of some race?
The girl snorted coldly.
Since you have such good eyesight, does she look like a representative of some race?
Zhou Wen pointed at Qingjin. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, the girl sized up Qingjin. A strange ripple flashed in her eyes, making her eyes appear like an abyss with layers of fog overlapping.
She's not a representative,
the girl said with certainty as she retracted her gaze.
Then if she leaves her name on the rankings, you won't go back on your word, right?
Zhou Wen asked.
Who went back on their word? You were the one who cheated,
the girl immediately retorted.
Just say it. If she enters the rankings, will you admit defeat or not?
Zhou Wen didn't argue with her, as he said indifferently. Although the girl felt that Zhou Wen definitely had the confidence to say such words, she was irrevocably committed. All she could do was bite the bullet and say,
as long as she's really your disciple, I'll naturally admit defeat. Alright.
Zhou Wen responded and turned to Qin Jin.
Take it steady. Don't fool around. Yes,
Qin Jin replied. She turned around and walked towards the cube to activate it again.
Why? Are you so unconfident of a disciple you taught?
When the girl heard Zhou Wen's exhortations to Qin Jin, she imagined that Zhou Wen was worried that she wouldn't be able to clear the level. She immediately felt emboldened and teased Zhou Wen.
I'm afraid that she will have too much fun,
Zhou Wen said indifferently. He wasn't worried that Qin Jin wouldn't be able to clear the level. Previously, he had taught Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiu, and Qin Jin together. Ming Qiuyan and Ming Xiu had their own paths, and Zhou Wen had only played a supporting role. However, Qin Jin was different. The path she had taken was Zhou Wen's to begin with. It could be said that Zhou Wen had guided Qin Jin all the way. Zhou Wen was a man, but Qin Jin was a woman. The immortal slang that Zhou Wen had developed was domineering, and Qin Jin had an especially stubborn personality. She believed in Zhou Wen and the path he had pointed out, so she firmly took it without any detours or diversions. However, women were fundamentally different from men. This wasn't discrimination, but simply physical differences. Qin Jin was unbending. Furthermore, as a woman, she pushed the domineeringness to an even higher level. This couldn't be considered a mistake. Not being adaptable wasn't a flaw. However, the outcome of doing so was to make Qin Jin's sword art extreme and domineering. Clearing the level wasn't a problem, but being excessively hard made things brittle. Zhou Wen was afraid that Qin Jin would be too extreme and take risks, resulting in injury. The reason he got Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan to challenge the level first was to give Qin Jin time to prepare to prevent her from injuring herself by being too unyielding. He was bound to win, but Zhou Wen wanted zero damage. He wasn't worried about winning or losing.
What's going on today? Another person is attempting the level again? And it's a woman?
Sui couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Qin Jin appear on the screen. Donned in white armor and a silver helm, Qin Jin's outstanding figure was accentuated by her long and slender legs. Even if one couldn't see her face, her figure and aura made one feel that she was a beauty.
Can someone tell me who this woman is? She doesn't even show her face. Who can tell? However, she shouldn't be another of Zhou's, right? Who knows? What if it's another of Zhou's disciples? That's impossible. A single guide city producing 3 ranked experts? These legs. This figure is really amazing. After Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan, all sorts of people are appearing. I wonder which family she belongs to. There are quite a number of female representatives in the 6 families. I just wonder who she is. Why doesn't she show her face? If she dies inside, no one will remember her? This figure. TSK Tisk. Everyone discussed spiritedly, as they guessed where Qin Jin came from, and if she could clear the level like Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan. Chapter 1756. Take it steady. Don't fool around. Qin Jin levitated over the fog lake. The only thing people could see on the cube's screen was her. There was endless fog around her. Everyone stared nervously at the scene as they wondered if this woman with an excellent figure could tear through the fog's obstruction, dodge the underwater monster's attack, or how she would clear the level and pluck the golden apple. Waiting, everyone was waiting, but as time passed, Qin Jin floated there without moving as though the scene had frozen. What's going on? Is the live stream stuck? The technology these days is getting worse. It can even lag for such a simple live stream. We strongly condemn the incompetent officials of the Federation. What are you praying? How is it lagging? Open your eyes and watch carefully. The fog is still moving. It's really moving. If it's not lagging, why isn't she moving? Did her brain suddenly short-circuit?
Everyone looked at the live stream in puzzlement, wondering what the woman was waiting for. When Zhou Wen saw Qin Jin standing there motionless, he couldn't help but clasp his forehead with a depressed expression. He naturally knew what Qin Jin was thinking, but he had clearly exhorted her to take it steady and not fool around. Now, she was standing there, waiting for the invisible monster in the lake to come out. She wanted to kill the water monster. Was there anything else that was King crazier? Finally, Qin Jin moved. She condensed light into a sword and slashed at the calm lake. Crack! Although one couldn't see what Qin Jin's sword beam had hit, the cracking sound made it obvious that she had definitely slashed at something and severed it. The purple light condensed into a sword in Qin Jin's hand. After the strike, the sword beams crisscrossed and slashed at the lake. Crack sounded incessantly like steel being sliced apart. Qin Jin was like a high and mighty queen, as she mercilessly lashed at the ants beneath her.
Holy *T, this woman is too ferocious. She actually wants to kill the invisible monster in the lake. She's not leaving unless it's killed. Awesome, really awesome. She's really heretical. She doesn't care about clearing the level at all. She's here to kill monsters to gain experience. This woman is really inexplicable. There's indeed no explanation. This figure and sword technique are too domineering. I wonder what she looks like.
The nervousness from before instantly vanished without a trace. Now, no one was worried about change in clearing the level. The atmosphere became extremely festive. People were guessing if the woman could kill the invisible monster in the lake. Some even made bets. Qingjin didn't make them wait too long. After the continuous cracking sounds, Qingjin suddenly became one with the sword. She transformed into an extremely domineering purple sword beam and instantly rushed into the lake. This series of actions stunned everyone. Everyone was thinking about how to clear the level, but this woman refused to leave unless she killed the monster. She had actually rushed into the lake herself. Any other person who did that would be an expert at courting death. Boom! A pillar-like purple sword beam erupted from the lake and shot into the sky. Something seemed to shatter amidst the sword beam, producing the loud sound of glass shattering. With a loud bang, the heavy fog that enveloped the lake of fog dissipated, revealing a clean mirror-like lake and the strange golden fruit tree in the distance. There was also Qingjin, who appeared in the sky with a sword beam, looking down at the golden fruit tree like a lofty queen.
This woman is really too arrogant and fierce. Who would dare marry her? She has the right to be arrogant. If you have the ability, go kill the monster on the cube. Your Majesty, please accept my bow and take me in. I'm willing to die for you. I knew it. There are many experts among humans. Previously, no one was willing to step forward. Now there are so many.
Amidst everyone's discussion, Qingjin walked towards the golden fruit tree. The distance to the lake wasn't as far as she imagined. The reason there was a sense of distance was because of the fog. Without any suspense, Qingjin slashed down the golden apple. Following that, the cube stopped its broadcast and revealed the cube's ranking. Mingxiu got 9th, while Feng Qiuyan got 7th. As Qingjin had killed the lake monster, her ranking was higher than theirs, so she was ranked 4th. The ranking wasn't much of a problem. After all, it wasn't first place. The subsequent rankings weren't too different, but when people saw the name on the cube's ranking, they were dumbfounded.
Zhou's disciple, Qingjin. It's Zhou again! This is crazy! Zhou has gotten 3 people on the rankings in a row. I suddenly recalled Mingxiu's title. Haha, it looks like I'm not the only one who thought of it. It's true that he's Zhou's weakest disciple. It's really the truth. Feng Qiuyan and Qingjin are indeed stronger than him. He's undoubtedly the weakest. That's ridiculous. The weakest student is ranked 9th. Is this real life? Mingxiu is the weakest. I wonder how many disciples can fight as well as Mingxiu. Don't tell me they will pluck all the remaining golden apples today. Holy sh*t, it can't be that explosive, right? I think it's possible. The 6 families are cowardly turtles. Now, Zhou Wen's disciple has stepped forward to help us humans win back our pride. This is a true hero of humanity. I'm in love. Who knows how I can become Zhou Wen's disciple? I'm willing to be the weakest under Zhou.
The words Zhou's disciple instantly became popular. Some people had already changed their online name to Zhou's so-and-so, while others had changed it to Zhou's lackey.
Anything else to say? She's not a representative, right?
Zhou Wen asked the girl with a smile.
She's not a representative, but how would I know if she was personally taught by you? Perhaps you begged her to pretend to be one of your disciples.
The girl remained stubborn. If the dignified holy lady of the Trajectory Holy Temple were to acknowledge a human as her master, she would be disgraced.
Since you say so, let's end the bet,
Zhou Wen said casually. He didn't really want the girl to bow to him as her master, nor did he plan on forcing her into a corner. Zhou Wen had long recognized the disguised Xiao. He could roughly guess the girl's origins. The girl was pumped when she heard Zhou Wen. With the girl's logic, if victory was already in her grasp, how could she let it go so easily? For Zhou Wen to actually let it go, he was definitely afraid. The person named Qingjin was definitely not his disciple. Zhou Wen was a liar.
Don't. I've always kept my word. I'll definitely keep my word. As long as you can prove that she was taught by you, I'll immediately serve tea and acknowledge you as my master.
The girl said arrogantly, believing that she had caught Zhou Wen by surprise.
How do you want me to prove it?
Zhou Wen asked.
Simple. Since she's your student, her sword art must have been taught by you. Show me her sword art. If a teacher's sword art isn't as good as a student's, then our bet.
The girl didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was obvious. If Zhou Wen's sword art was inferior to Qingjin's, the bet would be considered her win. Chapter 1757 The Elegance of That Strike.
Are you sure you want to see my sword art?
Zhou Wen looked at the girl and asked helplessly.
Of course, how can I go back on my word? If you want to bet, let's bet to the end.
The more Zhou Wen was unwilling to force the girl into a corner, the more pumped she became. She only believed that she had grasped Zhou Wen's weakness.
All right, I hope you won't regret it.
Zhou Wen couldn't compromise any further, nor did he wish to.
I definitely won't regret it,
the girl said, firmly. Zhou Wen didn't waste any time. With a wave of his hand, an ordinary sword appeared in his hand.
What can I do to make you think that my sword art is good enough?
Zhou Wen asked the girl.
No, it's not about being good enough. It has to be the same sword art as hers, and it has to be better than hers.
The girl corrected him and continued.
How about this? If you use all your strength to attack me, I can naturally tell if your sword art is better than hers. That won't do.
Zhou Wen shook his head.
Why? Are you going back on your word?
The girl mocked.
Of course not. I'm just afraid that you will go back on your word after losing and refuse to admit it,
Zhou Wen said.
I'm the dignified. How can I go back on my word? Am I that kind of person?
The girl was immediately enraged.
I don't know what kind of person you are. It's true that someone went back on their word previously.
Zhou Wen looked at the girl as though he was saying, Don't you know what kind of person you are? The girl wanted to refute, but when she thought of how she seemed to be in the wrong, the words she was about to say changed.
Then what do you want? Blades and sabers have no eyes, so it's inevitable that someone will be accidentally injured. There's no need to draw the sword. How about this? Since you have to acknowledge me as your master after losing, I'll teach you in advance. Use any sword art you want, and I'll correct your mistakes.
Zhou Wen threw the sword in his hand to the girl.
You want to teach me how to use a sword?
The girl caught the sword and widened her eyes as she looked at Zhou Wen. The corners of her eyes twitched as though she had heard something unbelievable or an extremely funny joke.
That's right.
Zhou Wen nodded with certainty.
Good, very good.
The girl laughed in exasperation as she cursed inwardly. How ignorant. What an arrogant and ignorant human. You actually dare to boast shamelessly about teaching me how to use a sword. I'm the dignified holy lady of the Trajectory Holy Temple. Can you understand my sword arts?
Then watch carefully.
The girl was exasperated, but she didn't argue. She drew the sword and slashed at Zhou Wen. Everyone was shocked by her actions because her strike was so fast. Furthermore, this strike was identical to the sword art Qin Jin had used. There was almost no difference. Even Li Xian, Meng Xiu, and Feng Qiuyan's expressions changed drastically. She was able to replicate Qin Jin's sword art perfectly after watching for a brief moment. The movements weren't only identical, but even her aura and sword intent were identical. This ability was inhuman. Or rather, this girl had long been secretly plotting against Zhou Wen, allowing her to understand the sword art that Zhou Wen taught Qin Jin so thoroughly. Either way, this girl was up to no good. Zhou Wen wasn't surprised when he saw the girl's abilities. Instead, he confirmed her identity. Previously, when he saw the girl in Xiao, Zhou Wen had roughly guessed that she was from the 6 holy temples. Now, he was basically certain that the girl was from the Trajectory Holy Temple like Xiao. With the help of the teacher domain, Zhou Wen saw it more clearly than the average person. It wasn't identical, but carved from the same mold. This wasn't a result of training, but from replication. Only the Trajectory Holy Temple that studied trajectory powers was good at this. The sword in the girl's hand slashed at Zhou Wen in an extremely domineering manner. The shimmering sword beams crisscrossed like lightning or cracks, enveloping Zhou Wen's entire body. It left one shuddering. However, Zhou Wen remained motionless. Even when the girl retracted her sword and retreated, he didn't move his toes. Zhou Wen wasn't afraid, but the people by the side were so nervous that their palms were sweating. If the girl's sword tilted just a little, Zhou Wen's head would be gone. Thankfully, such a thing didn't happen. Zhou Wen remained safe and sound.
Aren't you afraid that I'll chop off your head?
Looking at the motionless Zhou Wen, the girl's eyes were filled with surprise. She felt that this person was surprisingly bold.
Why should I be afraid? Didn't we agree? It's just me giving pointers, not a duel. You won't injure me, so what's there to be afraid of?
Zhou Wen said calmly. Zhou Wen naturally didn't think so. He didn't dodge because he was confident that the girl wouldn't be able to injure him. He only wanted to use words to hold her back, hoping that she wouldn't fall out with him if she lost. The girl was still a little naive, so she never expected Zhou Wen to be so scheming. She thought to herself that although Zhou Wen wasn't a good person, he was still a man of his word.
You finished seeing the sword art. Please correct me now,
the girl said with a faint smile as she threw the sword back to Zhou Wen. She had replicated Qin Jin's sword technique without missing a beat. She insisted on proving that Zhou Wen hadn't taught it to Qin Jin.
At this level of sword arts, words no longer suffice. As your master, I'll demonstrate it once to you. After seeing it, you will naturally know where your mistakes are.
Zhou Wen's words infuriated the girl. It was as though she was bound to lose and had to acknowledge Zhou Wen as her master. However, there was no time for the girl to retort. Zhou Wen slashed at her with the sword. Domineering and resolute. If Qin Jin's domineeringness was like an empress in the human world, she had an irresistible, invincible authority
Then Zhou Wen's strike was unreasonable and domineering. When immortals did a divination, they could figure out if a treasure was fated with them. All others were to give up. When immortals did another divination, they could figure out if one's time was out. The immortal could slay them on behalf of the heavens. When an emperor needed someone executed, he had to at least throw charges at them with a groundless crime. Immortals didn't need any reason. They were the heavenly mandate. If they said that one deserved death, one deserved death. Ordinary people could only dream of such domineeringness, but they would never be able to achieve it. Such domineeringness wasn't Zhou Wen's sword intent. His sword intent was even more extreme. Immortal slaying, it didn't matter if one were an immortal or a god. They could be finished off with one strike. There was no need to waste any breath on them. This was the tyrant among tyrants. In short, it was Daddy in. Who's your daddy? If you were unreasonable, I would be even more unreasonable than you. There was no room for negotiation when beating you up. The girl had originally made up her mind to remain motionless, like Zhou Wen, to show her poise. She was good at trajectory powers, so she could determine his trajectory the moment he attacked. If Zhou Wen wanted to harm her, it wouldn't be too late to dodge when the time came. However, when Zhou Wen slashed out, the girl was alarmed to discover that she couldn't predict the trajectory of the strike. She couldn't be sure if the final strike would hit her. The girl's face immediately revealed a look of panic. It was an unpredictable trajectory. This made the girl, who was used to having an omniscient view, panic. Zhou Wen's originally gentle image suddenly became as terrifying as a phantasm in her eyes. The domineering sword also seemed to become Death's scythe that was about to reap her beautiful and touching life. In her panic, the girl couldn't help but take a step back. Chapter 1758 Trajectory, Seeking Kowtows for Tutelage. Although it was only a small step, the girl's beliefs were already shaken. What was even more fatal was that, after taking this small step back, the girl realized that the tip of Zhou Wen's sword couldn't touch her body. If she didn't move, the tip of the sword would only slice past her. This discovery further shattered the girl's psychological defense. It instantly made her expression turn embarrassed and angry. It was anger and embarrassment after being fooled. Just as she had expected, Zhou Wen's strike slashed across her in a teasing manner. The further away the tip of the sword was from her, the uglier the girl's expression. Many of the new city guards watching the battle began booing. The girl had slashed so many times beside Zhou Wen, but he stood there motionless. Many times, the blade had almost brushed past his cheek. Now, Zhou Wen had only slashed once, and it was such a distance from the girl. Yet, she had retreated. Clearly, she wasn't confident enough. How's my strike? Is it worthy of being able to teach such a student? Zhou Wen sheathed the sword and said calmly to the girl. The girl looked at Zhou Wen as her lips moved, but she couldn't say a word. She could naturally tell that Zhou Wen's realm and standards were far above Qin Zhen's. Even she couldn't figure out his trajectory. Such standards were probably something only the big shots of the various races could do in the dimension. For a human to actually cultivate his sword arts to such a level, it could be said that he was infinitely close to the realm of the Apocalypse grade big shots. He could probably even match the Apocalypse grade realm. The girl couldn't imagine how Zhou Wen had done it. The girl knew very well that it was impossible for humans to produce an Apocalypse grade. Finding someone close to one was impossible as well. Yet, Zhou Wen's sword art realm clearly exceeded his level. In fact, the girl had overestimated Zhou Wen's realm. Zhou Wen's immortal slaying was indeed very strong and his realm was indeed very high. When teaching Qin Zhen, the feedback from the teacher domain also deepened Zhou Wen's understanding of immortal slaying. The teaching process was also a process of self-growth, allowing him to reach the present realm of immortal slaying. Now, the immortal slaying realm was indeed close to the realm of many Apocalypse grade big shots, but it was still quite a distance away. The reason the girl had such a feeling was thanks to the teacher domain. When the girl demonstrated her sword art, the teacher domain had already produced some level of analysis. It was through such an analysis that Zhou Wen had a certain understanding of her trajectory powers. Only by targeting her with the sword could he achieve a better effect. The heaven-level teacher domain was undoubtedly a divine skill. The girl looked at Zhou Wen without the contempt from before. The girl was already an existence infinitely close to the Apocalypse grade. She was also the existence closest to advancing to the Apocalypse grade in the Trajectory Holy Temple in the past few millennia. From her point of view, Zhou Wen was already qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as her, at least in terms of sword arts realm. Lady, what are you waiting for? Quickly come and acknowledge him as your master. It's your good fortune to be my brother's disciple. Li Xian mocked. That's right, young lady. Quickly acknowledge him as your master. It's your good fortune to be under City Lord Zhou's tutelage. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Indeed, to be able to become City Lord Zhou's disciple is something many people can't even beg for. You have profited from a disaster. Everyone jeered, causing the girl's face to turn livid and pale.
She looked like she would explode at any moment. At that moment, Xiao stood forward and coughed lightly.
City Lord Zhou's sword art is indeed unprecedented in the human world. This lady's sword art isn't inferior either. Why don't we call this a draw?
Xiao knew very well that if the girl really went berserk, even if Zhou Wen and company could remain safe and sound, Guide City would probably be reduced to a river of blood. Just as Xiao said that, the girl suddenly looked up and stared at Zhou Wen with a sharp gaze. She enunciated each word clearly and said,
"Will you dare have me acknowledge you as my master?"
Zhou Wen originally didn't take this to heart. Since he knew that the girl wasn't human, but an alien from the Trajectory Holy Temple, he wasn't in the mood of taking in an alien student, much less teach her anything to prevent her from becoming a calamity for humanity in the future. As Xiao spoke, Zhou Wen planned on letting it go, but with the girl provoking him, Zhou Wen didn't wish to let her off.
"Why wouldn't I dare?"
Zhou Wen asked indifferently.
"Alright, I'll acknowledge you as my master. I hope you won't regret it in the future."
With that said, the girl really took a step forward and knelt in front of Zhou Wen. She said loudly,
"Master, please receive 3 kowtows from your student, Trajectory Seeking."
Zhao's expression changed drastically, but it was too late to stop her. Without a word, the girl knelt down. The moment her forehead touched the ground, the sky suddenly changed color. The originally bright sky instantly turned strange. The sky seemed to turn into a kaleidoscope as it was split into pieces. The original clouds and sun seemed to become countless after being refracted by the kaleidoscope. The sky was strange, beautiful, and resplendent. Instantly, everyone was dumbfounded. Looking up at the strange sky, Zhao's expression turned abnormally odd. Zhou Wen was also looking at the strange scene in the sky. The teacher domain wasn't big enough to envelop the entire sky, so he naturally didn't know what the strange scene was about. Zhou Wen vaguely felt a strange energy fluctuation from the girl. However, the power was extremely strange. It wasn't metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, nor was it space, time, or matter. Instead, it was somewhat similar to the power on Wang Lu's body, but it was also somewhat different.
"Do you dare let me continue?"
The girl knelt in front of Zhou Wen with a teasing look in her eyes.
"Why aren't you continuing? Aren't you going to kowtow 3 times?"
Zhou Wen said calmly.
"Master, please accept your student, Trajectory Seeking second bow."
The girl was straightforward as she bowed again. With this bow, the originally kaleidoscope-like sky shattered like glass. After the kaleidoscope-like luster, it turned into an extremely dark abyss, going from a sharp contrast of extreme brightness to extreme darkness. The entire Guide City instantly fell into absolute darkness. It was pitch black, and it was difficult to make out anything that was inches away. The residents of Guide City fell into a panic. In fact, it wasn't just Guide City. The entire world was in a panic, unsure what had happened.
"Master, please accept your disciple, Trajectory Seeking's third kowtow."
Only the girl's voice echoed in the darkness. Her figure couldn't be seen, but one could hear her forehead touching the ground. After the shout, a white light instantly descended from the extremely black sky. The white light was unimaginably fast as though it was originally there. From the moment it was discovered to the moment it landed on Zhou Wen, there seemed to be a period of time and space missing. It was impossible to dodge. Chapter 1759 Nameless God. Chapter 1759 Nameless God. In the palace that resembled the primordial universe, a terrifying existence suddenly opened its eyes. Its gaze seemed to be able to pass through distant stars. What happened? Why was the Nameless God triggered? Could something have happened to Trajectory? The terrifying existence's mind raced as strange ripples immediately appeared on its body. The ripples intertwined into a complicated net that trembled like countless ropes of fate. Moments later, a strange expression appeared on the terrifying existence's face. He had failed to deduce the fate trajectory related to Trajectory Seeking. However, he vaguely felt she wasn't facing life-threatening danger.
"Holy Lord, what happened?"
The creature guarding the terrifying existence was like a turtle or snake as it asked in surprise.
"The Trajectory Holy Lady likely encountered something, but I can't find the trajectory of her fate,"
said Holy Lord Trajectory in thought.
"How is that possible? With your relationship with the Holy Lady, even if she's on Earth and is screened by the rules, you should be able to see the trajectories of fate that are connected to her. Could it be that the nomological forces on Earth have become stronger again?"
The monster said in horror.
"What should we do? If something happens to the Holy Lady, wouldn't your plan? It's fine. If she's really in danger, no matter how the rules of Earth screen it, I'll still be able to sense her. The Holy Lady isn't in danger now, but I can't deduce her relevant trajectories."
Holy Lord Trajectory seemed to be thinking about something.
Could it be that the other Holy Lords have discovered the secret of the Holy Lady and set up a trap to kill her? No, I have to personally rush to Earth. No matter what, I can't let them succeed.
As the turtle snake spoke, It was about to crawl out of the cave beneath the divine throne. Resembling a turtle or snake, its head burned with black flames that were strange like a vortex.
There's no need to panic. The restrictions of Earth's rules haven't been completely removed. They don't have the guts to go to Earth now. Even if they go, it will be difficult for them to unleash the power of the Apocalypse Grade. How can they kill the Trajectory Seeking?
Holy Lord Trajectory said.
That's true. The Holy Lady has the combined power of 6 saints, making her an unparalleled perfect existence. In the future, once she advances to the Apocalypse Grade, even the strongest immortal for each of the immortals will probably find it difficult to match her. Those old fellows are nothing.
Only then did Turtle Snake recall what kind of existence the Holy Lady was. He was no longer in a rush to rush into Earth to save her.
I'm just puzzled about what happened to trigger the Nameless God.
Holy Lord Trajectory still frowned as he thought, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't obtain any more information related to it.
The Nameless God was actually triggered. Doesn't that mean that the Holy Lady is in grave danger? No, I have to make a trip personally. I can't let anything happen to the Holy Lady.
Turtle Snake immediately became agitated.
If the Nameless God can't protect Trajector searching, it's useless for you to rush over now.
Holy Lord Trajectory stopped Turtle Snake again.
Holy Lord, you have been plotting for countless years. If anything happens to the Holy Lady, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find another existence who possesses the bloodlines of the 6 holy races. It will be difficult for you to sign a contract with that Nameless God again,
said Turtle Snake. Holy Lord Trajectory naturally knew that it was impossible for a second Trajectory Seeking to appear. He had plotted for countless years to obtain the top bloodline of the 6 holy races and fuse it with her. It was impossible for him to replicate a second existence. Furthermore, the Nameless God had already accepted Trajectory Seeking, so it was impossible for him to contract another.
It's fine. With the contract of the Nameless God protecting her, even if she's on Earth, no one can take her life. At most, she will suffer some physical pain. She is still impetuous, so it's good to let her get some training.
Holy Lord Trajectory no longer felt conflicted about deducing what had happened. Union Zyworld. Sight instead, he tried his best to conceal the fate related to the Trajectory Seeking to prevent the other Holy Lords or terrifying existences of the immortals from discovering the anomaly. The Nameless God wasn't a real god, but to the 6 holy races, it was an existence even more terrifying than a true god. Back then, the immortals were supreme. The 6 holy races were far from the immortals' match, and were still underlings. However, they had already secretly formed an alliance and tried all means to overthrow the immortals' rule. One of the plans was called the Nameless God. They used the strongest strength of the 6 races to create a powerful weapon. The might of the weapon was enough to easily kill an Apocalypse-grade existence. When Nameless God was born, the 6 holy races were overjoyed. They believed that they could rely on the power of Nameless God to overthrow the rule of the immortals and usher in a new era that belonged to the 6 holy races. However, they soon realized that they were counting their chickens before they hatched. No one could use Nameless God. Back then, the top powerhouses of the 6 races had attempted to control Nameless God, but none of them succeeded. There was an Apocalypse-grade powerhouse, who was too stubborn and ended up provoking Nameless God and being killed. Later, they learned that Nameless God was a fusion of the 6 races' strongest powers. No matter which race's powerhouse it was impossible for them to match Nameless God perfectly. Only a holy body with the perfect bloodline of the 6 races could truly control Nameless God. However, such an existence was believed to be impossible to appear back then. Therefore, it had never been used after Nameless God was created. Later on, the immortals mysteriously collapsed. The 6 holy races took advantage of the situation, and became the new overlords of the dimension. They didn't use Nameless God at all. After becoming the new overlord of the dimension, it was difficult for the 6 holy races to be as united as before. It was even harder to obtain a perfect holy body. Even the 6 holy races didn't wish for Nameless God to be controlled by someone. However, Holy Lord Trajectory didn't dispel this thought. He had secretly spent a lot of effort to set up an unimaginable long-term plan. By chance, he finally had Trajectory Seeking born and reached a contract with Nameless God. However, as Trajectory Seeking hadn't advanced to the Apocalypse grade, her strength was too weak and she couldn't really use the abilities of Nameless God. However, with its power, even if it only left a contract mark on her, it was enough to protect her life. Therefore, Holy Lord Trajectory wasn't too worried about her safety. What he wanted to know was who had blocked the fate trajectory related to Trajectory Seeking. Did someone already know of the existence of a perfect holy body? After doing the screening work, Holy Lord Trajectory's gaze passed through endless spacetime and looked at the huge statue in the forbidden zone of the 6 races. The statue looked like a ghost or devil, a Buddha or a saint, but upon careful inspection, it was no different from a human. However, there was a vertical mark between its brows, the location of the nameless god. Now, the vertical mark emitted a demonic white light. It was like a vertical white electric eye that was glaring angrily at a spot in the void. Chapter 1760 King bathed in holy light. Chapter 1760 King bathed in holy light. The strange white light descended from the sky seemingly without going through any process. It landed on Zhou Wen without any space to dodge. Ignoring Zhou Wen's present speed, even if his speed was 100 times faster, it would be difficult for him to dodge the white light that appeared out of thin air. Zhou Wen wasn't flustered. He was no longer the weakling who knew nothing, and was always on tenterhooks. He already had a knowledge framework in his heart that could analyze all sorts of unknown powers. For such an impossible-to-block force that directly acted on one's body, it was impossible for it to be a fatal force, and it was very unlikely a damaging skill. Indeed, when the white light landed on Zhou Wen, it didn't harm his body, but it instantly made him feel like he was being suppressed by a mountain. His legs trembled, as his knees involuntarily bent. Instantly, Zhou Wen knew what power it was. He was half right. It wasn't a power that could directly kill him, but this power would still harm his body. He was too familiar with such power, and had seen it countless times. It was a power similar to the Sai of the king. No, to be precise, it was similar to the power of the strange woman who resided in his body with the Sai of the king. As the woman didn't have a corporeal body, she naturally couldn't control corporeal powers. This white light was the same as the woman with the Sai of the king. They were purely psychic powers. In this world, the psyche was the most profound thing. Even at Zhou Wen's level, it was impossible for him to turn his psyche into a corporeal entity. He couldn't even make a piece of paper fly with his psyche. No matter how powerful one's will was, they could only control their bodies and not affect others. The other skills that looked like they were using the psychic powers for strength control were only using psychic powers to control some kind of power in one's body. It wasn't purely the psychic power in action. It was just like sword intent. Sword intent was a combination of sword force and the psyche. It wasn't pure psychic power. Such sword intent could only affect the other party's psyche, and not cause any actual damage to matter. However, Zhou Wen had seen 2.5 people who could directly materialize their psyche, and use it on external objects. One was the woman with the Sai of the king, and the other was this white light. The reason there was another half was that Zhou Wen wasn't sure if the person was using pure psychic powers. That half was the Larch. Since she could make a wish come true, Zhou Wen believed that the wish itself was a psychic power. However, he couldn't confirm it, so he could only count it as half. The white beam psychic power wasn't weaker than the Sai of the king that Zhou Wen had seen before. It was even stronger. It could cross space and force him to bend his knees. The existence of this psychic power was unimaginably powerful. Are Apocalypse grade experts that terrifying? Zhou Wen was alarmed. He had already used all his strength, but his knees were still rapidly buckling to the ground. In fact, not all Apocalypse grade creatures had such psychic powers. Or rather, it could be said that very few creatures could reach such a level. The tangible powers transformed from firm willpower, and psychic power were on completely different levels. No matter how firm Zhou Wen's willpower was, he couldn't stop his legs from bending. Looking at Zhou Wen's bent legs, Trajectory Seeking thought to herself, "You want to be my teacher and receive my kowtow? I'm just afraid you don't have the life to accept it." Trajectory Seeking knew it very well. How arrogant was the pride of a god-like weapon like Nameless God? How could it tolerate its contractor bowing to any other creature? After 3 kowtows, Zhou Wen was already a dead person in the eyes of Trajectory Seeking. "I gave you a chance before. You were the one who chose to let me take you as my master. You can't blame me even if you die. However, it's not a loss for you to die under the power of Nameless God. If you weren't an Apocalypse-grade existence, Nameless God wouldn't have bothered to react." With this in mind, Trajectory Seeking still felt a little uncomfortable. She originally didn't have any intention to kill, but she had been forced into such a situation. In her anger, she kowtowed. Looking at Zhou Wen who was about to kneel, she thought to herself, "Don't be so eager to be someone else's teacher in your next life, much less be my teacher." Li Xian, Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiao Qinzhen, and company, who were close to Zhou Wen, all had top-notch combat strength among humans. However, just the aftershocks of the white light made them stand rooted to the ground. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't move at all. It wasn't just them. In fact, no one in Guide City could move. Humans with weaker strength and willpower were pressed to the ground. Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiao, and company also fought the force with all their might, but their knees had already fallen to the ground. Despite pressing their hands against the ground, they were still unable to withstand it. Their bodies were about to collapse to the ground. Li Xian stood there motionless without bending his knees. All he heard was his bones cracking as broken bones protruded from his flesh.
Qin propped herself up on the ground with her sword and forced herself not to kneel. However, the sword was quickly pressed into the ground. Her body quickly approached the ground, and she had no choice but to lie down. What kind of existence was Nameless God? With his contractor kneeling on the ground, how could others stand? They couldn't even kneel, much less stand. Since Trajectory Seeking was kneeling, everyone could only prostrate themselves. And this was only the aftershocks from the psychic power. Zhou Wen, who was facing it head-on, had yet to touch the ground with his knees. His strength and will far exceeded everyone's, but it was still insufficient to resist the power. Trajectory Seeking closed her eyes. She had already expected the outcome, and didn't wish to see Zhou Wen's tragic state of being completely destroyed by the psychic power. Trajectory Seeking closed her eyes, and waited for the sound of bones cracking and blood splattering. However, after waiting for quite some time, she only heard the sounds of the people by the side slamming into the ground. She didn't hear the sound of Zhou Wen's knees hitting the ground, much less the sounds of bones cracking as she imagined. Could it be that his body was completely reduced to dust before he could hit the ground because of Nameless God's wrath? Trajectory Seeking couldn't help but open her eyes and look at Zhou Wen. In the next second, when she saw things clearly, her eyes widened as though she had seen a ghost. Her face was filled with shock and disbelief. Zhou Wen wasn't reduced to dust as she had imagined, nor was he kneeling on the ground as she had imagined. Zhou Wen was standing there perfectly fine. His knees that had been bent previously were now straight. It wasn't just his knees. Even his spine was straight. Even his head was raised high without any signs of looking down and out. Zhou Wen stood ramrod straight as he raised his head and stared into the void like a king bathed in holy light. Chapter 1761 Two Options. Chapter 1761 Two Options. Zhou Wen stared into the void. In fact, he couldn't see anything. What he was really looking at was the sigh of the King Life Providence, or rather, the woman that only existed in it. With Zhou Wen's strength, he was indeed unable to withstand the Nameless God's psychic powers. It was the power of the sigh of the king that resisted the terrifying psychic power. How could an existence that had once stood at the peak of power and had all races submit to or tolerate kneeling to others? Others couldn't see it, nor could Zhou Wen, but he could sense that a woman's phantom seemed to overlap with his body. She was staring into the void as though she was looking at something.
Zhou Wen, are you afraid?
A woman's voice sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. The voice was clearly beautiful, but it had an indescribable authority. It was difficult to associate it with the word pleasant.
What's there to be afraid of?
Zhou Wen didn't say a word, but only thought of the sentence. It was enough for the owner of the voice to know what Zhou Wen was talking about.
The owner of this psyche is an extremely powerful existence. Even the leaders of the 6 races can't match it. A thought is all it needs to kill you,
the woman continued.
What are you?
Zhou Wen didn't answer the question of fear. He wanted to know what kind of existence the woman in his life providence was. In the past, he had felt that there was something wrong with his life providence. Now that it could actually speak to him, it made him even more uneasy. There was actually another consciousness in his body. It knew everything about him, and even knew what he was thinking. This made him feel like he was naked in front of a stranger without any sense of security.
I'm you.
The woman's answer left Zhou Wen somewhat confused, unsure what she meant. The woman didn't continue answering Zhou Wen's doubts. Instead, she continued,
That existence is extremely terrifying. Ignoring Earth, even in the dimension, it's a supreme existence. Getting his contractor to kneel in front of you is equivalent to insulting him. He definitely won't let you live. Are you afraid? Yes.
Zhou Wen was indeed afraid. Anyone who was targeted by an existence that could kill them with a thought would be so afraid that they would be unable to eat or sleep. There was no reason to hide the truth. Furthermore, he couldn't hide it from the woman who knew what he was thinking.
Although that existence is extremely terrifying, he has a fatal weakness. Without a contractor, he can't leave the dimension, nor can he sense the information on Earth. Now you have 2 choices. One is to kill the girl in front of you. As long as you kill her, the existence will no longer be able to sense the information inside Earth due to the suppression of Earth's rules. Naturally, it won't be able to kill you with its psyche,
the woman said.
What's the second option?
Zhou Wen asked.
The second option is naturally not to kill the girl. I can temporarily screen his psyche from locking onto you,
the woman added.
It sounds like the first option is easier.
Zhou Wen changed the topic and continued.
You seem to have something to say. That existence isn't a creature, or rather, it's not entirely a creature. He should be a weapon,
the woman said slowly.
It's not a weapon in the traditional sense, but something similar to what you humans call a companion beast. It's a weapon with its own life and consciousness.
But no matter what kind of weapon he is, as long as he's a weapon, a host has to use him. However, a weapon like him has extremely harsh requirements for the host. It's almost impossible to find another existence like the girl in the dimension. In that case, as long as I kill her, I can settle it once and for all?
Zhou Wen pondered.
At the very least, it's impossible for an existence like the girl to appear in a short period of time. Even if such an existence appears in the future, it will be countless years later. With the lifespan of humans, I'm afraid you won't be able to live to that day. To you, it's considered a done deal,
the woman said indifferently.
In that case, why did you mention the second option? This second option shouldn't be as simple as you say, right?
Zhou Wen said in thought.
If the girl can live, she can truly use that weapon and liberate it after advancing to the apocalypse grade. Only then will you have a chance to snatch it. How? Lost Immortal Sutra. With the Lost Immortal Sutra, as long as you defeat the girl with that weapon, you might be able to snatch it for your own use. However, this is very dangerous. The girl's talent far exceeds yours. After advancing to the apocalypse grade, she will be an extremely powerful existence. With the power of that weapon, no one in the dimension can match her. If you want to defeat her and snatch that weapon, it's almost equivalent to courting death. In that case, why should I snatch it?
Zhou Wen frowned.
Because Earth doesn't have time left,
the woman continued.
The reason he can send his psyche to Earth to kill you is partly because he's extremely powerful and has a contractor providing positioning here. However, ultimately, it's because the restrictions on Earth are already very weak. In a few years, the extremely terrifying existences in the dimension will descend to Earth. When that happens, even if humans aren't wiped out, they will probably be reduced to slaves. Only by obtaining the weapon can you storm into the dimension and suppress all races, preventing the ill fate of human extermination. What you said is contradictory. If I can defeat the girl with that weapon, do I still need that weapon?
Zhou Wen could tell that something was amiss.
It's not contradictory. You only have one chance, and that is to enter the dimension. When she advances to the apocalypse grade and obtains that weapon, you can use the short period she needs to break into the weapon to sneak and attack and defeat her while she can't completely unleash the weapon's might. No matter how powerful the weapon is, it ultimately needs a host to use it,
the woman said indifferently.
However, it's too difficult. You have to enter the dimension alone and find the girl while she liberates the weapon. You also have to defeat a powerhouse that's almost at the peak of the apocalypse grade. It can be said it's an ending that spells almost certain doom. There's no chance of survival. Since there's no chance, why should I take this path?
Zhou Wen frowned.
Of course, you can choose not to. With your abilities, even if Earth completely breaks out of its seal, you might be able to find a place to hide in the universe. Life preservation shouldn't be a problem,
the woman said indifferently.
You can live by taking the first option. The second option is to give you and humanity a miracle. It's up to you how you choose.
Chapter 1762 My world doesn't have dead ends. Chapter 1762 My world doesn't have dead ends.
Between surviving and creating a miracle, what will you choose?
The woman's voice echoed in Zhou Wen's mind.
I choose to live to create a miracle,
Zhou Wen said calmly. The woman had given Zhou Wen a framework, but he didn't believe that this framework was an ironclad principle that couldn't be transcended. Both paths were paths that the woman had set herself. Why did he have to choose the path that the woman had set? The so-called two options the woman proposed weren't the best choice for Zhou Wen.
Live on or create miracles. You can only choose one. There's no third option,
the woman said.
That's your path, not mine,
Zhou Wen said.
Oh, then tell me, what's your path?
The woman asked.
Nothing is absolute in my path. Be it the girl or that weapon, they won't be a necessary existence for me,
Zhou Wen said.
You mean that you won't snatch that weapon, nor will you kill the girl?
The woman frowned.
No, I'll do my best to snatch that weapon, but even if I can't obtain it, it's not a dead end for me,
Zhou Wen said firmly.
Make it clear,
the woman pressed.
As long as I'm not dead, my world doesn't have dead ends.
Zhou Wen enunciated each word clearly.
No dead ends?
The woman ruminated over Zhou Wen's words as her voice gradually turned odd.
Even such a supreme existence isn't a dead end for you? Do you still want to become an existence that can surpass him? The ignorant are truly fearless. I'm afraid you don't know what kind of existence it is, but I like it. Then let me see where your end is.
With the woman's voice, her psychic power suddenly rose and spewed out like a volcano. Trajectory Seeking looked at Zhou Wen with an odd expression. Zhou Wen stood in the corporeal white light for several seconds, but he remained composed as though he hadn't been injured at all. As for the humans beside him, existences as powerful as Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu were already prostrating on the ground, unable to move. How is this possible? He can actually withstand the will of Nameless God? Trajectory Seeking found it unbelievable. In the next second, her eyes reflected the beauty of fireworks as her eyes widened to their limits. Boom! An invisible force seemed to spew out from Zhou Wen's body as the white light enveloping him shattered. It scattered like fireworks before disappearing. The terrifying white pillar of light seemed to be pierced by a sharp blade as it instantly collapsed, turning into streams of light that scattered before disappearing. The will of nameless God was actually crushed. Trajectory Seeking almost couldn't believe her eyes. Amidst the gorgeous white streams of light, Zhou Wen's figure was like a god. It seemed to fog Trajectory Seeking's eyes, preventing her from seeing clearly. As the white pillar of light dissipated, the extremely black sky returned to its sunny state. It was no longer as strange as before. The pressure on the residents of Guide City vanished as they stood up. Trajectory Seeking looked up at Zhou Wen in a daze for a long time. In the dimension, Holy Lord Trajectory's pupils suddenly constricted as a look of horror that had never been seen in millennia appeared on his face. In the forbidden zone of the 6 races, the white vertical eye on the stone statue exploded. Instantly, the white light vanished and it returned to its previous cracked state. On both sides of the vertical mark, many tiny cracks appeared like spiderwebs. The power of nameless God's psyche has actually suffered a backlash. This is impossible. How can there be such a terrifying lifeform on Earth? Could it be that the immortal went missing on Earth because... Holy Lord Trajectory's mind flickered as he found it difficult to control himself. Zhou Wen retracted his gaze and looked at the kneeling Trajectory Seeking in front of him. He thought to himself, what do you mean that the weapon is a supreme existence? Isn't it clearly inferior to you? What are you? Why did you become my life providence? Where does the Lost Immortal Sutra come from? However, the woman didn't respond to his thoughts. The sigh of the King Life Providence had already converged, and there was no movement from it. It was dead silent. Suddenly, Zhou Wen thought of something. Ever since he had the sigh of the King Life Providence, no matter how powerful an existence was, they couldn't make him kneel. Only once did he kneel. Back then, Zhou Wen believed that demonic neonate's cooperation with the Suona was too powerful, so the sigh of the king didn't react. But from the looks of it, he had underestimated the power of the sigh of the king. The reason for her not appearing and allowing him to kneel probably wasn't because the woman knew that she couldn't stop Zhou Wen from kneeling. With the way the woman defeated the psychic power, it would probably only take a thought for her to kill demonic neonate with the Suona. Could it be? Zhou Wen thought of a possibility as his expression turned odd. If it wasn't because demonic neonate and the Suona were too powerful, there was only one possibility left. It was that Zhou Wen had no choice but to kneel back then. Even the sigh of the king had no reason to stop it. Could the reason be that corpse? After some thought, Zhou Wen could only think of this possibility. Back then, other than the corpse, he really couldn't think of anything nearby that would make the sigh of the king not react to his kneeling. Are you really human? Trajectory Seeking's voice interrupted Zhou Wen's thoughts. She looked at him with a lost look. Ever since she was young, the thoughts that Holy Lord Trajectory had instilled in her were that Nameless God was an invincible existence. Once she truly controlled Nameless God, she could rule the world. Even if the immortal from before was revived, she didn't believe that she would lose. However, Nameless God's psychic power was actually defeated. This completely overturned her worldview, causing her confidence in herself and Nameless God to waver. Since you have already acknowledged me as your master, you have to abide by the rules. You have to greet me as teacher in the future, understand? Zhou Wen said indifferently as he looked at her. Trajectory Seeking's beliefs wavered, and she couldn't think of anything to refute Zhou Wen. All she did was look at him in a daze, as though she had tacitly agreed. Suddenly, the cube emitted light as another creature attempted to level. Zhou Wen turned his head and realized that it was another human. Furthermore, he was rather familiar with this person. He wore a white robe, revealing his fair and firm chest. His long hair cascaded down wantonly, as he casually placed a sheathed sword on his shoulder. He looked languid and wild, as though he wasn't here to clear the level but to enjoy the sun. Chapter 1763 His Brother. Chapter 1763 His Brother. What is Zhong Zia trying to do? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Zhong Zia had always been at odds with the dimension. Others wanted to become guardians or representatives, but his organization was hunting guardians and representatives. This time, he had actually taken the initiative to show his face and clear the level. Wasn't he afraid that the dimension would target him? Zhong Zia and Jian Yin were two extremes. Jian Yin was willing to come into contact with the dimension by learning from them, but Zhong Zia believed that guardians and alien representatives were no different from traitors who should be killed quickly. Zhou Wen wasn't that extreme. Between guardians and representatives, there were some that deserved killing and others that didn't. There was no generalization. Upon seeing another human attempt the level, everyone immediately became excited. With so many humans clearing the level in a row, the gloom that had enveloped their hearts over the past few days was lifted. They were all discussing who this person was. Not many people had seen Zhong Zia's true face, but there were many who knew the name. Yeah. They just couldn't associate you with Zhong Zia. Zhong Zia wasn't like the previous challengers. He didn't fly in the air, but landed on the lake. Only then did people realize that he wasn't wearing any shoes. His bare feet stepped on the lake, causing the surface to ripple slightly. This man is so beautiful. Many women and even men watching the live stream couldn't help but have this thought flash through their minds. Previously, Ming Xiao and Feng Qiuyan were undoubtedly rare handsome men, but their handsomeness had some traces of youth. Although Zhong Zia wasn't old, he had an indescribable beauty. It was feral, mature, sexy, and even somewhat charming. Just him standing there made one feel their hormones screaming. To exaggerate, if he were a cat, just passing by would be enough to make a female cat on the roadside go into heat. He was beautiful, but not feminine. He was seductive, but not gaudy. Furthermore, he had a strong, dangerous aura. Many women found it difficult to move their eyes away from him. Pulling out the sword. As people admired Zhong Zia's face, he pulled out the sword on his shoulder. The unsheathing and sheathing of the sword was done in a swift, fluid manner. It allowed one to see it clearly. However, upon careful inspection, the sword had already returned to its scabbard and was still casually placed on his shoulder. Many people couldn't understand what Zhong Zia's casual strike was about. He has grown too quickly. Zhou sighed. In the past, Zhong Zia's sword techniques were wild. Zhou found such a sword art very strong, but it didn't pose him any danger. Now, Zhong Zia's sword technique looked reserved, but it made Zhou feel extreme danger. If the Zhong Zia in the past was a ferocious devil that made people afraid just by looking at him, then the present him was an elegant and beautiful devil in hell. It looked harmless, but it had the ability to make one wish they were dead. After the strike, Zhong Zia slowly walked barefooted on the surface of the lake without sinking like the people who had previously failed. Splash. Not long after Zhong Zia walked over, the water where he was standing churned as a huge object floated up from the water. The object was like a crystal-like octopus. Every tentacle was dozens of meters long, and it was covered in suction cups. Its entire body was transparent. It was likely the culprit behind pulling people to the bottom of the lake. However, it was now floating a clear sign that it was dead. There was a sword mark that was as thin as a strand of hair on its head. It didn't look long. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't discover the existence of the sword mark. However, it had died just like that. Instantly, the people watching the live stream were dumbfounded. Their mouths gaped open for a long time.
This man is truly perfect. He's beautiful and valiant. If I can marry him, I can die in peace. If I could marry him, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. I don't need to marry him. I would accept death if I could sleep with him once.
Just like how men admired beautiful women, women also like to admire beautiful men. Zhong Zia was undoubtedly a rare and charming man, so it was no wonder they were like this. Most men were wondering who this man was. His sword was casual, not as ingenious as Ming Xiao's, nor was it as domineering as Qin Zhen's. But now that they thought about it, his sword was even more terrifying. Just looking at it gave them goosebumps. This was the first time someone had killed a monster in the lake, and it was also the first time people had seen the monster. However, no one was in the mood to study what monster it was. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the unique man, eager to know who he was. In particular, the members of the 6 families were about to go crazy. The appearance of Ming Xiao, Feng Qiuyan, and Qin Zhen had already made them feel a strong sense of danger. Now, not only did this man make them feel a sense of danger, but they also urgently wanted to know who this man was. Everyone stared at Zhong Zia as he proceeded through the fog. He casually walked step by step and soon, he passed through the fog and stepped ashore. The golden fruit tree was right in front of him. Zhong Zia walked to the bottom of the golden fruit tree and held the sword on his shoulder with one hand. He extended his other hand and casually plucked a golden apple. Previously Ming Xiao's first strike hadn't been able to slice off the golden apple, but Zhong Zia had casually plucked it. Such an ability left one speechless for a description. The scene changed and became the cube's ranking. Although many women felt that they had not seen enough and wanted to take a few more glances at Zhong Zia, they also wanted to know who this man was. The moment the ranking appeared, everyone looked at the top for some reason. Although there was no way to explain why, everyone believed that he should be ranked there. Indeed, the first name on the ranking changed. When people saw the name clearly, they were dumbfounded.
Zhou brother.
Someone couldn't help but recite. The words were very simple. There was a name in it, but everyone knew that the owner of this name wasn't the devil-like handsome man.
Has Zhou's people finished taking all the elites of the mortal world? No wonder he's so awesome. He's Ming Xiao's uncle. The Zhous are amazing. How can this be? Are the Zhous going to dominate the rankings? How can you blame the Zhous for dominating the rankings? It's clearly those cowards from the other families who don't dare to make an attempt.
As people were discussing crazily, the cube lit up again. Another person was attempting the level, and it was another human. The first thought in everyone's minds was, could this be another member of the Zhous? Chapter 1764 All Plucked. Chapter 1764 All Plucked. This dimensional zone had appeared for a long time. By the time Mingxiu started plucking the golden apple, there were only 5 golden fruits left on the tree. Mingxiu, Feng Qiuyan, Qin Zhen, and Zhong Zia had plucked 4 of them, leaving the last golden fruit. Upon seeing another human attempt the level, everyone felt very pleased. Regardless of whether this was from Zhous or not, it was fine as long as it was plucked by a human. At the very least, the remaining 5 golden apples had been all taken by humans, wiping away the shame from before.
Who is this person? Why are the ones making an attempt today all unfamiliar faces? I don't think I've seen this one before. It's another young expert. From the looks of it, there are really all kinds of hidden young talents on Earth. I wonder if it's from the Zhous again. I have a feeling that this guy should also be from the Zhous. Another unfamiliar face. It has to be from the Zhous. What do you know? All of you are only wondering if that person is from the Zhous. None of you realize what's really important. Sure, smart Alec. Tell us what's important. Don't you guys realize that this is the last golden apple? If this golden apple is plucked, the cube's battle should be over. Then, the person ranked first will obtain the reward. Previously, the rewards from those planets were planetary companion beasts. Then, if this is the dimension, what will the reward be? Now that you mention it, it does seem like it. Since this is the last golden apple, this is going to determine first place. In that case, if nothing goes wrong, first place will definitely be obtained by us humans. It's either Zhou Wen's brother or this young man.
Zhou Wen couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the man. It was Lu Yun, who he hadn't seen in a while. Lu Yun was known as Thief Sage. He had many means to change his appearance, but this time, he didn't disguise himself. Instead, he entered the cube with his true appearance. However, it could be seen that this fellow had carefully dressed up. He was wearing a gorgeous robe and looked like he was dressed like a cultivator. He looked mysterious, holy, and solemn. This fellow had even dyed his hair gray. He had wiped away his usual cheeky look, and he wore a solemn expression. At a glance, he really looked lofty. What's this fellow thinking? Is his brain damaged? Zhou Wen was somewhat speechless. As Thief Sage, he had stolen many things from the various families. Once people discovered what he looked like, it would probably be difficult for him to show his true face again. Once he appeared, he would be hunted by everyone. Thankfully, few families had seen Lu Yun's true face. There were even fewer who knew that Lu Yun was Thief Sage. Lu Yun changed from his usual self. He stood there like a lofty son of God with his arrogant and solemn expression. Everyone waited to see how he would clear the level, but Lu Yun stood there without walking forward. He had no intention of killing the monster in the lake.
For me to be here personally, are you not offering me the fruit immediately? Am I to personally retrieve it?
Lu Yun suddenly said as he levitated above the lake. This sentence left everyone dumbfounded. They looked at him as though they were looking at a fool. Someone could be impressive and be good at posturing, but one couldn't go too far. If they went too far, they would become a fool. Now, Lu Yun had gone too far.
Holy sh*t, does this fellow think he's the Jade Emperor? He even wants them to offer the fruit to him. Is he crazy? I think there's a high chance that this person is crazy. Who would do something like that? Is this fellow here to perform a comedic skit?
Everyone felt that Lu Yun was posturing too much, to the point of being a little silly. Ignoring the fact that he was only a human, even a supreme existence in the dimension wouldn't order a tree to offer up its fruit. Just as everyone was prepared to watch a good show and wait to see how Lu Yun would finish, they saw an angry expression appear on Lu Yun's face. He shouted coldly,
"From the looks of it, you want me to do it myself?"
Just as he said that, Lu Yun reached out and grabbed at the fog in front of him. He hadn't moved at all since he entered. His grab looked like a joke, rendering the spectators speechless. They felt that he had definitely gone mad. However, in the next second, everyone widened their eyes. After Lu Yun casually grabbed, a golden apple appeared in his palm out of thin air, and was firmly held by his fingers.
What a chore to have me do it myself!
As Lu Yun muttered to himself, the cube's screen switched to the cube's ranking. Instantly, the humans watching the battle fell silent. If Zhong Zia's performance was still within their understanding, then Lu Yun's performance had far exceeded their understanding. They didn't know how to describe their feelings.
This is too sick. What happened just now? That works too? Is that fellow really the Jade Emperor?
As everyone was exclaiming, the ranking changed again. A new name replaced second place.
Zhou Wen's eldest brother. Holy sh*t, no wonder he's so strong. So he's Zhou eldest brother. What's up with this ranking? Why do I feel that this eldest brother is stronger than that brother from before? He should be first, right? I think this one is stronger too, but they're family anyway. It doesn't matter who's ahead and who's behind. Are the people from the Zhous that impressive? I'm afraid the Zhous will become the #1 faction on Earth in the future. They are too powerful. The 6 families are nothing in front of the Zhous. I wonder how strong that Zhou is. Unfortunately, there aren't any golden apples left. Otherwise, we could see how strong he is. I wonder how many brothers of this caliber Zhou has.
Zhou didn't do anything, but his name went viral across the Federation. Many people were discussing Ming Xiu and company, but the person who was discussed the most was Zhou himself. Although he hadn't done anything, it was precisely because he hadn't done anything that people wanted to know what kind of existence the person who had so many experts around him was. However, what was strange was that although all the golden apples had been plucked, the cube's battle didn't end. They could still continue entering the cube to clear the level. The Dimension's dimensional zone is indeed not that simple. Just plucking the golden apple doesn't allow one to obtain the final victory. Zhou had expected this, so he wasn't surprised.
Do you want to know why it didn't end?
Trajectory Seeking, who had been standing by the side, suddenly asked with a complicated expression.
You know the answer?
Zhou looked at Trajectory Seeking.
Of course, I'm just afraid that you won't dare to challenge the level after I tell you.
Trajectory Seeking said with a pout.
Tell me about it.
Zhou looked at Trajectory Seeking with interest. Chapter 1765 Tomb of the Fallen Gods. Chapter 1765 Tomb of the Fallen Gods.
The golden fruit tree isn't the end,
said Trajectory Seeking.
That's strange. Since the golden fruit tree isn't the end, why did the cube automatically end the battle after plucking the golden apple?
Zhou asked.
Ah. What do you think that place is? It's not some trash dimensional zone in Earth's universe, but a dimensional zone in the dimension.
Trajectory Seeking continued disdainfully.
There's no teleportation nexus in the Lake of Oblivion. The only way to leave is to pluck the golden fruit. Only ignorant humans like you think that the fellows on the rankings are the only ones in the dimension? In fact, those fellows are just inferior fellows in the dimension. There are too many experts who can pluck the golden fruits. The reason there are still golden fruits left is that they are reserved for the Lake of Oblivion's exploration. However, they have all been plucked by ignorant humans like you. Now, unless you can really clear the level, you won't be able to leave the Lake of Oblivion. It sounds like the Dimension doesn't know much about the Lake of Oblivion. What you said is something the Dimension had just learned about, right?
Zhou said indifferently. Trajectory Seeking didn't deny it as she curled her lips and said,
Even in the Dimension, the Lake of Oblivion is a famous existence. Many people know about it, but not many people dare explore it. Why?
Zhou asked curiously.
Because that's the tomb of the fallen gods,
said Trajectory Seeking.
I never expected the Dimension to have gods,
Zhou said with a smile. The creatures in the Dimension were no different from gods and devils to humans. Furthermore, among the many races in the Dimension, there were ghosts and immortals. Zhou was somewhat surprised that there was the concept of a god in a place like theirs.
Humph, the gods of the Dimension are completely different from the gods of you humans. To you humans, gods are just a form of spiritual faith that doesn't really exist. And in the Dimension, gods are only a race, not something imaginary like what you humans imagine.
Ever since Trajectory Seeking had become his disciple, she felt uncomfortable beside Zhou. Her words were even more biting than before.
Then the tomb of the fallen gods is where the gods bury their clansmen. In that case, the gods must know the place very well. Why don't they challenge themselves?
Zhou asked the question in his mind.
If the gods hadn't completely gone extinct, why would that place be called the tomb of the fallen gods?
Trajectory Seeking roughly explained the situation. The gods were originally a very powerful race in the Dimension, an existence that was comparable to the immortals. When the immortals and gods fought for supremacy in the Dimension, they were almost evenly matched for a long period of time. However, one day, the birthplace of the gods was suddenly destroyed. The gods became extinct as a result. Almost no god survived. There was no accurate explanation for how the gods were destroyed. The most accepted explanation was that they had been exterminated by the immortals, but the immortals had never admitted to this matter, so no one could be sure of the actual situation. Many races in the Dimension knew that it was an extremely majestic divine mountain in the past. The divine mountain was almost comparable to a world. It could accommodate all life, and there were countless magical objects inside. However, the divine mountain vanished overnight. The spot where the divine mountain was originally located turned into an unfathomable lake. Later on, many experts from the various races entered, hoping to figure out the secret of the gods' overnight destruction, but they never returned. None returned. The land of Oblivion referred to the place where the divine mountain sank. It also had the meaning of obliviating all things. No creature dared to enter. If not for the cube activating the battle in the land of oblivion, the dimensional powerhouses probably wouldn't have dared enter. The dimension didn't know much more about the land of oblivion than humanity. After their previous analysis, they realized that the golden fruit was only an item used to leave the land of oblivion, not the true key. Even Apocalypse grade powerhouses weren't willing to risk entering the land of oblivion. Otherwise, how could humans pluck the golden fruits?
Now that you know the true secret of the land of oblivion, do you still dare challenge it?
Trajectory seeking goaded Zhou.
Now that you mention it, I really don't dare,
Zhou said with a smile.
Humph!
Trajectory seeking was somewhat exasperated, but she knew that it was indeed difficult for Zhou to clear the level now. Even the Apocalypse grade big shots in the dimension didn't dare take the risk. As long as there was nothing wrong with Zhou's brain, he definitely wouldn't choose to take the risk now.
Do you dare?
Zhou asked.
So what if I don't dare? I'm not a teacher,
Trajectory seeking said angrily.
Great. As your teacher, I'll teach you something today,
Zhou said.
You want to challenge the land of oblivion now?
Trajectory seeking widened her eyes, as she looked at Zhou as though she was looking at a fool.
That's right. As your teacher, I naturally have to teach you something you don't know. Otherwise, how can I be your teacher?
Zhou said with a smile. He naturally didn't really want to teach trajectory seeking, nor would he risk his life for this. The reason he chose to challenge the level now was that he had seen something in the land of oblivion. Previously, Zhou hadn't paid much attention to the land of oblivion, but this time, when Ming Xiu and company attempted the level, Zhou watched very seriously, especially when Ming Xiu attempted the level because Zhou was somewhat worried. Although he had already taught Ming Xiu and company how to pluck the golden apples, he would have still been worried despite having 100% confidence. Therefore, Zhou watched very seriously. This was also why he saw something that he originally believed couldn't exist in the dimension. It was a tiny palm symbol on the golden fruit tree. It was the symbol of a downloadable dungeon for the phone. It was quite surprising that the dimension had a tiny palm symbol. The origins of the phone were even more mysterious than Zhou imagined. Even the dimension had a mark, so what kind of existence was the person who created the phone? Zhou found it unimaginable. Zhou originally wanted to take a picture of the tiny palm symbol after Qingjin cleared the level, but Zhong Zia and Lu Yan beat him to it. However, it didn't matter. As long as he downloaded the tiny palm symbol and attempted the level in-game, he could still come out unscathed with the experience. Of course, there was another more important reason for Zhou's confidence. He realized that the Sai of the King was stronger than he had imagined. This gave him the confidence and guarantee.
I don't know if you are ignorant or fearless. If you wish to die, I won't stop you. Don't blame me if you die. I didn't force you to go.
From Trajectory Seeking's point of view, if Zhou really went, it would be no different from tempting fate. Chapter 1766 New World. Chapter 1766 New World. Zhou didn't say anything else as he walked towards the cube. It's been a while since I've tried entering the cube. Zhou stood on the cube and felt ambivalent. If he had a choice, he would rather game than take the risk himself. However, the dimensional zone this time had a different meaning. If he could download it, it would be a great boon to his future understanding of the dimension. As the cube lit up, Zhou's figure vanished.
It's Zhou!
The host, Su Yi, immediately shouted when she saw Zhou's figure appear in the lake of fog. Her shouting Zhou seemed to have immense magical power, as it attracted everyone's attention. Due to Ming Xiu and company, everyone in the Federation wanted to know what Zhou looked like, and what kind of person he was. They were just too curious. Their first impression didn't take their breath away. Many people were somewhat disappointed. Zhou looked withdrawn and handsome. He didn't have the wildness and charm like Zhong Zia, nor was he as noble as Lu Yun, who looked like the son of God. He didn't even have the youthfulness of Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan. The feeling Zhou gave off was that he was a rather handsome ordinary person. If one had to say something good about him, it was that his figure wasn't bad. His slender and muscular figure was streamlined without any especially exaggerated muscles.
Preposterous?
And Tianhua slammed the table with a nasty expression. It was fine if Ming Xiu and company had attempted the level previously, but there were still golden fruits back then, so there wasn't much risk. However, now that the golden fruits had been plucked, no one knew what would happen if they entered. Exiting became a question.
He's letting it get to his head after some tiny achievements. How can he do anything big in the future?
And Tianhua was infuriated, and his tone was naturally nasty.
Overseer, don't worry too much. With Feng Qiuyan and company, as well as his two brothers scouting ahead, young Master Wen should have some confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone in.
And Shun consoled.
Who's his brother? Are those fools worthy of being his brother?
and Tianzua was even more infuriated.
Is what those idiots did called scouting? That's more like creating a dead end. Only that punk has these riffraff that deserve being executed.
And Shum didn't dare continue the conversation. He muttered softly under his breath in a voice that could only be heard by himself.
Right, and only you are worthy. What did you say?
And Tianzua glared at him.
I said that young Master Wen only has one brother. Those two fellows went overboard by shamelessly impersonating as one.
And Shum hurriedly said, afire with noble indignation.
Who's his brother? Do you think I and Tianzua have such an idiot younger brother?
And Tianzua snorted coldly and continued.
Bring me the recently researched combat suit. Overseer, what are you trying to do?
And Shum was immediately alarmed.
Nothing. Can't I take it out to take a look?
And Tianzua said coldly.
Ah, Shum, you've been talking more and more recently. Do my orders have to get your approval? Overseer, how would I dare? I'll get it now.
And Shum hurriedly saluted and left, but he prayed inwardly. Please let nothing happen to young Master Wen. Otherwise, this would be a bad joke. A life might even be lost. Zhou Wen floated above the lake and felt his body being suppressed by a strange force. This feeling wasn't unfamiliar. He had been to the dimension when he was weak. The dimension was filled with such power. Creatures below the mythical stage had no space to survive in the dimension. It was impossible to even see what the world looked like. Humans on Earth could see the appearance of the Lake of Oblivion because the cube's broadcast had screened the power's interference. People inside didn't share such benefits. However, with Zhou Wen's present standard, such powers naturally couldn't do a thing to him. Due to Trajectory Seeking's existence, Zhou Wen didn't use any other identities. Some things couldn't be used. After some thought, he summoned a companion beast. The companion beast Zhou Wen summoned was Demonic Neonate, who had just woken up from her slumber. The last time Zhou Wen dug out the mysterious phone's charger in the ancient well, he had discovered a skeleton. The skeleton was wearing a purple crystal pendant. Demonic Neonate had entered an evolutionary state after swallowing the purple crystal. He had been unable to summon her. It was only recently when Zhou Wen was teaching Ming Xiu and company that he had sensed the re-establishment of a mental connection with Demonic Neonate. After evolving, Demonic Neonate had already reached the Calamity grade. Demonic Neonate, Calamity, Evolvable. Life Providence, Child of Dimension. Life Soul, Supreme True Demon. Wheel of Destiny, 1 spin. Terror Form, Great Demon King S grade. Calamity Zone, Demon Domain, Heaven Level. New World, Demon Realm. Strength, 1000. Speed, 1000. Constitution, 1000. Essence Energy, 1000. Talent Skill, Demonic Sword, Heaven Shrouding Bell Swana. Companion Form, none. Mystic Thearchus Peak Calamity stats were 999. That sufficiently surprised Zhou Wen, making him believe that it was the apex of a Calamity creature. It was impossible for one to have higher stats. However, Demonic Neonate had actually evolved to the Heaven level. Furthermore, her stats were all at 1000. She had one more point than Mystic Thearch. More importantly, Demonic Neonate had a new ability, New World. He didn't know what it was for. According to past experience, Demonic Neonate had a Calamity Zone when she was at the Terror grade. Then, the New World ability that the Calamity grade Demonic Neonate now had was probably an ability that only the Apocalypse grade had. Demonic Neonate was also one of the reasons Zhou Wen dared to enter to snap the picture. Demonic Neonate's image didn't change much. She still looked like the purple rogue girl from before. She held the demonic sword in her arms, but the Heaven Shrouding Bell and Swana had vanished. It was unknown where she had hidden them. Everyone found it novel that Zhou Wen had summoned a companion beast that resembled a human girl. Although the few humans who had successfully cleared the level previously had also used companion beasts, they had all appeared in weapon or armor form. The main combat strength remained human. Zhou Wen summoned his companion beast in its original form, probably planning on using it as his main combat strength. This was a first. As more and more guardians and representatives appeared, the effects of human companion beasts seemed to weaken. Very few companion beasts could fight top-notch representatives. In such situations, the chances of companion beasts appearing were decreasing, especially top-notch battles that were carried by companion beasts. Many people were looking forward to seeing what abilities Zhou Wen's adorable and cold humanoid companion beast had. After Demonic Neonate came out, she floated beside Zhou Wen and glanced at the lake. The demonic sword in her arm suddenly jumped out of its scabbard and plunged into the lake. Chapter 1767 Digging the Tree. Chapter 1767 Digging the Tree. The tiny demonic sword rushed into the lake without forming any ripples. Moments later, the lake suddenly rippled as the monster floated belly up. As the octopus-like monster died, the fog over the lake of fog dissipated, revealing a clean lake surface and the nearby island with the golden fruit tree on it.
What a powerful companion beast! Holy sh*t, it's fine if the people around Zhou are that strong, but even his companion beast is crazy strong. I beg for the origins of this companion beast. Can companion beasts be that strong?
Demonic Neonate's first appearance stunned the entire Federation. It had been a long time since they had seen such a powerful companion beast appear. It comforted the people who were already starting to doubt the powers of companion beasts. However, people were still puzzled. Without the golden apple, what could Zhou do even if he arrived in front of the golden fruit tree? Was he going to dig out the golden fruit tree and bring it back? Zhou led Demonic Neonate towards the golden fruit tree. There was no other danger along the way, as he successfully got ashore and arrived in front of the golden fruit tree. Everyone stared at Zhou to see what plans he had. Without the golden apple, what could he do? In the next second, everyone widened their eyes as they saw Zhou take out his phone and snap a picture of the golden fruit tree. He didn't look like he was clearing the level, but like a tourist who was taking a picture at a landmark as a memento. The dimension's dimensional zone that gave people a sense of danger suddenly didn't seem that dangerous. Is he there to clear the level or be on vacation? No one could help but have this question rise up in their minds. Zhou took a few photos of the golden fruit tree. It was just for show. All he really needed was to take a picture of the tiny palm symbol on the golden fruit tree. After snapping the tiny palm symbol, the phone screen displayed the words downloading. It calmed Zhou down significantly. Indeed, I can download the dungeon. Could it be that the phone's origins are related to the dimension? Zhou thought to himself. As he was thinking, he didn't idle. He summoned another companion beast. It was Imperial Lord Behemoth, who he hadn't used in a long time. Imperial Lord Behemoth, who had just reached the threshold of the Calamity grade, was naturally not as powerful as Demonic Neonate. However, Imperial Lord Behemoth was very suitable for physical labor. When people saw the majestic Imperial Lord Behemoth appear, they immediately thought of something. A thought couldn't help but appear in their minds. Don't tell me he really wants to dig up the golden fruit tree? Soon, they had an answer to their doubts. This was because Imperial Lord Behemoth had really begun digging the tree. Its huge and sharp claws grabbed at the roots of the golden fruit tree. With a clang, Imperial Lord Behemoth's powerful claws only left a white mark on the tree root. It couldn't even be considered damage. Zhou wasn't surprised, as he ordered Imperial Lord Behemoth to dig up the soil beside the tree root. Although it wasn't deep, there were obvious results. It dug out a little soil.
Holy sh*t, he's really going to uproot the golden fruit tree. What a ruthless person. Others only pluck apples, but he doesn't even spare the tree. What's the difference between that and digging up someone's ancestral grave? Too ruthless. But I like it.
Everyone discussed spiritedly, as their attention was on the digging Imperial Lord Behemoth. They wanted to know if Imperial Lord Behemoth could dig out the golden fruit tree. No one paid attention to Zhou who was gaming on his phone. Zhou held the mysterious phone and kept paying attention to the download progress. Getting Imperial Lord Behemoth to dig up the tree was only to divert the attention of others. He didn't believe that digging up the tree could really clear the dimensional zone. The phone kept showing the download progress. Zhou didn't know when it would finish. All he could do was act calm as he watched Imperial Lord Behemoth dig the tree. He didn't wish for Imperial Lord Behemoth to dig too quickly. He didn't know what to do next if it really dug out the tree. Before using his phone to figure out the dimensional zone situation, Zhou didn't dare proceed further. Thankfully, the soil beneath the golden fruit tree was terrifyingly hard. The Calamity grade Imperial Lord Behemoth was good at strength, but it could only dig out a small amount of soil every time. According to this, it would probably take at least half a day to dig out the golden fruit tree. Time ticked by. Everyone kept staring at the scene, but after more than 2 hours passing, the scene remained fixed on Imperial Lord Behemoth's tree digging. Many people became sleepy.
I can't take it anymore. I'll go take a nap. Wake me up when he's done digging. From the looks of it, it will take at least a few hours to dig out the tree. I'll sleep for a while too.
Many people went to bed. After watching so many human challenges and digging for so long, it would be strange if they weren't sleepy. Zhou was also burning with anxiety. The download was still stuck at the progress screen despite downloading for so long. Suddenly, Zhou heard a clang. It sounded like a metal clang. He was immediately given a fright as he hurriedly looked at Imperial Lord Behemoth. With a glance, he discovered something amiss. Imperial Lord Behemoth had dug half a meter deep into the soil beneath the tree, revealing a black object that was completely different in color from the soil. The metal clang was produced when Imperial Lord Behemoth's claws touched the black object. The spectators were also attracted by the loud clang. They also saw the black object and were puzzled as to what it was. Zhou carefully observed it for a while, and could only tell that it looked like metal or stone. Only a small portion was exposed, and most of it was still buried in the soil. Seeing that the thing didn't seem to pose any threat, Zhou ordered Imperial Lord Behemoth to continue digging around the black object. It wasn't that Zhou didn't wish to dig out the black object, but the hardness of the object wasn't inferior to the golden fruit tree. Imperial Lord Behemoth's claws couldn't leave any marks on it, so it was impossible for it to dig it up. The black object was bigger than Zhou imagined. Imperial Lord Behemoth dug further past the black object, revealing its ever-increasing size as it dug. There was no end to the digging. After digging for several hours, it didn't manage to dig all the way to the edge. Instead, it dug out the surroundings of the golden fruit tree. Now, people could clearly see that the golden fruit tree was rooted in the black object. It was impossible to dig it out unless the black object was shattered.
From the looks of it, it's impossible to uproot the golden fruit tree.
The spectators also saw Zhou predicament as they waited for his next move. Chapter 17 68 Three-Eyed Gods. Chapter 17 68 Three-Eyed Gods. Zhou looked at the black object below and frowned slightly. Before he could do anything, the demonic sword in demonic Neonate's arms automatically flew out again. The tiny demonic sword charged straight at the roots of the golden fruit tree and plunged in with a plop. The demonic sword penetrated the hard golden fruit tree as it charged in like a drill and vanished in the blink of an eye. There was only a cracking sound coming from the hole, as well as spewing powder. When did the demonic sword's offensive strength become so strong? Zhou was alarmed. When demonic Neonate first obtained the demonic sword's strength wasn't that powerful. It now had such powerful strength. The golden fruit tree that even the calamity-grade Imperial Lord Behemoth couldn't damage was easily penetrated by the demonic sword. This was just the demonic sword's strength, not demonic Neonate's strength augmenting it. From the looks of it, the power of the demonic sword can grow with demonic Neonate's growth. Zhou was very envious of demonic Neonate's ability. Zhou was only envious, but the spectators were already shocked speechless. The destructive power displayed by the demonic sword was unbelievable. Boom! Before long, there was a loud boom. The golden fruit tree that was rooted in the black matter began to crack from its roots. The entire tree collapsed and fell to the ground. After the golden fruit tree collapsed, a pitch black hole appeared where it originally was. It led straight down, but there was no end in sight. It was pitch black, like a bottomless abyss. Could it be that I found the key to this dimensional zone by chance? Zhou was alarmed. He had dug the tree to stall for time, but to his surprise, he had discovered something.
So there's a whole different world beneath the golden fruit tree. Zhou's digging of the tree really has a deeper meaning. Professor Gu, what do you think will be inside the hole?
Sui completely misunderstood Zhou's intentions, but her view was shared by most people. Everyone believed that Zhou had long determined the existence of the underground cave.
I don't know. Everything is unknown,
Professor Gu said with a heavy expression.
If we had those alien races as a reference during the earlier attempts, everything that Zhou is encountering now is unknown. The difficulty is completely different from before. I only hope that he can return safely.
Many people watching the program stared nervously at the scene. Just as Professor Gu had said, every step Zhou took was a challenge of the unknown. It was even more nerve-wracking than the battles with expected outcomes. Zhou glanced at the hole and didn't plan on entering. He was just stalling for time. He had to wait for the download of the phone dungeon to be completed. He didn't move, but demonic Neonate moved. She jumped into the bottomless abyss. Zhou was alarmed, but it was too late to summon her back. After demonic Neonate jumped into the hole, her connection with him was immediately severed. He could only sense demonic Neonate's existence, but she couldn't transmit any information. After some thought, Zhou summoned Imperial Lord Behemoth and jumped in. With his understanding of demonic Neonate, she probably wouldn't be stupid enough to send herself to her death. There might not be the imagined danger down there.
That punk. He's a brainless burr.
And Tianzhua nearly exploded from anger. It was equivalent to tempting fate by not doing the most basic reconnaissance or probes before jumping in. And Sheng didn't dare say a word. He didn't know how to explain Zhou's actions, which were simply too rash.
Sigh, he's still too young. He was blinded by his previous successes. He didn't even do the basic reconnaissance work and jumped in just like that.
Professor Gu couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. This time, even many of Professor Gu's haters felt that what he said made sense. It looked like Zhou had made a very rash choice. How could they know that Zhou had no choice? He couldn't let demonic Neonate take the risk herself. As Zhou jumped into the hole, the cube screen plunged into darkness. It lasted for a long time before it suddenly lit up. As the light was too blinding, people's eyes couldn't immediately adapt to it. All they felt was a blinding light in front of them, preventing them from seeing anything. It took a while for their eyes to gradually adapt to the dazzling light before they gradually saw the scene clearly. The scene that entered their vision was shocking. It was a huge palace that was many times bigger than a human palace. Every pillar was 1,000 feet tall, and the various artifacts were shockingly large. Even the steps in the palace were more than 10 meters tall. At the end of the stairs was a throne that was nearly 100 meters tall. On it was a humanoid creature wrapped in golden armor. The creature looked like a human, but its body was far bigger than a human's. In front of this huge palace and creature, Zhou and demonic Neonate were as tiny as ants. Even the humans watching the battle through the live stream couldn't help but feel extremely tiny. Suddenly, the golden giant on the throne opened its eyes. Its eyes were blue like the sea, and on its forehead was a vertical eye with a golden pupil. Its 3 eyes stared coldly at Zhou and demonic Neonate like a god was looking down at mortals. The average person felt that the golden armored giant's aura was shocking, like a god or devil. However, the dimensional powerhouses watching the battle were alarmed and nearly cried out.
Three-eyed gods!
Trajectory Seeking's composure was clearly inferior to those old monsters as she blurted out.
What three-eyed gods?
Li Xian asked her.
That's the legendary gods that vanished overnight. That golden vertical eye is the proof of the gods' noble bloodline. I never expected the gods to still remain. There are even pure-blooded gods that live in this world.
Trajectory Seeking continued with a complicated expression.
Zhou probably won't be able to return. There's nothing impressive about the races in the dimension. It's not like old Zhou hasn't killed one before. What's so impressive about the gods?
Li Xian curled his lips.
What do you know? Having a golden vertical eye represents the noblest bloodline of the gods. They are born powerhouses and possess unparalleled strength. They are extremely rare existences among the gods. They are existences that can fight many of the strongest alien races. How can a mere human fight them? Zhou is dead.
Trajectory Seeking said with certainty.
Don't tell me you want to say that thing is at the Apocalypse grade?
Li Xian asked with a trembling voice.
It's not just the Apocalypse grade. Even among the Apocalypse grade creatures, the three-eyed gods are the strongest existences. Back then, it was an existence that could fight the immortals at their peak.
Trajectory Seeking sighed. Chapter 1769 The Abnormal Demonic Neonate. Chapter 1769 The Abnormal Demonic Neonate.
There are indeed survivors from the three-eyed gods.
Holy Lord Trajectory wasn't too surprised to see the three-eyed gods. Even the powerful immortals didn't have the ability to destroy the gods along with their divine mountain back then. Therefore, there was definitely something amiss. However, after so many years, no one could figure out the truth. Now that a golden three-eyed god had appeared, Holy Lord Trajectory wanted to use this opportunity to understand the truth behind the disappearance of the gods. The other alien factions had the same thoughts as they paid attention to the cube's screen. However, from their point of view, a mere human was doomed. It was impossible for him to cause much of a stir in front of the three-eyed god that possessed a golden vertical eye. The only thing they were interested in was how the three-eyed god would kill Zhou. From this, they could tell how much strength the three-eyed god retained. The moment Zhou saw the three-eyed god, he felt like he was a father being tricked by his child. His first thought was to immediately escape, but the temple seemed to imprison him with some special power. He couldn't use spatial skills to leave. It wasn't an ordinary taboo rule. Otherwise, the teacher domain would definitely be able to crack it. According to Zhou's experience, that power was likely a very pure power. It was so pure that other power determinants couldn't exist in it. Therefore, in such a pure power domain, no ability could be used unless one's power broke through the purity of this power. Neonate, oh Neonate, you really screwed me over this time. Zhou attempted to retreat, his body wasn't restrained. The omnipresent pure power that filled the entire temple suppressed all abilities, but it didn't affect Zhou's body at all. Even Zhou marveled at this strange characteristic. However, he didn't have the time to study this now. All he wanted to do was stay as far away from the three-eyed god as possible. Even if he couldn't leave the temple, it was better to stay away from him. The aura emitted by the three-eyed god made him feel extreme danger. Although he couldn't determine the exact level of the three-eyed god, Zhou had a strong feeling that he was an apocalypse-grade existence. He reached out to grab demonic Neonate's tiny hand and wanted to pull her back with him, but demonic Neonate had no intention of retreating at all. She stood there without moving as she stared at the three-eyed god. Under everyone's gaze, the three-eyed god slowly stood up. He originally sat there with an extremely oppressive aura, but after standing up, the aura became even more terrifying. Even just watching from the livestream screen made him feel like a god king who controlled everything. It was as though a casual glance from him could kill all life. Zhou's heart was in his throat, but despite pulling hard, demonic Neonate remained motionless as she continued looking at the three-eyed god. Has this child gone silly? That shouldn't be the case. Zhou thought to himself.
No one knew demonic Neonate's personality better than Zhou. She liked to hide in the shadows and sneak an attack. How could she not weigh the pros and cons and insist on standing there waiting for death? Could it be that demonic Neonate has a plan? Zhou looked at the three-eyed god, who was slowly walking down the stairs. He gritted his teeth and stood there motionless. Neonate, oh Neonate, don't screw me over. Zhou knew that even if he didn't hide his strength, he only had a 1% chance of survival in a head-on battle with the three-eyed god. This 1% chance was only thanks to Sai of the King, not because his strength was enough to survive. I should have known that something would happen every time I enter a true dimensional zone. I shouldn't have come. Zhou sighed inwardly, but he could only wait for a miracle to happen. Is a mere human worthy of having such a noble god get up to kill him? Could it be that the power of the three-eyed god has already weakened to such an extent? Holy Lord Trajectory frowned slightly. It wasn't just him. Basically, the alien powerhouses who knew of the god's former glory believed that it was beneath the three-eyed god to get up and walk down the stairs. Golden three-eyed gods were at the peak of the apocalypse grade. They could kill creatures below the apocalypse grade without even moving their fingers. Even if there were thousands of creatures below the apocalypse grade, they would be reduced to ashes with a mere thought. Upon seeing the golden three-eyed god get up and walk down, the alien powerhouses basically believed that his strength had weakened tremendously. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to do such a thing. Ordinary humans didn't know how terrifying the golden three-eyed god was as they discussed how Zhou was going to kill him. I wonder if the city lord will personally take action this time. Or will he let that adorable companion beast kill the golden giant? In front of Guide City's cube, many people were discussing this problem. Clearly, they were very confident in Zhou. If 3 of his students could easily enter the rankings, how bad could Zhou be as their teacher? Ignorant humans, Zhou is dead, Trajectory Seeking said with a cold snort. She wasn't convinced about Zhou despite taking him as her master. She refused to address him as teacher. However, her words came from the bottom of her heart. Young lady, don't think that the giant is very strong just because he's tall and mighty. Among the monsters our city lord Zhou has killed, there are many who are much bigger than him. There's nothing impressive about him. It will probably only take 2 or 3 strikes. An elder beside her informed Trajectory Seeking with a smile. 2 to 3 strikes? I don't think there's a need for that, Trajectory Seeking said with a sneer. True. Our city lord Zhou is a godlike figure. A single strike should be enough for such a giant. At most 2 strikes, the elder said with a chuckle, believing that Trajectory Seeking agreed with him. Many citizens beside him echoed, feeling that the elder was right. Most ordinary people in Guide City treated Zhou as a god. In their hearts, Zhou was an invincible existence. Killing the giant would be easy. Keep laughing. Let's see if you can still laugh when you see Zhou smacked to death later. Trajectory Seeking couldn't be bothered to argue with such ignorant citizens as she thought disdainfully. Is that three-eyed giant very strong? Li Xian wasn't an ordinary person. He could naturally sense that the three-eyed god was very strong, so he asked Trajectory Seeking worriedly. Strong? You can be a little more confident and use an affirmative tone. Trajectory Seeking finally grasped an opportunity and said immediately. The golden three-eyed gods at their peak were unparalleled and powerful existences in the dimension. They were almost synonymous with invincibility. As Trajectory Seeking spoke, her voice suddenly came to a halt. Her eyes, which were still glued to the cube's screen, gradually widened. Even at her limits, they were still expanding. Her eye sockets almost failed to contain her eyeballs. Chapter 1770 Covenant of God. Chapter 1770 Covenant of God. The golden three-eyed god slowly walked down the stairs and arrived in front of Zhou and demonic Neonate. At the same time, he pressed down with his palm. Zhou's heart skipped a beat as he had the urge to draw his sword. However, demonic Neonate's tiny hand tugged at him slightly, as though telling him not to be nervous. I'll believe you this once. Don't screw me over, Neonate. Zhou held back the urge to draw his sword and thought to himself. The spectators watched as the golden three-eyed god pressed down with his palm, but Zhou didn't move. Their hearts immediately rose to their throats. However, to everyone's surprise, the golden three-eyed god's palm didn't strike Zhou and demonic Neonate. Instead, it extended in front of him. The way the golden three-eyed god bent down and extended his hand didn't look like a provocation. Instead, it looked like a human male inviting a lady to dance. This action was somewhat strange to humans, but to the alien big shots, who knew the gods well, they were already dumbfounded. Trajectory Seeking's eyes widened as though she had seen a ghost. She naturally knew that this action wasn't an invitation to dance, but it was also an invitation etiquette. It was also a ritual unique to the gods. Zhou was still looking at the terrifying creature in front of him, unsure what he meant. Just as he was pondering over it, demonic Neonate pulled his hand slightly,
gesturing for him to raise his hand and meet the palm of the golden three-eyed god. Zhou knew that demonic neonate wouldn't harm him. He hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to extend his hand to meet the golden three-eyed god's huge palm. When the golden three-eyed god saw Zhou extend his hand, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. However, it only lasted a moment. His actions didn't change, nor did his palm move. Finally, Zhou pressed his palm on the hand of the golden three-eyed god, or rather, on the tip of one of his fingers. The three-eyed god was just too big. A finger was much bigger than Zhou's palm. At the instant the two palms touched, the golden three-eyed god emitted a strange golden divine light that wrapped around Zhou's palm like countless golden threads. Instantly, golden divine light shone brightly, causing the entire screen to be filled with golden light. It was almost impossible to see the scene inside.
Covenant of God! The golden three-eyed god, and a human! How is this possible?
Trajectory Seeking stared blankly at the dazzling golden scene. Her brain couldn't function anymore. The gods were a very ancient race in the dimension. They were also a unique existence among many strange lifeforms. Gods were born with peak strength. They weren't like ordinary alien races that could continue raising their strength. The only way for gods to continue raising their strength was through the Covenant of God. This was a ritual or contract that only gods could use. The other races in the dimension couldn't use the Covenant of God, not because it was profound, but because the Covenant of God required the special physiques of a god to be of use. Without the special physiques of the gods, the Covenant of God couldn't be reached. The physique of the gods was originally that of the three-eyed giant, but once the Covenant of God was made, a god's body would undergo a strange change. Amidst the golden light, the body of the golden three-eyed god gradually changed. In a moment, he no longer looked human. Furthermore, his body was rapidly shrinking. Soon, the golden three-eyed god vanished. Only a very special golden trident remained in Zhou's palm. The golden trident was somewhat similar to a heaven scorcher halberd. It was completely made of gold, and at the point of contact, there was a golden gem that resembled an eye. The trident was covered in mysterious and strange patterns that shimmered with a soul-stirring glow, as though it was a divine artifact used by gods. No, it should be said that this was a divine artifact, a weapon formed by a god. Zhou held the golden trident, and felt the majestic power that resembled an endless sea of stars inside. He was stunned. The golden trident's strength was just too powerful. It was so powerful that Zhou felt that his strength was trivial. Without a doubt, the golden three-eyed god that had transformed into the golden trident was an apocalypse-grade existence. Such a powerful existence had actually taken the initiative to transform into his weapon. Or rather, he had taken the initiative to transform into demonic neonate's weapon. This left Zhou in disbelief. He had already overestimated demonic neonate's origins, but now, he had no choice but to reevaluate her origins. Zhou could tell that the golden three-eyed god had originally chosen demonic neonate. It was only because of demonic neonate's choice that the golden three-eyed god ultimately made a covenant with Zhou. Zhou could tell, but others couldn't. Everyone only saw the golden giant take the initiative to transform into Zhou's weapon. Many people exclaimed,
"Young lady, what did I say? Our City Lord Zhou is a godlike figure. That giant knows how powerful City Lord Zhou is and took the initiative to acknowledge him as his master, turning him into our City Lord Zhou's weapon."
The elder who had spoken to Trajectory Seeking previously wore a look as though it was only right. It was as though the golden three-eyed god was poor in acumen if he hadn't acknowledged Zhou as his master. Trajectory Seeking was rendered speechless. She didn't know how to refute. She didn't even have the mood to refute. At this moment, she hadn't recovered from her shock. In fact, it wasn't just Trajectory Seeking. The experts of the 6 holy races, the immortals, the ghosts, and the spirits were dumbfounded. They couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. When the gods were at their peak, the Covenant of God had also been used, but most of them were low-level gods, who used the Covenant of God to form a covenant with other alien races. Gods were divided into green, blue, white, and gold levels according to the color of the vertical eye. The green-eyed gods were the weakest, but they were also born at the calamity grade. The white-eyed gods were born at the apocalypse grade, so it was almost impossible for them to form an alliance with other races, much less the strongest golden three-eyed gods. Typically, the gods that formed a covenant with other races were mostly green-eyed and blue-eyed gods. Even so, once a green-eyed god was willing to form a covenant with the other races, they would be in high demand. If one wasn't an apocalypse-grade big shot, it was very rare for them to obtain the favor of the green-eyed god. The apocalypse-grade big shots were naturally not fools. The calamity-grade green-eyed gods were useless to them, but after using the Covenant of God, they became weapons that could grow. Furthermore, they were weapons with high intelligence. They were incomparable to ordinary weapons. Now, a human youth had actually been acknowledged by the golden three-eyed god and formed the covenant of God, becoming a weapon for the human youth. How could they not be surprised? Throughout the history of the gods, such a thing was virtually unprecedented. Chapter 1771 God's New Sovereign. Chapter 1771 God's New Sovereign. My dear baby Neonate, I really didn't dote on you for nothing. Zhou wished he could hug demonic Neonate and kiss her twice. Just as he was secretly delighted, he suddenly felt the golden trident in his hand tremble. The golden gem on the golden trident suffused a strange glow, as the tip of the trident automatically pointed in the direction of the throne. Is it trying to get me to ascend the throne? Zhou heart stirred as he walked towards the throne with demonic Neonate in one hand, and the trident in the other. The cube's livestream continued as the earth and the dimension paid attention to Zhou's every move. When Zhou arrived in front of the throne and leaped up, the huge temple suddenly trembled violently. Zhou also wanted to sit on the throne to appear more imposing, but unfortunately, the throne was just too huge. He would only look ridiculous if he really sat on it. As the temple trembled, the cube's screen slowly zoomed out. The temple became smaller and smaller on the screen before the scene returned to the golden fruit tree that had been sliced apart. Then, it continued pulling away, allowing people to oversee the entire island. The entire island was trembling violently as though there was an earthquake. The surrounding lake water surged, forming waves that constantly smashed into the island. As for the island itself, it started floating. Huge cracks appeared over the island, as though it would crumble at any moment. Boom! Just as people were worried, the island began to crumble. Rubble kept peeling off from the rising island and plunged into the lake. The island rose higher and higher as the crumbling intensified, but the speed at which it crumbled wasn't as fast as it rose. The island stood like a mountain peak above the lake as many collapsed spots revealed the black object Zhou had dug out. When the rocks outside had completely peeled off, people finally saw the true appearance of the island. Or rather, it wasn't an island at all, but a black mountain. The entire lake was filled with rocks that fell from the mountain. The lake stirred as the mountain rose higher and higher, becoming more and more majestic. It tore through the clouds and looked down at the endless sea of clouds. At the peak of the mountain, a huge palace slowly appeared. The god's divine mountain that went missing. Trajectory Seeking was stunned by this series of changes. She only stared at the black divine mountain in a daze. The mountain tore through layers of clouds and rose to an unknown height. It stood high above the clouds. The huge and mysterious palace emitted a strange gentle glow, like a soul palace that was independent of the world. When the divine mountain stopped trembling, the cube's screen zoomed back at the divine mountain from a closer angle. At that moment, people saw huge figures appear above the divine mountain as though they had drilled out of the ground. Soon, people could clearly see that the huge figures were three-eyed giants. Although the new three-eyed giants weren't as tall as the golden three-eyed giant from before, they were still more than 100 meters tall. However, their vertical eyes were mostly green and blue. Only a very small number of them were silver in color. Golden vertical eyes, like the golden three-eyed giants, were nowhere to be seen on them. More and more huge figures appeared, soon covering the divine mountain with countless numbers. The towering divine mountain couldn't accommodate the large number of gigantic figures. Most green-eyed gods appeared at the foot of the mountain. After an unknown period of time, huge figures covered the top and bottom of the divine mountain. The square in front of the temple was filled with white-eyed gods. Just as everyone was reeling in shock, countless three-eyed giants suddenly genuflected in the direction of the temple. They placed a hand on their chests and lowered their heads as they shouted in unison. Your arrival is welcomed, unparalleled new king. The shout shook the world. The entire dimension could hear the awe-inspiring sounds. The expressions of the experts from the various races in the dimension changed. As for most of the humans, they were pleasantly surprised and even euphoric. A human was actually treated as a king in the dimension. How glorious was that? Before Zhou, everyone believed that the races in the dimension were life forms that transcended humanity. It was impossible for humans to be mentioned in the same breath as them. They should be grateful for any favor they received. However, what Zhou had done today completely overturned the average person's understanding. They suddenly realized that not only could humans be recipients of resources donated by the races of the dimension, but they could also become supreme existences that were worshipped by countless powerful dimensional creatures. When had a human ever received such treatment? The spectating humans were stunned. It wasn't just the humans who were stunned. Even the various dimensional bigwigs were stunned. That was the invincible race of gods, a race that had once almost reached the apex of the dimension. Yet, they actually acknowledged a human as their new sovereign. This was something they didn't dare imagine. Long live our sovereign! Long live the gods! The thousands of gods on the divine mountain shouted in unison, their voices reverberating across the dimension. With shouts that shook the world, the cube's screen changed again, and switched to the cube's ranking. Without any suspense, first place changed to two simple words. Jowen. These two extremely simple words, and the simple name shocked the human world and the dimension in that instant. Jowen wasn't in a good mood. He was indeed very happy when the myriad gods worshipped him. However, after the worship ended, the gods that covered the mountain vanished like they had been dusted. In the blink of an eye, only Jowen and demonic Neonate remained on the entire divine mountain with the golden trident in hand. What a scam! Only then did Jowen react, and let out a wail. The gods that filled the mountain just now weren't real gods at all. They were just illusions condensed from unyielding wills. When the new king of the gods appeared, the unyielding will finally earn liberation and completely dissipated. They were liberated in satisfaction, but now that the entire world knew that Jowen had become the new king of the gods, wouldn't he have to face the wrath of the entire dimension? Sadly, he was a commander without an army. A human had become the king of the gods, and the gods had once been one of the strongest races in the dimension. How could the old fellows in the dimension tolerate this? Now, Jowen only wanted to know if he could leave the divine mountain and return to Earth. However, the outcome chilled Jowen's heart. The cube's challenge had already ended, but he wasn't teleported back to Earth. Instead, he remained in the temple. Chapter 1772 Grim Demon Story. Chapter 1772 Grim Demon Story. On the divine mountain, Jowen got demonic Neonate to summon Grim Demon, as he asked with a smile.
Grim Demon, how have I treated you all this while? Not bad.
Grim Demon stammered, but he cursed inwardly. You still have the nerve to ask how you've treated me? Don't you know how you've been treating me?
It's just not bad,
Jowen said with a sullen expression. Grim Demon was alarmed as he hurriedly forced a smile and said,
Not only is it not bad, but it's really good. It's so good that I'm speechless. It's like having a second parent.
Only then did Jowen nod in satisfaction.
Since you know that I'm really good to you, it's time for you to do something. What do you want?
Grim Demon looked at Jowen warily.
Take a look at this place first,
Jowen said.
This is the divine mountain of the gods.
After Grim Demon carefully looked around, his expression changed drastically.
Why did you bring Master to such a place? Don't you know?
Halfway through his sentence, Grim Demon seemed to realize something and suddenly shut up.
What don't I know?
Jowen looked at Grim Demon and said slowly.
Nothing.
Grim Demon shut up, clearly unwilling to reveal anything more related to demonic Neonate.
You can choose not to say anything, but it's best you figure out what's going on.
Jowen raised the golden trident in his hand in front of Grim Demon and continued.
This is the only surviving god on the divine mountain. And now, he has become my weapon. As for me, I've been left on this divine mountain by the cube. I can't return to Earth. I think you know what will happen next better than me. What did you say? This is a weapon formed by a golden god. Would a golden god choose to become your weapon?
Grim Demon wore a look of disbelief.
Of course, he became my weapon partially thanks to Neonate,
Jowen said.
What do you mean by partially thanks to Master? I think it's clearly all thanks to Master.
Grim Demon immediately corrected.
No matter who contributed, I'm now the wielder of this weapon. Furthermore, I'm now stuck in the dimension. Neonate naturally has to stay here. Now, the entire dimension knows that I've become the owner of the divine mountain and possess this golden weapon. Fool, didn't I tell you not to expose Master's existence? How can you take her to participate in the cube battle?
Grim Demon cursed in exasperation.
Apart from that, do you have anything else to say? If not, wait to die with your master.
Jowen interrupted Grim Demon and said expressionlessly. Grim Demon immediately fell silent as his expression changed for a while before he sighed and said,
You've gotten it wrong. Even if I tell you everything about Master, it will still be useless for your current situation. It might even be more dangerous. If you expose Master because of this, I can only say that you are really stupid. If you don't tell me, how do you know that it won't help me?
Jowen wasn't in a rush, as he said casually.
Alright, actually, what I know isn't bad, but there's something I can tell you with certainty. The reason the Divine Mountain and the gods vanished overnight has a lot to do with Master.
Grim Demon said helplessly.
Continue.
Jowen couldn't help but be delighted when he saw Grim Demon finally relent. Jowen had grown increasingly curious about demonic Neonate's origins. However, there were too few people who knew her origins. Grim Demon was definitely the one who knew most about the truth, but he was too tight-lipped. Even if Jowen threatened him with his life, Grim Demon refused to say a word. It was rare for him to be willing to say anything about demonic Neonate. Grim Demon wore a conflicted expression. After a while he said,
I'll tell you a story. I'm all ears,
Jowen said indifferently.
In the past, there was a hunter who hunted every day for survival. One day, when he was hunting, he saw a wolf biting a rabbit. As for the rabbit, it was a mother who had just given birth. In its nest, there were a few kits who were clamoring for food. When the kits saw their mother by the nest, they crawled out of their nests, hoping to be breastfed, but they couldn't understand that not only was their mother in danger, but even they themselves would become food for the hungry wolf.
With that said, Grim Demon stared at Jowen and asked,
"If you were the hunter, what would you do? Kill that wolf and save the rabbit and its kits."
Jowen answered,
"All right, if the hunter saves the rabbit and its children, that wolf will go hungry, and it might also be the mother of a few wolf cubs. Without food, it and its children will starve to death. If you know this, will you still save the rabbit and those kits?"
Grim Demon asked again.
"Yes,"
Jowen answered without any hesitation. This was an unsolvable problem to begin with. From different angles, be it whether Jowen saved them or not, it was wrong. Therefore, he didn't need to think too much. All he needed to do was be himself.
"Very good. You saved that rabbit and its kits. The wolf was killed by you, and the wolf cub starved to death. After that, the rabbits no longer had any natural enemies. They constantly reproduced, and their numbers constantly increased. The resources originally available were no longer able to satisfy the rabbits' appetite. They couldn't fill their stomachs, so the rabbits would group up and eat the crops you planted, causing the crops you planted to be wiped out by harvest time. You wouldn't have any food to pass the winter. What would you choose?"
Grim Demon continued posing difficult questions to Jowen.
"In that case, I made the wrong choice from the beginning. I shouldn't have saved that rabbit."
Jowen wasn't usually a stubborn person. Although he could come up with reasons to refute Grim Demon, he didn't do so. Instead, he changed his train of thought.
"All right, if you don't save the rabbits, the wolf will have plenty of food after hunting the rabbits. The wolf cubs will quickly grow and give birth to more wolves. When that happens, the entire mountain will be filled with wolves. Ignoring hunting in the mountains, even living in the mountains will be very dangerous. Perhaps the wolf pack will rush into your house and tear you apart for food. Is this the outcome you want?"
Grim Demon sneered. If it were an ordinary person, they would only blame Grim Demon for coming up with unsolvable problems. However, Jowen didn't think so. After some thought, he said,
"I can tame that wolf. At the same time, with the help of the wolf, I can hunt a certain number of rabbits and maintain the number of rabbits within a certain range. This way, the rabbits will not overbreed, and the wolves won't be a threat to me."
Only then did Grim Demon nod, as though he was pleased with his answer.
"I hope you can make the same choice when you encounter the same thing in the future and not act on impulse." "And then?"
Jowen didn't wish to discuss this with Grim Demon. All he wanted to know was what Grim Demon's story had to do with demonic neonate. Chapter 1773 White Jade Pillar. Chapter 1773 White Jade Pillar.
Eventually, someone saved the rabbits and reared the wolf. From then on, the world was beautiful.
Grim Demon said sarcastically.
"That's it?"
Jowen felt that the story wasn't over.
"Of course not. A wolf is ultimately a wolf, not a dog, but that's not the most terrifying thing. Sometimes, rabbits might not really be rabbits. That's what's most terrifying,"
Grim Demon said with a sneer.
"It's best if you finish your story."
Jowen had roughly noticed something.
"I'm done. You should be able to guess what will happen next,"
Grim Demon said as he glanced at demonic neonate.
"Who's the rabbit?"
Jowen had guessed that the gods were likely the wolf. As for demonic neonate, or rather, a race that demonic neonate represented, they were hunters. As for the rabbit, Jowen wasn't sure.
"What do you think?"
Grim Demon asked.
"Immortals?"
Jowen guessed, but he wasn't sure.
"They look as cute as rabbits, but in fact, they are even more terrifying than wolves."
Grim Demon didn't say it out loud, but it was already considered tacit agreement. After a pause, Grim Demon continued.
"Now, you should understand why I repeatedly emphasize that we mustn't let Master be exposed, right? I understand, but she's already exposed. Furthermore, I'm still trapped in the dimension and can't leave. Do you think the Immortals will come here?"
Jowen probed. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't have the ability to leave the dimension. If the cube didn't send him back, he could return himself. Others might not be able to do it, but Jowen, who had the Mystic Arch companion beast, could easily break through the spatial barrier. It wasn't difficult to return. He only wanted to obtain more information regarding demonic neonate from Grim Demon. Now, he finally knew demonic neonate's origins. It was even bigger than Jowen had imagined. Demonic neonate, or the race that demonic neonate belonged to, was originally in existence that could suppress the immortals and gods.
Perhaps, perhaps not. The Immortals are no longer the original Immortals. That rebellious Immortal is no longer in the world. With what Master has become, perhaps no Immortal can recognize her,"
Grim Demon said after some thought.
"However, it's best you leave immediately. It's better to be safe than sorry." Do you think this thing can fight an immortal powerhouse?
Zhou Wen said, as he shook the golden trident in his hand.
It's hard to say. If the traitor from back then is still around, this thing wouldn't pose any threat to her. Otherwise, the gods wouldn't have been in oblivion for so long. If she's not around, this thing might still be able to scare those fellows,
Grim Demon said.
Huh?
Zhou Wen frowned slightly.
What else do you want? Although I've been away from the dimension for a long time, and don't know much about the immortals' present strength, for them to be capable of suppressing the 6 holy races again, it's impossible for there to be only one person at the apocalypse grade in the race. You aren't at the apocalypse grade yourself. It's not easy to resist an apocalypse grade with the help of this thing. Do you want to fight a group alone?
Grim Demon quipped.
That's true. In that case, let's return.
As Zhou Wen spoke, he ignored Grim Demon's expression and unsummoned Demonic Neonate. As Demonic Neonate's weapon, Grim Demon was stored away in the Demonic Sword. Damn bastard, you will be struck by lightning sooner or later. Grim Demon realized that he had been tricked by Zhou Wen as he cursed inwardly. Zhou Wen naturally couldn't hear his curse. Even if he could hear it, he wouldn't take it to heart. Summoning Mystic Darch to possess him in his soul form, he used the spatial teleportation power of the sky-stealing sun-swapping art and instantly returned to Earth. Without Mystic the Arca's power, the sky-stealing sun-swapping art couldn't break through the spatial barrier. It could only teleport in the dimension, so it was impossible for him to return to Earth. Not long after Zhou Wen returned to Earth, a terrifying existence tore through the air and descended on the Divine Mountain. However, there was only an empty mountain left. The terrifying existence scanned the area for a long time, but didn't discover anything. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have been so apprehensive. A human punk actually obtained the golden three-eyed god. The terrifying existence frowned slightly. He stared at the Divine Mountain for a moment, before turning around and disappearing. Several extremely terrifying existences descended on the Divine Mountain in a row, but when they saw the empty Divine Mountain, no one was interested in staying any longer. They only felt a little regretful. After a long time, another terrifying creature arrived at the Divine Mountain. Furthermore, more than one came. It was a woman who looked like a fairy. The clouds beneath her feet landed on the Divine Mountain. At the same time, she flicked her sleeve, and something flew out. When the thing flew out of her sleeve, it looked the size of a pellet, but when it landed in front of the temple, it turned into a huge white jade pillar. The white jade pillar was erected in front of the temple's door. It was almost as tall as the huge temple, as though it was rooted there. And on the white jade pillar, there were black metal chains wrapped around it. Every metal chain passed through a human man's body, and firmly bound him to the white jade pillar.
Old Zhou, you've really struck it rich this time. I'm afraid everyone in the Federation knows your name, Zhou Wen.
Li Xian exclaimed excitedly when he saw Zhou Wen return.
It's not like I wanted to be that famous, it's just that my strength doesn't allow it,
Zhou Wen said with a smile.
You actually took the compliment?
Li Xian punched Zhou Wen and cursed him in amusement.
That's only because I deserve the compliment.
Zhou Wen turned to look at Trajectory Seeking and said,
My dear disciple, do you think I have the right to teach you now? Yes.
Trajectory Seeking surprisingly nodded in response. Her attitude was completely different from before. Back when Zhou Wen repelled the will of Nameless God, Trajectory Seeking could still console herself, believing that it was the influence of Earth's rules that prevented Nameless God from remotely unleashing his true strength. However, Zhou Wen was now able to make the Golden Three-Eyed God willingly make a covenant of God. This was a manifestation of absolute strength. Even an existence like the Golden Three-Eyed God was willing to be Zhou Wen's weapon. There was nothing shameful about her being Zhou Wen's disciple. Seeing that Trajectory Seeking's beliefs had wavered, Zhou Wen was about to say something when he saw the cube suddenly light up. Another person is attempting the level? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. He had already taken away something valuable from the tomb of the fallen gods. He didn't understand why the cube was continuing the battle. The person clearing the level wasn't a human, but a strange beast that looked like a lion, but was made of bronze. Unlike before, no scene of the Lake of Fog appeared again. The bronze lion appeared at the foot of the Divine Mountain. It moved its 4 hooves as wind, and fire rose beneath its feet. In a moment, it ran to the peak of the Divine Mountain. To everyone's surprise, there were already 2 people on the empty peak of the Divine Mountain. One was a beautiful woman, while the other was an extremely handsome man with dragon horns on his head and white hair that resembled ice threads. The man was tied to a white jade pillar with chains piercing through his sternum. One could feel the pain just looking at him.
Teacher!
Zhou Wen immediately trembled when he saw the man's appearance. Chapter 1774 Open Trap. The human man tied to the pillar was none other than Wang Mingyuan. Zhou Wen's first thought was that the immortals had learned of his joint kill with Wang Mingyuan, because the beautiful woman standing beside the pillar looked like an immortal. Before Zhou Wen could think further, the immortal woman struck Wang Mingyuan with her whip. The invisible whip left a new bloody mark on Wang Mingyuan's tattered clothes. His crystalline flesh split open as blood seeped into his tattered clothes. It sent a chill deep into one's heart. Pa! 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 The fairy lashed at Wang Mingyuan again and again, causing more and more bloody wounds to appear on his body. Wang Mingyuan's expression didn't change, but Zhou Wen's expression turned extremely ugly. The bronze lion that had attempted the level previously roared and charged at the fairy, but it was struck by the fairy. The seemingly powerful bronze beast's body was torn apart by the whip. The cube screen also vanished. Zhou Wen's expression was nasty, as he stared at the black cube screen without moving for a long time. The Divine Mountain was in the dimension. Apart from entering through the cube, creatures from the dimension could enter without using the cube. The appearance of the fairy and Wang Mingyuan didn't surprise Zhou Wen, but the meaning behind it made him uneasy. When the immortals discovered that Wang Mingyuan had betrayed them, they could have directly executed him or even imprisoned him for torturing. However, now that they had sent Wang Mingyuan to the Divine Mountain to whip him, allowing everyone to see it through the cube, it was clearly not as simple as torturing Wang Mingyuan. Zhou Wen even believed that the immortal's goal was to force him to save Wang Mingyuan and take the opportunity to eliminate him. Knowing of such a possibility was one thing, but Zhou Wen couldn't stand seeing Wang Mingyuan being treated this way without doing anything. Just as Zhou Wen was thinking about how to save Wang Mingyuan, someone was one step ahead of him. The cube lit up again. Someone had launched a new round of attempts. The person attempting the level was Zhong Zia, who had already appeared once and left his name on the rankings. Zhou Wen didn't find it strange when he saw Zhong Zia. He had always been such a person. He appeared arrogant and unyielding, but he was the person who cared the most about his teacher, Wang Mingyuan. Zhong Zia is indeed the same Zhong Zia. He has grown up, but his original intention has never changed. Zhou Wen couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the immortals were really targeting him, Zhou Wen, and it was under the condition that they knew that he had obtained the help of the Golden Three-Eyed God, they must have made all the necessary preparations on the Divine Mountain. Or rather, with the Apocalypse Grade holding the fort, Zhong Zia was probably doomed. Zhou Wen already planned on using spatial teleportation to head to the Divine Mountain. He couldn't let Zhong Zia die for nothing.
Zhou Wen, don't be in a rush to go.
Just as Zhou Wen was about to teleport over, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Yan standing not far from the cube. Jiang Yan was still as quiet as before. There was nothing different about him. Time didn't seem to leave any marks on him.
Zhong Zia shouldn't have gone.
Zhou Wen wanted to explain, but he was interrupted by Jiang Yan.
I know what you are getting at. This is an open trap, but it leaves one no choice but to go.
Jiang Yan looked at Zhong Zia, who was walking up the Divine Mountain, and said,
However, I think you should believe ya. Since he's gone, he won't just be throwing himself to his death. The Golden Three-Eyed God I obtained is at the Apocalypse Grade.
Zhou Wen pointed out the main point. He knew that Zhong Zia was very strong, but this trap might be targeted at the Apocalypse Grade. No matter how powerful Zhong Zia was, he wasn't at the Apocalypse Grade, making him far inferior.
You know this, I know it, and you knows it very well. You got me to tell you to just watch. If needed, he will seek our help. It won't be too late to go when the time comes. Let's wait and see. You have your path, and he has his. Let him take his path first,
Jiang Yan said. Since Zhong Zia had said that, Zhou Wen had no choice but to hold back his anxiety and watch him walk up the Divine Mountain. After arriving at the mountaintop, they saw that the fairy and Wang Mingyuan were still there. The fairy was still whipping Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan was already covered in injuries from the whipping. His clothes had turned into a blood-colored beggar outfit. He looked like he was on his last breath, and the situation wasn't good. On the square in front of the temple, there were still remnants of the bronze lion's torn corpse. The humans watching the live stream were discussing spiritedly, and even cursing indignantly. Many people recognized Wang Mingyuan. Even those who had never seen him before gritted their teeth in hatred after hearing the host's introduction. From the point of view of the average person, Wang Mingyuan was undoubtedly a traitor, the most shameless human traitor.
Serves him right. Such a person should have died a long time ago. The heavens are blind to let him live to this day. Humph, traitors indeed don't have a good ending. Do you think you can enjoy wealth just because you submitted to the dimension? Aren't you still going to be killed by those fellows from the dimension? This is the first time I've seen a human being tortured by alien races. Whip him a few more times and kill that bastard.
Many people wish they could do the honors of whipping Wang Mingyuan twice, or watch him die with their own eyes. Seeing Zhong Zia walk to the temple, the fairy who was whipping Wang Mingyuan finally stopped and turned to look at him.
You shouldn't have come.
Wang Mingyuan also raised his pale face and said weakly,
There's nothing about whether I should or should not. I came because I felt like it. I'll leave if I don't feel like it. No one can stop me.
Zhong Zia said indifferently, but he didn't stop walking. He continued walking towards Wang Mingyuan.
You are Ye, the president of that whatever association who killed many guardians and representatives, right?
The fairy glanced at Ye and asked without any expression. With that said, the people watching the live stream were alarmed. Only then did they realize that Zhong Zia was Ye.
I want to take him away. Are you stopping me?
Zhong Zia carried his sword and had a smile on his lips. His eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of mist as he smiled at the fairy.
I won't stop you, but you have to leave your life behind,
the fairy said expressionlessly.
That's simple, but you need to seek permission from the sword in my hand. If it accepts, you can do whatever you want with me.
As Zhong Zia spoke, he suddenly sped up. At the same time, he unsheathed the sword that was resting on his shoulder and stabbed at the beautiful fairy with a startling beam. Chapter 1775 Evaluation of 4 People. Chapter 1775 Evaluation of 4 People. It was clearly a thrust without any unnecessary variations, but it gave off a wild and tragic aura. It was as though under this strike, only one person would live. There was no room for negotiation.
This sword technique has already reached a sublime realm. Only after seeing this strike today, do I know what a sword technique is.
Professor Gu praised. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Zia's sword had already stabbed in front of the female immortal. The female immortal waved her sleeve and brushed it against the sword. The seemingly soft clothes produced a metallic clang when they collided with the sword. Zhong Zia's sword was brushed to the side by the clothes as his body tilted. Zhong Zia, who had lost his balance, twisted his body in a strange state in midair. He forcefully transformed the thrust into a slash, and slashed at the female immortal again. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing sounded incessantly. Zhong Zia's sword was brushed away by the sleeve again and again, and again, but he ingeniously made all kinds of variations in the air. From beginning to end, it was an attack without any signs of dodging or retreating. That wild and demonic sword technique was terrifying, but no matter how sharp and demonic his attacks were, they were gently flicked away by the female immortal. He couldn't even make her retreat half a step. Even the spectators felt helpless despair. What humans were most afraid of wasn't that the enemy was powerful, but that they couldn't see hope. Although the female immortal didn't take the initiative to attack, it was already enough to make them despair. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have been defeated without fighting. Their confidence would have been crushed. Zhong Zia was Zhong Zia after all. Under such circumstances, not only did his fighting spirit and confidence not weaken, but it boosted his sacrificial will.
As expected of Zhong Zia. However, why does his sword technique feel odd?
Li Xian praised. Li Xian was an extremely determined person, but if he were Zhong Zia, he would probably feel a little discouraged in such a situation. A person as confident as Zhong Zia was either a true genius or a true lunatic. Of course, Li Xian also had his confidence. He might grumble or feel vexed from being discouraged, but he definitely wouldn't give up. However, freaks like Zhong Zia, who didn't seem to know what fear and despair were rare. There were many standards in this world that measured strength. There were also many standards that measured sword techniques. One sword could be fast enough, ruthless enough, or even slow enough. Zhong Zia's sword technique seemed to possess the highest standards of all kinds of sword techniques. It was fast when it needed to be fast, and slow when it needed to be slow. It was ruthless when it needed to be ruthless, and it was very ingenious when it needed to be ingenious. However, if one were to really comment on his sword art, there didn't seem to be any suitable words.
Senior Zhong Zia's sword technique is wild enough.
Feng Qiuyan voiced out everyone's impression of Zhong Zia's sword technique.
Yes, it's wild. I was wondering why it's odd. This person's sword technique is just too wild. It looks very irregular. Many poses and actions are very irregular, but they are very effective. It's like...
Li Xian couldn't think of a word to describe it.
It's like having a dog paddling faster than a swimming champion.
Ming Xiu added.
Yes, that's the feeling.
Li Xian nodded immediately. Ming Xiu's words had hit the nail on the head. Zhou Wen sighed and said,
Back then, Jiang Yan, Zhong Zia, Wei Haifeng, and I studied under teacher. Teacher once evaluated our talent. What were his comments? Who has the highest talent? It's definitely you, right?
Li Xian and company were intrigued. They stopped watching the battle and turned to look at Zhou Wen. Although Trajectory Seeking deliberately didn't look at Zhou Wen, she pricked up her ears to listen. Clearly, she wanted to know what Zhou Wen was about to say. Zhou Wen shook his head and said,
I'm not the one with the highest talent. That's what teacher said back then. He said that in terms of talent, Zhong Zia is a naturally sentimental person. If he has decided on something, he can be extremely devoted. No matter what he learns, he will learn faster than anyone. Therefore, Among the four of us, he has the highest talent. What's your ranking?
Trajectory Seeking couldn't help but ask. Li Xian and company also wanted to know the answer to this question.
I'm fourth,
Zhou Wen said with a bitter smile.
No way. Your teacher's acumen sucks. A person like you is only ranked fourth,
Trajectory Seeking blurted out. She had already determined that Zhou Wen had extremely invincible talent. Otherwise, how could a human achieve such achievements?
That's your grandmaster. Don't you know how to respect your seniors?
Li Xian rendered Trajectory Seeking speechless with a single sentence. Zhou Wen continued.
Zhong Zia is sentimental. Jiang Yan's evaluation is that he's born a heartless person, while Hui Haifeng's evaluation is that he's the most secular person, and I only received a mediocre evaluation. Do you think I'm the one with the worst talent among the four? It's fine if it's Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan, but Hui Haifeng's secular evaluation shouldn't be as good as yours, right?
Ming Xiu asked.
Most people are secular. To be able to become the cream of the crop among billions of people, how can someone described to be the most secular be inferior to the mediocre?
Zhou Wen sighed and said.
Teacher's judgment of people is very accurate. When Hui Haifeng later became the Federation president, he indeed reached the peak of the secular world.
As he spoke, Zhou Wen kept paying attention to the battle. Zhong Zia undoubtedly had the peak combat strength of a calamity-grade creature. None of his moves seemed to be earth-shattering, nor did they have any dazzling lighting effects. However, it definitely wasn't because he lacked strength. It was only because he converged all his strength into his body without leaking any. If it were the past Zhong Zia, he definitely wouldn't have cared about such details. It was something that Jiang Yan cared about. Now that Zhong Zia had done it, it was obvious that many things came to the same end. Perhaps their starting points were different, but in the end, they would all reach the same destination. Clang! Zhong Zia's sword was brushed away by the female immortal's sleeve again. However, this time, the female immortal didn't wait for Zhong Zia to continue attacking. Instead, she suddenly extended her slender hand from her sleeve and grabbed the sword. With a slight shake, she forced Zhong Zia to release his grip. With a gentle shake, the female immortal grabbed the hilt and stabbed at Zhong Zia.
She's imitating Zhong Zia's sword technique?
Li Xian explained with an odd expression. The female immortal attacked Zhong Zia repeatedly. Every move she used was clearly once used by Zhong Zia. The crux of the matter wasn't that the moves were the same. Even the wild aura was identical. If one only looked at the sword technique and not at the person, one would think that the person wielding the sword was Zhong Zia. She used Zhong Zia's sword technique to deal with him, yet she still sent him into a repeated retreat. His body was covered in bloody wounds. Chapter 1776 Super Evolution. Chapter 1776 Super Evolution.
Xian, take a closer look. Perhaps that path will help you,
Zhou Wen suddenly said to Li Xian.
Whose path? That female immortal's?
Li Xian asked in puzzlement.
No, Zhong Zia's,
Zhou Wen said with a shake of his head. Li Xian looked at the injured Zhong Zia. Zhong Zia clearly had a completely different style from him, but he didn't doubt Zhou Wen's words. Instead, he stared intently at Zhong Zia. More and more wounds appeared on Zhong Zia's body, but they didn't heal quickly. This was completely different from Li Xian's abilities. However, Li Xian's eyes gradually lit up. Although the sword art used by the female immortal was identical to Zhong Zia's sword art, the way she used it crushed him. Or rather, they were on completely different levels. When solving the same question, although primary school students could do it correctly, another could do it in a relatively more complicated manner. This was the difference thanks to knowledge. It was the same for Zhong Zia's situation now. As long as Zhong Zia took a look, the same method couldn't injure him again. Every injury on his body made him rapidly grow. It sounded simple, but there weren't many people in this world who could really do it. This was because what people saw was only a sword art, not something deeper behind it. However, Zhong Zia could deduce what was involved on the surface, and immediately use it for his benefit. This ability was amazing. The female immortal sword art posed less and less threat to him. Li Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly.
My brain isn't as good as his. I can't do it to such an extent. That shouldn't be your focus.
Zhou Wen shook his head, but didn't say anything else. Just as people thought that Zhong Zia's most difficult period had passed, he began to be injured again. Furthermore, his injuries were worse than before. The sword marks nearly severed his arm. The female immortal's sword art changed again, but it didn't transcend Zhong Zia's sword art. Different people had different ways of using the same item. This depended on the person, not the item itself. In the eyes of a peasant, a tree was used to grow flowers and bear fruits. In the eyes of a carpenter, it was a wooden bed or a wooden table. In the eyes of a gardener, it was a part of a garden. It was the same for sword arts. The same sword art could be given different meanings. The female immortal clearly didn't want to kill Zhong Zia directly. What she wanted to do was squash Ong Zia's confidence, as well as humanity's confidence. A race could fail and decline, but they would ultimately hold out hope for an eventual rise. But once it lost its confidence, even if it could survive, it would only be an auxiliary item.
You will pay the price for your arrogance.
Zhong Zia, who was covered in blood, didn't waver at all.
I like that look in your eyes.
The female immortal replied indifferently without stopping her sword. The sword arts that seemed to contain all the profundity of the world exchanged blows. The same move was used, but they appeared worlds apart. It felt as though Zhong Zia was completely inadequate. Zhong Zia was like a trapped beast. Although he was still extremely ferocious, he seemed pitiful. Before Zhong Zia could react, the female immortal had already planted a seed of invincibility in the hearts of the spectating humans. As the battle continued, this seed constantly sprouted and grew stronger. If Zhong Zia were to be defeated today, this seed would probably become an eternal wall that made it difficult for humans to regain their confidence as a race.
Do you know what the strongest talent in the world is?
Zhong Zia suddenly retreated a distance and said to the female immortal, who wasn't pursuing him.
I don't know.
The female immortal wasn't afraid that Zhong Zia would escape. There was no teleportation nexus here, and the cube couldn't teleport any creature out. Even if Zhong Zia wanted to escape, where could he run to in the dimension?
The strongest talent in the world is evolution. Any creature can become stronger through their own evolution and adapt to different environments to do things that they originally couldn't do.
Zhong Zia stared at the female immortal with a burning gaze as his body gradually underwent some magical changes.
So?
The female immortal asked with interest.
And my talent is super evolution.
As Zhong Zia spoke, the changes in his body suddenly intensified. His wounds quickly healed and his skin instantly returned to its crystalline snow-white state. There seemed to be a glow flowing over his skin as every strand of hair flowed with a luster.
Every setback I experience in life, every blow I suffer, and even if I'm covered in wounds, as long as the pain doesn't kill me, they will ultimately become the cornerstone of my evolution, allowing me to forge the stairs to victory. Every wound you leave on me will bring you closer and closer to the grave.
Zhong Zia's eyes burned with zeal.
It doesn't look any different,
the female immortal said indifferently. Zhong Zia's body didn't look any different from before. He wasn't like Li Xian. Every time Li Xian was injured, his carapace would undergo a different change. It was a very obvious evolutionary sign. Zhong Zia wasn't the same. His body was no different from before. He still had 2 hands, 2 legs, and a head. From Li Xian's point of view, Zhong Zia hadn't evolved enough.
My evolution is here.
Zhong Zia's eyes seemed to be burning with flames as he pointed at his head. Just as he said that, Zhong Zia's body went into motion again. He charged at the female immortal and threw a punch at her exquisite face. The female immortal stared coldly at Zhong Zia until his fist was about to reach her. Then, she brandished the sword in her hand again. The sword was like a beam as it slashed at Zhong Zia's fist. There was no sound of a fist colliding with the blade, nor did the blade slash at Zhong Zia's fist. As though he had predicted the future, Zhong Zia retracted his seemingly full-strength punch. His other fist suddenly exerted strength and struck the female immortal's cheek from an unbelievable angle. A glint of surprise flashed in the female immortal's eyes. Before this, no matter what technique Zhong Zia used, she could tell at a glance. However, this time, she failed to identify Zhong Zia's 2 fists. This could only mean one thing: Zhong Zia's realm was already close to her level, preventing her from enjoying a higher vantage point. For the first time, the female immortal chose to dodge. She took a step to the side and dodged Zhong Zia's fist. With the female immortal retreating, Zhong Zia's attacks poured down like a torrent, preventing the female immortal from counterattacking. All she could do was constantly retreat and dodge. The humans watching immediately became pumped, their despairing hearts stirring again. Chapter 1777 Transcendent Immortal. Chapter 1777 Transcendent Immortal.
Interesting.
The female immortal didn't seem to feel any pressure as she watched Zhong Zia with interest. Zhong Zia's attack trajectory was becoming more and more incomprehensible. The female immortal watched for a while before seemingly coming up with something. She narrowed her eyes and said,
In that case, I'll let you evolve more thoroughly. Let me see how much your so-called super evolution can evolve.
As she spoke, the female immortal stopped all her actions and stood there, no longer dodging Zhong Zia's attacks. Zhong Zia's fist was less than 10 centimeters away from the female immortal's face, but without any obstruction, Zhong Zia's fist seemed to freeze. It stopped moving. Even his entire body seemed to freeze in midair, as though it was a frozen scene. Such a scene made the spectators think that the live stream was stuck, but they quickly realized that it wasn't a pause in the live stream. Zhong Zia was frozen in midair.
My new world is right in front of you. Continue your evolution.
The female immortal looked at Zhong Zia calmly, without any intention of taking the opportunity to kill him. Zhong Zia's eyes burned like flames as he stared at the female immortal. It was as though he was about to combust, but his body couldn't move at all. The sliver of hope that rose in everyone's hearts was instantly crushed. At that moment, everyone understood that the hope they imagined was just an illusion. The female immortal had never used her true strength to fight Zhong Zia. Instead of calling it a battle, it was better to say that she was just playing a game. This blow instantly sank many people's hearts into a bottomless abyss. The combat strength displayed by both parties was on a completely different level. If the female immortal really wanted Zhong Zia dead, Zhong Zia would have died countless times. Even Zhang Chuanqiu, Xiao Luchuan, and the other top humans frowned when they saw this scene. Their expressions were extremely nasty.
The difference between the Calamity Grade and the Apocalypse Grade is too great. Without entering the Apocalypse Grade, humans are still lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of dimensional powerhouses.
Zhang Chuanqiu said with a sigh.
Villains die from talking too much. That female immortal is too arrogant. Perhaps Zhong Zia will make her regret her actions,
Xiao Luchuan said through gritted teeth. Zhang Chuanqiu didn't say a word as he stared at the cube's screen. Zhou also stared intently at the cube's screen. This was the first time he had seen the power of the Apocalypse Grade so clearly. The power had already exceeded the Calamity Grade's understanding of power. He was momentarily unable to analyze what power it belonged to. However, the word, New World, mentioned by the female immortal made Zhou confirm that the New World ability Demonic Neonate had was undoubtedly an Apocalypse Grade ability. A Calamity Grade has the ability of the Apocalypse Grade, but her physique hasn't reached the Apocalypse Grade. Does Demonic Neonate have the ability to fight an Apocalypse Grade? Zhou thought to himself, but he had no answer.
Could the difference between the Calamity Grade and the Apocalypse Grade really be that great? They can't even move in front of an Apocalypse Grade powerhouse?
Li Xian said in despair. The abilities Zhong Zia displayed made Li Xian sigh at his inferiority. However, such a Zhong Zia was akin to a bug toyed by a cat in front of the female immortal. When she was sick of toying with him, she could smack him to death with a swipe of her claw. This made Li Xian feel sad for the loss of his kind.
No, he's moving. He's just moving very slowly,
Jiang Yan said calmly. When everyone heard Jiang Yan's words, they couldn't help but take a closer look. Indeed, they realized that Zhong Zia was moving, but his movement was so slow that they couldn't even see it with the naked eye. He was even slower than a snail's crawl.
South close yet so far. Zhong Zia is less than 10 centimeters away from the female immortal, but it's as though he's worlds apart. It's not that his speed has slowed down, but the space between them has changed.
Zhou had already noticed it, and knew a little more. Trajectory Seeking suddenly added,
You're right. That female immortal is the supreme powerhouse of the immortals. She's known as a transcendent immortal. Even at the Apocalypse Grade, she's an extremely powerful existence. Her new world is called Transcendent Heaven. In her new world, you are confined within the heavens, but she stands beyond it. No matter how close you are to her, that's a distance between the heavens and the earth. Only she can injure others, but no one can injure her.
Although Trajectory Seeking didn't use the honorific title of teacher when speaking to Zhou, she no longer had the contempt from before. It was obvious that she gave Zhou some recognition.
What the hell is this ability? Doesn't that mean that they aren't in the same world? It's impossible for Zhong Zia to injure her?
Li Xian said gloomily.
Having a Calamity Grade battle and Apocalypse Grade is unfair to begin with,
Trajectory Seeking said.
If it wasn't for the fact that the Transcendent Immortal is somewhat interested in Zhong Zia's abilities, he would have died countless times. This is a battle which has long had an outcome determined. That might not be the case.
Jiang Yan stared at Zhong Zia, who was at an absolute disadvantage, and slowly said,
That person isn't a man who will easily admit defeat. So what if he doesn't admit defeat? In front of absolute strength, all techniques are useless,
Trajectory Seeking said. Boom! Just as Trajectory Seeking finished speaking, they suddenly heard an explosion from the cube's screen. They saw Zhong Zia's long hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes blood red, like burning blood-colored flames. His body was abnormally pumping with blood. His skin seemed to be covered in a layer of crystalline sanguine light, as his entire body seemed to be enveloped by a thin blood-colored halo. As the sanguine light on his body intensified, his body began to move, as though the power of the new world was ineffective against him.
Transcendent Heaven's power failed.
Li Xian was pleasantly surprised.
It's not that the power of Transcendent Heaven has failed, but Zhong Zia's speed is becoming faster. He's so fast that he can instantly cross worlds. It's difficult to stop his speed.
Zhou was also very happy.
You're too long-winded. I've already told you that powers that can't kill me will become stepping stones for me to scale the peak to victory. I'll use your blood and bones to forge my victory. Swallow the evil fruit you planted.
Zhong Ziya's voice was as cold as ice, but his blood-red eyes were fiery. The sanguine light on his body erupted like a volcano. At that instant, his body completely recovered its mobility. The power of transcendent heaven seemed to lose its effect on him. Zhong Ziya was like a hellish devil burning with blood flames. His fist that flickered with blood flame swung crazily at the female immortal's face, like a blood-colored bolt of lightning. He traversed the 10 centimeters instantly.
He's about to turn the tables.
Li Xian was delighted. The billions of humans watching also felt the same joy as him. They couldn't contain their excitement and had the urge to throw out a punch with Zhong Ziya. What new world, what transcendent heaven, what apocalypse grade. In front of humans who could evolve infinitely, they were all trash. They would all be smashed to death. Bang! In the next second, Zhong Ziya's body suddenly sank. A white hand struck Zhong Ziya's head, slamming him into the hard rocky ground. His body and limbs twisted into a strange angle. The blood flames on Zhong Ziya's body instantly vanished as all his bones were shattered by the strike. He tried his best, struggling to get up, but he only managed to raise his head slightly before having it plop down. He had lost consciousness, and it was unknown if he was dead or alive.
Super evolution? Is that it?
The female immortal was somewhat disappointed. She didn't look at Zhong Ziya again, as though she had just smacked an ant to death. The cube screen turned black at that moment. It was like a bottomless abyss that devoured the confidence and dignity of all humans. It seemed to cast a spell on the people who had been dancing with joy. Their expressions were ugly as they stood there in a daze. They were at a loss. Most of them were extremely disappointed. Without any other miracles, Zhong Ziya was defeated. The female immortal had given Zhong Ziya all the conditions for growth, but Zhong Ziya was still squashed by a single palm strike. He died like a bug without any dignity. Chapter 1778 Bet. Chapter 1778 Bet. Zhong Ziya's dead? Zhou Wen stood there in a daze for a long time. Although human lives weren't that precious in this era, with life and death separations happening almost every day, Zhou Wen never expected Zhong Ziya to die one day. To be honest, Zhou Wen hadn't interacted with Zhong Ziya for long, but his death left Zhou Wen feeling odd. It was akin to always being with one's parents and siblings. One wouldn't have any particularly deep feelings for each other, with people sometimes finding the other party especially annoying, but if something really happened to the other party, indescribable, uncontrollable feelings would erupt.
Don't be rash. In fact, what I said previously wasn't what Zhong Ziya wanted me to pass on to you. What he really said is that if he loses, no one is to go again. Wait for the opportunity to become powerful enough,
Jiang Yan said, as he pressed down on Zhou Wen's shoulder.
When do we wait till?
Zhou Wen muttered to himself.
I know you have a powerful dimensional weapon. Perhaps that weapon has the power to fight Transcendent Immortal, but Zhong Ziya's defeat has already highlighted a problem. External forces are ultimately external forces. If your strength doesn't reach that level, your body will be a fatal weakness when facing the apocalypse grade,
Jiang Yan said slowly.
You still need to wait. At the very least, you have to ensure that you can survive. Otherwise, even if you go, you won't be able to avenge Zhong Ziya, much less save Teacher. You will just be throwing another life at them.
Zhou Wen was a very rational person, so he understood Jiang Yan's words. Zhong Ziya's abilities were already very strong. Transcendent Immortal had also given him enough opportunities to grow to the point of being able to resist the power of the New World, but he had ultimately been defeated so tragically. Zhong Ziya's lacking level was his fatal weakness, and it was also applicable to Zhou Wen. The terror grade is indeed too low. With this in mind, Zhou Wen's eyes became more resolute. Without a word, Zhou Wen suddenly used spatial teleportation and left Guide Ancient City. However, Zhou Wen didn't head to the Divine Mountain or the Cube. Instead, he arrived outside Chess Mountain. Yes, Jiang Yan was right. If he was the weakness, he wouldn't be able to save Wang Mingyuan even if he went, much less avenge Zhong Ziya. Therefore, he wanted to break through from his current level. The apocalypse grade was too far away, but Zhou Wen was still one step short of advancing to the true calamity grade. As long as he advanced the Demon God Bloodline Catalog he had obtained from Chess Mountain to the calamity grade, he could truly advance to the calamity grade. However, he couldn't obtain the Zone Core from Chess Mountain even in-game. However, there was a shortcut, the Arch. On the Black Mountain wall, the flower was as beautiful as ever. It looked a little frail, as though a strong gust of wind could snap it.
You're finally here.
The Arch wasn't surprised by his appearance, as though she had expected Zhou Wen to come.
How can the Demon God Bloodline Catalog advance to the calamity grade?
Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to beat around the bush with the Arch as he directly revealed his goal.
It's very simple. As long as I'm willing, the Demon God Bloodline Catalog can be advanced to the calamity grade at any time,
the Arch said with a smile.
State your conditions.
Jowen was already prepared to pay the price.
You know very well what I want,
The Dwarf said indifferently.
Impossible.
Jowen naturally knew very well that the Dwarf had always hoped to use his strength to escape, so he had always refused to visit Chess Mountain.
Then it's also impossible for you,
The Dwarf said calmly.
This is the last time I'm coming to Chess Mountain. Give me an acceptable condition, or we'll go our separate ways from now on.
Jowen was prepared to pay the price, but the price was definitely not to let the Dwarf escape.
What a naive child. Do you think this path belongs to you?
The Dwarf teased. Jowen naturally knew that it wasn't that he could sever ties with the Dwarf just because he said so.
I want to kill Transcendent Immortal, so if I were to be killed by her, all those paths will have nothing to do with me if I don't return,
Jowen said calmly.
You aren't her match. Even if you have the Golden Three-Eyed God, it won't work. The Golden Three-Eyed God is very strong, but you are too weak,
The Dwarf said.
That's why I came to you,
Jowen said.
You are using your life to threaten me. Don't you find this ridiculous? Why should I care about your life? Do you really think that no one other than you can help me escape?
The Thearcha's voice turned cold.
Yes, that's what I think,
Jowen said bluntly. The Dwarf seemed to be taken aback. She never expected Jowen to be so straightforward. Moments later, she suddenly said with a laugh.
Although I really want to say that you are nothing, unfortunately, just as you said, only you can help me escape.
Jowen was the one taken aback this time. Although he had guessed it long ago, he never expected the Dwarf to admit it so bluntly.
However, your usefulness is only limited to the time before Earth's seal is completely lifted. Now, Earth can only last for 2 years at most, so your usefulness will only last 2 years,
The Dwarf said.
I won't give you even a second.
Jowen didn't know if the Dwarf was telling the truth. Even if it was true, he wouldn't release the Dwarf ahead of time.
Hee hee.
It was unknown if she was laughing out of anger, but the Dwarf laughed so hard that the flower bent its waist.
Alright. If you want the Zone Core, I can give it to you, but it depends on whether you have the guts to bet with me.
The Dwarf continued laughing happily, as though she wasn't angry at all.
What do you want to bet on?
Jowen asked.
I'm betting that you will regret it,
The Dwarf said meaningfully.
Regret what?
Jowen asked with a frown.
Regret killing Transcendent Immortal,
The Dwarf said. Jowen never expected the Dwarf to bet on this. After some thought, he said firmly,
I definitely won't regret it.
He could naturally wait, but Wang Mingyuan couldn't. Jowen didn't wish to experience seeing the people he cared about die again. Even if his fate was unpredictable, he wouldn't regret it even if he died in battle.
Then make a contract with me. If you regret it, something on you will belong to me,
The Dwarf said with a smile.
What is it?
Jowen asked.
I don't know. Perhaps it's your life, your eyes, or your soul. No matter what it is, you can't reject it, right? If you want to obtain something, you have to pay the price. If you aren't willing to pay anything, and don't wish to take any risks, you can leave now,
The Dwarf said coldly.
Alright.
Jowen knew that making a bet with the Dwarf was no different from making a deal with the devil, but he really couldn't wait any longer. Furthermore, even if he was defeated, he definitely wouldn't regret his choice.
Then make a contract with me.
The Dwarf slowly stipulated the contract, and got Jowen to repeat it. After Jowen heard the contents of the contract and carefully thought about it, he felt that there was no problem before repeating it.
Very well. As you wish. The Zone Core you want is there.
The flower's flower trail spun as a petal fell. After the petal fell, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Jowen. It was a beautiful woman. The woman floated in the air with a blank expression. She couldn't move her body, and her eyes were filled with shock when she saw Jowen. Chapter 1779 Living Zone Core. Jowen wasn't unfamiliar with the woman in front of him. And Tian's was sister, and Jing could be considered his sister from a certain angle. Of course, neither Jing nor Zhou when admitted to this relationship.
What's the meaning of this?
Jowen turned his gaze to the flower and asked coldly.
Don't you want Chess Mountain's Zone Core? Chess Mountain's Zone Core is on her. She's a living Zone Core,
The Dwarf teased.
What do you mean by on her? Jowen's expression darkened.
She was nurtured by me. The Zone Core that's compatible with her is naturally Chess Mountain's Zone Core. Now, she has already used Chess Mountain's Zone Core to advance to the Calamity grade. What do you think I mean?
The Dwarf said with a smile.
You didn't hand me the Zone Core. Is that a violation of the contract?
Jowen said coldly.
How did I violate the contract? If you need me to give it to you personally, I can strip the Zone Core from her body and hand it to you.
The Dwarf smiled even more happily.
However, without the Zone Core, she naturally can't be at the Calamity grade. Furthermore, it's impossible for her to advance to the Calamity grade in the future. Apart from this Zone Core, it's impossible for there to be a second Zone Core in the world that's compatible with her. Do you think this will make me regret it?
Joe said expressionlessly.
Whether you regret it or not has nothing to do with the contract. I just want you to understand a principle. There's no free lunch in this world. You aren't willing to pay the price, yet you want to obtain such a precious item. How can there be such a good thing in this world?
The Dharch smiled and said,
Young people have to firmly remember that this world isn't revolving around them. It's not something you can do as you wish. You have to pay the corresponding price for what you want. The benefits that don't require you to pay might end up making you lose even more. How will you choose now? Do you want me to personally give you the Zone Core?
The Dharch smiled very happily. How could Joe not know the truth behind the Thearka's words? Since he wanted to make a deal with the devil, he was already prepared to pay the price. However, he never expected such a situation. However, even so, Joe didn't regret coming here, nor did he regret making a bet with the Dharch. He turned to look at the motionless Jing. In fact, Joe hadn't paid much attention to her before today because he had never paid attention to her. And Jing looked at Joe with a complicated expression. From Joe's conversation with the Dharch, she understood what was going on. And Jing originally imagined that she had obtained a huge opportunity, but she never expected it to turn out this way. She couldn't help but feel disheartened. She worked hard to prove that she wasn't inferior to Joe, but the distance between the two of them grew. After meeting the Dharch, she believed that she finally had a chance to catch up or even surpass Joe. She never expected that she was just a bargaining chip between the Dharch and Joe. Perhaps it wasn't even considered a bargaining chip because there was still a chance of winning the bet, but she didn't stand any chance. With a word from Joe, her hard-earned achievements would be stripped away. And Jing had a deep understanding of the Thearka's words. It's something that doesn't belong to me. Take it away. And Jing suddenly said to Joe. She didn't need Joe's pity, much less have him give in to her. She would rather start all over again. Otherwise, it would be meaningless even if she succeeded. If she accepted Joe's pity, she wouldn't have the right to say anything about surpassing him. Hee, did you hear that? She's willing to sacrifice herself for you. What a good sister. What shall be your choice? Do you want me to take the Zone Core out of her and give it to you now? The Thearka's voice sounded indescribably disgusting to Joe. Of course I want the Zone Core, Joe said calmly. However, do you dare make a bet with me? Oh, you want to make a bet with me? The flower bud turned to Joe and sized him up with interest. Yes, do you dare? Joe asked. There's no need to showcase your clumsy goading. I can tell you clearly now that I'll accept any bet. Even if it's an unfair bet, it's fine. Just tell me what you want the bet to be, the Dharch said with a smile. My bet is very fair. I want to bet on luck. Although the Dharch made it very clear that she would accept an unfair bet, Joe didn't plan on making such a bet. This was because Joe knew very well that his knowledge wasn't on the same level as the Thearka's. Even if he believed that he would definitely win, he might not. Furthermore, he might lose even more tragically. Are you sure you want to bet on luck with me? You've probably forgotten that to me. Even if it's a 1 in a billion chance, as long as I'm willing, it's 100% chance. I suggest that you bet on something that has a higher chance of winning. For example, you can bet that you are a man, or you can bet that I won't die today. That way, your chances of winning will be higher. The Dharch persuaded sincerely. There's no need. Since it's a bet, it has to be absolutely fair. I'll bet with you on luck. If you don't win, her Zone Core won't count. Give me another Zone Core. If I lose, her Zone Core will still be yours. The previous bet will still be valid. Furthermore, it will be as you wish. I'll help you escape now. Joe shook his head. As you wish. How do you want to bet on your luck? The Dharch was truly intrigued. She wanted to know how Joe was going to bet. I want to bet with you on who will live longer. Joe didn't hesitate as he revealed the bet he had thought of. After the Dharch heard Joe's bet, she immediately understood his intentions. She said disdainfully, You want to bet that I'll live longer than you, right? No, I want to bet that I'll live longer than you, Joe said. The Dharch couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, because it was impossible for Joe to win with such a bet. If the Dharch was willing, she could kill Joe. Then, she would naturally win the bet. Therefore, this was a bet that was suicidal. What kind of person was the Dharch? After some thought, she immediately understood Joe's thoughts. Her voice turned cold. Do you really think I won't kill you? It's best if you don't test my patience. My tolerance is very limited. You can kill me, but you won't be able to win if you kill me. You will still lose the bet, Joe said indifferently. Why can't I win after killing you? The Dharch was somewhat curious. She couldn't figure out why she would still lose after killing Joe. Chapter 1780 Analysis. Chapter 1780 Analysis. If you kill me and win this bet, it will be impossible for you to win the other bet. You can only win one of the two bets. If you don't kill me, you might win both bets. Do you want to win one bet or two?
Zhou said slowly.
Are you betting your life that I have to win both rounds?
The Thearch's voice was somewhat cold. And Jing also looked at Zhou in shock. There was no need for Zhou to do so. He could have directly taken her zone core. However, Zhou had used his life to bet on the second zone core, and not her zone core. This was unacceptable to Jing. Why? Is it because of me? And Jing looked at Zhou in a daze, as her expression turned more and more complicated.
I'm betting that a person like you won't accept such an imperfect outcome,
Zhou said calmly.
I never expected you to know me so well, but I can very well not kill you. The bet will still be in progress. I don't need to give you the zone core, and I will still win everything,
the Thearch said.
You can naturally make such a choice, but before I obtain the zone core, the first bet will not be valid. Besides, I've already said that if you don't win, you will give me another zone core, right? The bet is still ongoing, which means you haven't won yet,
Zhou said.
Do you think such a language trap can restrain me?
The Thearch said disdainfully.
No, I just believe that you don't want a meaningless victory. Besides, you care more about the other bet. What if that's how I want to win?
The Thearch said.
I'll head to the Divine Mountain now,
Zhou said without any hesitation. The Thearch fell silent. Just as Zhou had said, the chances of Zhou surviving without obtaining the zone core to head to the Divine Mountain were almost zero. Such a victory was indeed meaningless to her. The Thearch didn't want Zhou's life, but to win the bet.
You're right. I want to win, but not like this.
The Thearch didn't seem interested in continuing the conversation. The flower shook and a petal fell. The mountain wall of Chess Mountain parted like a door, as a demonic beam flew out and headed straight for Zhou. Zhou reached out to grab the stream of light, and saw that it was a purple multifaceted crystal. It was like lightning and fog that constantly changed.
Scram!
When Zhou heard the Thearch's voice, he looked up at the mountain wall and realized that it had already closed. The flower had also vanished.
Why?
And Jing's voice sounded from behind him. He turned around and saw her staring at him with a strange expression.
What do you mean why?
Zhou asked casually.
Why didn't you take my zone core? Why did you bet your life?
And Jing bit her lip and asked.
We're family, right?
Zhou turned around and left.
I still have something on. I'll make a move first. Family?
And Jing was taken aback as she watched Zhou tear through space and vanish. Although Zhou didn't mind Jing, he had already accepted Ouyang Lan and Tianzhua. There was no need to mention Ouyang Lan. She had always treated Zhou well. As for Tianzhua, although he had never treated Zhou nicely, Zhou knew very well that if not for Tianzhua's orders, and Sheng wouldn't have done so much for him. Zhou was someone who preferred soft tactics over hard tactics. And Tianzhua had done so many things for him, so he wasn't willing to let Jing end up in such a state unless it was absolutely necessary. He teleported back to guide Ancient City. He originally wanted to immediately absorb the zone core and advance to the Calamity Grade, but he heard more grievous news.
Jiang Yan is also finished?
Zhou looked at Li Xian in a daze, unable to recover from his shock.
He said that there were some things he had to do. The opportunity Zhong Zia risked his life to exchange for allowed him to see the fatal weakness of the transcendent immortal. Therefore, he had to give it a try no matter what. Also, before he left, he told me to tell you that if he loses, he knows that you will definitely go. He also knows that nothing can stop you.
Li Xian sighed and said.
He said that if you have to go, study his battle with Transcendent Immortal a few more times. Go when you are confident. Is he dead?
Zhou asked angrily. Jiang Yan had clearly persuaded him not to go, but he had gone himself.
I don't know. See for yourself.
Li Xian played the recording of the battle. The projection began when Jiang Yan ascended the Divine Mountain. There was another white jade pillar in front of the temple, with Zhong Zia chained to it. However, he was different from Wang Mingyuan, who was clearly still alive. Zhong Zia's limbs and head drooped down. His body relied on the chains that penetrated it to prevent him from falling. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. The battle between Jiang Yan and Transcendent Immortal wasn't complicated. It could even be said to be simple. He lost even faster than Zhong Zia, and was defeated in one strike. His fate was unknown as he fell to the ground. Zhou knew that it wasn't because Jiang Yan was weaker than Zhong Zia. On the contrary, Jiang Yan posed a greater threat to Transcendent Immortal, so he made her serious from the beginning. Zhou watched the battle between Jiang Yan and Transcendent Immortal repeatedly. Although it was only one move, Zhou saw many things. Jiang Yan, who was wearing Guardian armor, had fused with the Guardian at a high level and reached the peak of the Calamity Grade. However, he was different from Zhong Zia. Jiang Yan didn't have the super evolution ability, so it was impossible for him to crack the power of Transcendent Heaven like Zhong Zia. Jiang Yan used another method that was unique to him. If Zhong Zia's ability was to be an enemy to the world, Jiang Yan's power was to assimilate the world. All powers could be used for himself. In Transcendent Heaven, as Jiang Yan walked towards Transcendent Immortal, he also assimilated and absorbed Transcendent Heaven. When he arrived in front of Transcendent Immortal, Jiang Yan's strength and ability had almost reached the same level as hers. Instead of saying that the strike was a battle between Jiang Yan and the Transcendent Immortal, it was more like a battle between two Transcendent Immortals. They had the same strength and the same move, but Jiang Yan still failed to withstand a single strike. Zhou Wen trembled as he watched. Jiang Yan's battle was filled with a determination to die. He didn't do it to defeat Transcendent Immortal, but to let Zhou Wen see the essence of her strength. The power displayed by Transcendent Immortal was only superficial. It was difficult to see the true profundity from watching the battle. Jiang Yan used the power and ability of Transcendent Immortal to clearly show the profundity within. This wasn't a battle, it was more of an analysis. Jiang Yan used his life to analyze the essence of the power of Transcendent Immortal. After Zhou Wen finished watching, he didn't say a word as he returned to his room. He summoned Demonic Neonate and the Golden Trident to guard the area outside and took out the Zone Core. Chapter 1781 Divine Path Human Path. As the Demon God Bloodline Catalog circulated, the purple Zone Core gradually fused into Zhou Wen's body. The Demon God Bloodline Catalog was a very bizarre cultivation technique that could simulate the power of any demon. This was very rare among all the cultivation techniques. It was similar to Jiang Yan's abilities, but it wasn't as direct. Furthermore, there were more restrictions. Not being direct, and having many restrictions didn't mean it was weak. In fact, having restrictions meant it had more possibilities. The Demon God Bloodline Catalog also had its advantages. Boom! Zhou Wen felt a magical change happening inside his body. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the change was a complete transformation. His blood boiled like magma, as though it wanted to melt his entire body. Legend had it that when demons reached a certain realm, they would take human form. This process was known as taking form. And now, Zhou Wen's body's transformation was similar. The entire structure of his body seemed to have changed. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't need to take human form. His body didn't undergo any changes in appearance, but his body gained more possibilities. Finally, a new Calamity Zone was formed. The Demon God Bloodline Catalog had successfully advanced to the Calamity grade. Just as Zhou Wen was about to carefully take in the Demon God Bloodline Catalog that had advanced to the Calamity grade, his body suddenly underwent an even more intense change. The Lost Immortal Sutra that had been silent all this while finally erupted again. As for the 8 cultivation techniques that had condensed a Calamity Zone, they were like 8 reservoirs that constantly provided the Lost Immortal Sutra with all sorts of energy. No, to be precise, Lost Immortal Sutra was extracting energy. SAS. An indescribable sense of comfort ran through Zhou Wen's every nerve. It was as though he was about to ascend to immortality. The feeling was intoxicating. If anyone saw Zhou Wen at that moment, they would probably be shocked. Zhou Wen, who was sitting there, wasn't surrounded by lightning, nor was there any colorful energy flowing. All he did was have his eyes open. They were glazed over as though he was in a trance. His skin was slightly sweaty, but his cheeks were so pink that it made one's heart tremble. No matter how one looked at it, he looked like a young girl having a wet dream. There was even a hint of a seductive smile on his lips. However, Zhou Wen didn't feel as comfortable as he looked. On the ravaged land, magma spewed out. A god stood high above the clouds as he looked down at the primitive land. His eyes were as indifferent as water, as though he wasn't looking at the mortal world, but a lifeless desert.
The heavenly path is my path, and this path is nature.
A voice seemed to echo from the god's body. As the god's mood changed, the entire land changed. All things grew and withered as the land underwent changes. The sea rose and fell as generations constantly replaced one another in the river of history. It was an unimaginable divine power. A thought from a god resulted in change to all things. Zhou Wen's body was uncontrollably massaged by the divine power. One moment it was water, another moment it was stone, and another moment it was grass. Just as Zhou Wen was feeling alarmed by the irresistible divine power, he saw the god in the sky turn into another. It was a god that resembled light and lightning. His face couldn't be discerned, but he felt boundless divine power ripple out of him. The world turned dark.
Let there be light.
His psyche fluctuated. Hence, there was light in the dark world.
Let there be trees.
Hence, there were trees in the empty world.
Let there be clouds.
Clouds appeared in the empty sky. Everything in the world appeared out of thin air with a thought. The originally dark and empty world gradually became colorful. Gods constantly appeared up to a total of 8 gods. Every god displayed unimaginable divine power. It was a power that mortals could only look up to, making Zhou Wen feel as tiny as an ant. Zhou had never seen those gods before, but he could tell from the divine power they emitted that they were the 8 cultivation techniques he had cultivated. However, the realm they displayed was far beyond what the present Zhou could reach. After the 8 gods were displayed one by one, the world returned to the desolate scene of a flooded land. However, on the ravaged land, there was an additional weak human figure. As Zhou could only see the back, he couldn't tell who it was. It looked like a girl, as she seemed to be advancing with great effort. Every step she took was staggering, as though she would collapse at any moment. Step by step, the girl fell countless times. Finally, she failed to stand up in front of the lake. As for her hand, it was still extended towards the lake. Even in death, she failed to fulfill her wish, even if all she wanted was a sip of water.
Divine path has no joy. Human path is intrinsically sad.
A voice sounded beside Zhou. Zhou turned around and saw a woman standing beside him. Although her face couldn't be seen, Zhou immediately knew who she was, the woman from the side of the king. Zhou wanted to ask, but he couldn't say a word.
It's time to make a choice. What will you choose, the divine path or the human path?
The woman didn't look at Zhou as she stared at the spot where the sky and ground met. 8 gods appeared in the sky one by one, and the girl stood up again and continued forward. However, the lake in front of her had already vanished. Wherever she looked, there was nothing. It was just a dilapidated land that resembled the end of the world.
Who are you?
Zhou asked again, but this time, he managed to voice it out. The woman didn't answer as she smiled. With a wave of her hand, the world shattered. The 8 gods and the girl vanished, waking Zhou from the dream-like world. The power of the 8 cultivation techniques had already been fused by the lost Immortal Sutra. Zhou suddenly realized that he was still problematic. This was a critical period for condensing the Calamity Zone. The 8 cultivation techniques were originally simulated by the lost Immortal Sutra, but Zhou didn't have the physique needed for the 8 cultivation techniques. At this stage, by fusing the power of the 8 cultivation techniques with the lost Immortal Sutra, he could truly possess the power of 8 Calamity Zones at the same time. Zhou was already very familiar with these 8 powers. At the same time, he could already see the future of the 8 powers in the illusion. Having 8 Calamity Zones at the same time was something unreachable even for supreme existences in the dimension, much less a human. However, retaining these 8 powers also meant losing the chance of condensing a Calamity Zone that belonged to him. 2 paths, one was filled with light, while the other was filled with unknowns.
Are you trying to tell me that you are my other path?
Zhou didn't hesitate as he circulated the lost Immortal Sutra. The surging power instantly surged towards his brain as the Calamity Zone began to officially condense. Chapter 1782 Advancing to the Calamity Grade. Chapter 1782 Advancing to the Calamity Grade.
If the divine path is an analogy to reaching the peak once success is reached, then the human path is a weakling's growth history. The peak is the benefits that are truly in one's hands, but the future is ultimately unpredictable. Life isn't a game. There are too many accidents, and there's no chance of a redo. No one knows that there will really be a day when one will grow up. Most people in reality will collapse halfway like the girl in the illusion. Zhou knew very well that although the woman seemed to have given him a choice between the divine path and the human path, she hadn't really given him a choice. Be it the divine path or the human path, they had their own flaws. What the woman really wanted to tell him was that a third path existed, Godhood Human Path. It fused the divine path and human path, and used the realm of deities as a foundation. Yet, one had to constantly seek a breakthrough like a human. Could this be your path?
Zhou didn't know the woman's origins or what experiences she had, but from the realm of the Godhood Human Path, the woman was probably as great as Zhou had seen in his dreams.
Your path has supreme glory, but that's ultimately not my path. I'm not at your level. Even with that state of mind, it's difficult for me to do anything.
Zhou didn't choose the Godhood Human Path mentioned by the woman. He ultimately chose the human path without any hesitation. Only by visiting all the mountains could one say that there were no more mountains left in the world. Only by plucking all the flowers could one say that there were no more flowers that caught one's eye. If one had never experienced anything, how could they dare say that they had no worries? The human path implied all the good and bad of the human world. Only when one was flourishing after experiencing all that the world had to offer could they be considered having a human path godhood. With his mind set, he constantly circulated the lost Immortal Sutra as strange powers overlapped, transforming into a strange force field. Deep in his soul, there seemed to be a woman's sigh. It was unknown if it was sorrow or disappointment. Boom! The terror grade that had bound Zhou for a long time was finally broken through. He seemed to be reborn as the world seemed to widen in his eyes. Humans have their paths as humans. Gods have their paths as gods. I'm not a god, but I've stepped onto the divine path. Zhou stood up and took out his phone to check his stats. Zhou Calamity. Life Providence, Sigh of the King. Life Soul, Slaughterer. Wheel of Destiny, No Engravings, 1 spin. Terror Form, The Disqualified, Beyond S. Calamity Zone, Human Realm, Heaven Level. Strength, 1000. After reading the information, Joe knew that he was already standing at the true peak of the Calamity grade. Like Demonic Neonate, he had all his stats at 1000. His Calamity Zone was already at the Heaven level. Such stats could be said to be unparalleled among Calamity grade creatures, but Joe wasn't confident that he could withstand an attack from Transcendent Immortal. Thankfully, Joe wasn't fighting alone. He still had the Golden Trident, Demonic Neonate, and a group of companion beasts. Furthermore, Joe had another important guarantee, the Divine Mountain dungeon that had been downloaded by the mysterious phone. Joe had clearly taken away the most important Golden Three-Eyed God on the Divine Mountain, but the cube battle hadn't ended. This was a very important problem. If he could figure out why the cube battle hadn't ended, it might be key to Joe's success in rescuing Wang Mingyuan. After launching the Divine Mountain dungeon, the Lake of Fog and the Golden Fruit Tree remained. He controlled the blood-colored avatar to come in front of the Golden Fruit Tree, and casually plucked a golden fruit. As expected, as long as he had the golden fruit, he could leave the Divine Mountain dungeon at any time. Unfortunately, the golden fruit in-game couldn't be brought to reality. These things were meaningless to Joe. Summoning Demonic Neonate, he pushed down the Golden Fruit Tree and revealed the entrance to the temple. He entered the temple buried at the bottom of the lake, but he didn't see the Golden Three-Eyed God. The entire temple was empty. There's actually no Golden Three-Eyed God in the dungeon. That's strange. From the looks of it, the thing needed to clear the dungeon isn't the Golden Trident. What could it be? Joe carefully searched the temple. The temple was extremely huge. Every item was many times bigger than what humans used. The stone throne, stone pillars, and stone sculptures were all tools carved from black stone. Apart from that, there was nothing else. He searched the entire temple but didn't find anything. Joe wasn't surprised. If it was that easy to discover the key, the Divine Mountain in the real world would have long been overturned by the Immortals. They would have long found it. The Battle of the Cube hadn't ended, meaning that the Immortals hadn't found anything. It was normal for Joe to not find anything since even Apocalypse grade powerhouses couldn't find it. Apart from the monster in the Lake of Fog and the Golden Fruit Tree, there's no living creature in the entire dungeon. There's no danger in the temple. What's the point of such a dungeon existing? Joe frowned and thought. Suddenly, Joe's eyes lit up as he hurriedly left the temple's exit and floated in the air to look at the entire island. Could it be? The true item to clear this game dungeon is this Divine Mountain. Joe sized it up for a while and muttered to himself. The Divine Mountain in-game didn't rise out of the lake like in reality. It was still beneath the lake, and there was nothing in the temple. No matter how one looked at it, the only treasure was the Divine Mountain itself. However, be it in-game or in reality, the Divine Mountain was an unparalleled huge existence. It was probably more than 10,000 meters tall. Furthermore, the Divine Mountain's material was extremely hard and heavy. Ordinary Calamity-grade creatures couldn't damage it at all. It was probably more difficult to uproot such a Divine Mountain than destroying a planet. Even the Apocalypse-grade powerhouses probably couldn't do it, much less Joe. If it could be stored away, Transcendent Immortal would have long done so. Why would she leave the Divine Mountain there? Joe didn't give up. He burrowed into the temple that was situated in the Divine Mountain's belly, and carefully observed every inch of the black stone, hoping to find some clues. After a carpet sweep, Joe finally discovered something. So that's how it is. It's no wonder the cube battle didn't end. I was missing something. Joe looked at the sculpture behind the black stone foundation, and was immediately enlightened. The carvings were mysterious and strange. They depicted some strange beasts. In the middle was a strange beast facing forward. It had 3 eyes like the gods, but the pupils in the middle of the 3 eyes were hollowed out. Joe took a look and saw that the shapes, positions, and distances of the 3 holes matched the Golden Trident's tips. These 3 holes corresponded to the Golden Trident. If his guess was right, he had to stick the Golden Trident in to activate a mechanism or in the cube's battle. However, Joe hadn't taken that step after obtaining the Golden Trident. Therefore, the cube battle hadn't ended. However, there's no Golden Three-Eyed God in-game, so there's no Golden Trident. How do I clear the level? Joe thought for a while, but failed to figure it out. Since the Golden Trident couldn't be brought into the game, Joe couldn't experiment. He could give it a try in reality, but he didn't know what would happen. Unable to find any other clues, Joe had no choice but to give up and call Li Xian over.
Li Xian, if I don't return this time, there's nothing to worry about. My dad can take care of himself, and Yer has someone to take care of her. As for you, I'm a little worried. There's something you have to promise me.
Zhou said solemnly. Chapter 1783 Appearance.
If you're worried, come back and do it yourself. Stop yapping.
Li Xian sneered. Zhou smiled.
Who the F***ck doesn't want to return? But if I don't return, guide ancient city if you can. If not, there's no need to force it. You have to survive. If you know that survival is important, think of every possible way to return. Back then, we agreed to build a city together. The city is now here, and so am I, so you better F***king return here.
Li Xian said as he stared at Zhou.
What if?
Zhou wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Li Xian.
There's no what if. It's easy to abandon the city, but where can we go?
Li Xian asked in response. Zhou was slightly stunned before he smiled.
That's true. Where can you retreat to? It's good that you understand. Make sure to return. The city exists with you around.
Li Xian's tone was relaxed, but his word was worth its weight in gold.
All right.
Zhou stared at Li Xian for a moment before nodding and walking out. Just as he walked out of the courtyard, he saw a graceful figure standing beside the stone path. She was leaning against an ancient wall and looking at Zhou.
Yuji.
Zhou was slightly stunned when he saw Zhang Yuji.
Are you leaving?
Zhang Yuji asked Zhou. Zhou nodded slightly and didn't say anything. In fact, he didn't know what to say.
Can you not go?
She asked again.
There are certain things that will eat at you your entire life if you don't do them,
Zhou said. Zhang Yuji stared at Zhou and didn't say a word. After a while, she suddenly walked in front of Zhou, spread her arms, hugged him, and whispered into his ear.
Come back.
With that said, she released her grip and left without waiting for Zhou's answer. Zhou stared blankly as Zhang Yuji's figure went into the distance. When she reached the corner of the street, Zhang Yuji suddenly turned around and smiled brightly.
When you return, let's visit Mount Dragon Tiger.
As he watched the beautiful figure turn the corner and disappear, Zhou didn't understand why Zhang Yuji wanted him to visit Mount Dragon Tiger. After some thought, he threw all his thoughts to the back of his mind and headed for the cube. He originally wanted to make a trip to Luoyang to visit Ouyang Lan and his father, who he hadn't talked much with. However, he didn't go in the end. He was a person who didn't like partings. If he really couldn't return, he hoped that he would be quickly forgotten and no longer be missed. The cube kept showing the scene of the Divine Mountain. Wang Mingyuan, Zhong Zia, and Jiang Yin were chained to the white jade pillars in front of the temple. The Transcendent Immortal was in the temple and couldn't be seen.
Professor Gu, in your opinion, is it possible for Human Sovereign to defeat Transcendent Immortal if he fights?
Sui asked on the live broadcast. She had always trusted Human Sovereign and firmly believed that Human Sovereign was the strongest human. If it were in the past, she definitely wouldn't have asked such a question. However, Transcendent Immortal was too strong, so strong that it left her in despair. Even a powerhouse like Human Sovereign couldn't give her a sufficient sense of security.
An apocalypse grade. That's a gap that humans can't cross at present.
Professor Gu didn't answer Sui directly, but his meaning was obvious. The people watching the live broadcast were very unhappy with this sentence, but they had to admit that there was nothing wrong with Professor Gu's words. From the looks of it, there was no apocalypse grade existence among humans. Nobody even knew how to reach the apocalypse grade. Even existences like Zhong Zia and Jiang Yin, who had used everything they had and even their lives couldn't withstand a single blow from Transcendent Immortal. The difference in strength was despairing. Sui lost interest in talking for a moment, causing the live broadcast to fall silent. As a professional host, she shouldn't have let such a situation happen. However, she really couldn't bring herself to speak. She felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Suddenly, the cube's still screen stirred as a figure appeared on the Divine Mountain.
Zhou!
Sui couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the figure on the screen clearly. After two human powerhouses suffered a crushing defeat, Zhou actually appeared on the Divine Mountain at this moment. It gave them an ominous feeling.
Why did you choose such a time?
Professor Gu couldn't help but frown. Everyone knew very well that there was probably no existence among humans that could resist Transcendent Immortal. Jiang Yin and Zhong Zia's two battles had already made everyone realize this clearly. It didn't seem like a good choice to rashly fight Transcendent Immortal now.
Too rash. Too rash. Be it Zhong Zia or Jiang Yin, as long as they can wait 2 more years, even if it's only 1 year, such elites might very well grow to the point of fighting Transcendent Immortal. But now, they have sacrificed themselves for nothing. Now Zhou is gone as well. He's really too young. Too rash. Sigh.
Professor Gu found it a pity, and was even a little angry, having expected better from Zhou. It was indeed as he said. If Zhou had waited a year or 2, he might have full confidence in defeating Transcendent Immortal. But what was the point of winning when the time came? Doing the right things at the right time was one thing, But some things couldn't be repeated for the rest of their lives once they were missed. Zhou Wen walked up the divine mountain step by step and arrived in front of the temple. He stared at Zhong Zia, Jiang Yan, and Wang Mingyuan, who were chained to the white jade pillars. His heart couldn't help but sink when he saw Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan clearly. Through the cube, he couldn't determine if the two of them had completely lost their lives. Therefore, Zhou Wen still had a sliver of hope that they still had a chance of survival. But after observing them at close range, Zhou Wen's heart turned cold. They had indeed completely lost their lives, and it was impossible for them to be revived. On the other hand, Wang Mingyuan still had life in him and wasn't weak. His injuries weren't as serious as imagined.
"You're finally here,"
Transcendent Immortal's voice sounded as she walked out of the temple.
"Someone has to collect the debt owed."
Zhou Wen sized up Transcendent Immortal as he spoke.
"How do you want to collect it?"
Transcendent Immortal asked calmly.
"Blood for blood."
Zhou Wen's gaze was like a blade as he stared at Transcendent Immortal. He walked forward slowly, and stars appeared around him. In an instant, it was as if all the stars in the sky were shining brightly. As Zhou Wen advanced, the stars in the sky turned into straight shooting stars that rushed at Transcendent Immortal. The densely packed light sword streaked across the void like a torrent, and overlapped as they attacked Transcendent Immortal. There was no extreme speed or infinite variations, just pure suppression of strength. A human competing in strength with the apocalypse-grade Transcendent Immortal? Will that work? The watching humans were filled with doubts. Chapter 1784 Power of the Human World. Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan's two battles with Transcendent Immortal had already made everyone aware of the gap between humans and Transcendent Immortal. Be it Zhong Zia or Jiang Yan, their strength was greatly inferior to that of a Transcendent Immortal at the beginning of the battle. It was almost an insurmountable gap. It didn't seem wise for Zhou Wen to fight Transcendent Immortal head-on.
"Ignorant human!"
Transcendent Immortal was as still as a mountain. The thousands of sword beams were less than a meter away from her, but they seemed to be frozen. Instead of describing them as frozen, the sword beams were still moving, albeit very slowly. They were so slow that the movement couldn't be seen with the naked eye. It could hardly traverse 1,000th of a meter in 10,000 years. Everyone seemed to freeze with the sword beam, and even their breathing seemed to stop. Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan had attempted different methods to crack Transcendent Heaven's powers. Then, what method would Zhou Wen use to crack that insurmountable power? They weren't as wild as Zhong Zia or as confident as Jiang Yan. There weren't even any deliberate variations. They were the same seemingly infinite sword beams, as more and more of them gathered in front of Transcendent Immortal.
"Great things are done by a series of small things brought together. Is he trying to crack it with absolute strength? Is this really feasible?"
Professor Gu explained in a questioning tone, clearly not agreeing with this method.
"Using quantity to result in a qualitative change might be a feasible path."
Su Yi's tone wasn't that firm. In fact, everyone knew very well that with the characteristics of Transcendent Heaven, it was useless to just accumulate strength. Luo Yang's and family. And Tianzue, who always spoke nastily, was silently watching the cube's screen. And Sheng turned to look at Tianzue, finding it a little strange that Tianzue didn't flare up this time. Zhou Wen was taking more risks than ever before.
"Is it strange?"
Tianzue asked indifferently as he watched the scene.
"Yes, young Master Wen is in danger this time. If he loses, he probably won't even have a chance to escape."
It was rare for Sheng to speak so calmly.
"It's precisely because failure is not an option that it's meaningless to say anything. Then, shouldn't you be angrier?"
Sheng asked in confusion. Tianzue smiled.
"Men always have things they have to do despite knowing that it's impossible. Only such a man can be called a brother of mine."
Sheng almost thought that there was something wrong with his ears. He really couldn't imagine those words coming out of Tianzue's mouth.
"Is this all you have?"
Transcendent Immortal ignored the increasing number of sword beams in front of her. The difference in levels couldn't be changed simply by accumulating strength.
"You're inferior to those two arrogant fellows. It seems like the providence of humans ends here."
Transcendent Immortal was no longer in the mood to watch Zhou Wen's clumsy performance. Her finger moved slightly in preparation to crack the sword beam and deliver a fatal blow to Zhou Wen. But the moment Transcendent Immortal raised her finger, the seemingly still sword beam suddenly moved. From extreme stillness to extreme movement, the sword beam struck Transcendent Immortal at a speed indiscernible by the naked eye, like a galaxy pouring down. Rumble. Sword beams raged as Transcendent Immortal's body flew out amidst the sword beam and slammed into the hall's wall. The infinite stream of swords exploded, instantly turning the entire scene into chaotic sword beam shards. For a moment, nothing could be seen clearly. After all the light dissipated, people saw Transcendent Immortal embedded in the hall's wall that had been blasted into by the sword beam. The armor on her body had cracked, and her face was smeared lightly with blood. Blood was still seeping out of the corners of her mouth.
"Heavens! Transcendent Immortal is injured!"
someone exclaimed, almost unable to believe their eyes. The powerful Transcendent Immortal had actually been injured by Zhou Wen head-on. After watching the 2 previous battles, such a scene seemed like a dream.
Zhou Wen, well done!
Sui shouted excitedly. People also seemed to see a glimmer of hope. The figure standing quietly in front of the hall seemed to give humans hope amidst despair.
What power is that?
Transcendent Immortal's body was trapped in the wall, as she stared at Zhou Wen and asked.
The power of the human world.
Zhou Wen replied calmly. This sentence sounded like Zhou Wen was responding to her mockery of humans. But Zhou Wen didn't mean that. The power of the human world he was talking about was the human realm domain he had obtained after advancing to the Calamity grade. Zhou Wen's human realm domain was very simple. Using his own logic to describe it, it could be described by genuine. When the human world was genuine, a fantasy without illusions, there would only be a cruel reality. All rules other than the mortal world's rules were illusory. It wasn't determined by human emotions. To put it simply, all the rules other than the mortal world's rules were useless in the human realm domain. The power of transcendent heaven didn't belong to the mortal world, so it naturally wasn't of any use in the human realm domain. However, even Zhou Wen didn't expect the power of the human realm domain to be so effective. Even an apocalypse-grade powerhouse couldn't break through its restrictions.
Impressive. Then, let me see what kind of power the human world has.
Transcendent Immortal's body slowly escaped the wall. As she moved, the wounds on her body quickly healed. Even her clothes and armor strangely recovered. Boom! Just as Transcendent Immortal escaped, Zhou Wen appeared in front of her as if he had teleported. He punched her chest and blasted her into the depression in the wall again. A barrage of attacks poured down as shimmering fists crazily struck Transcendent Immortal's body. The light blasts constantly flickered. The fluid actions, and the feeling of each punch striking flesh was a delightful scene. Many people couldn't help but be excited. The seemingly lofty and invincible Transcendent Immortal was actually being steamrolled by Zhou Wen, making their blood boil with excitement. Before this battle began, nobody had expected such a situation. Nobody expected Transcendent Immortal to be completely defeated by Zhou Wen. It seemed like she didn't even have the strength to counterattack.
It's so brutal. Zhou Wen is so strong.
Sui shouted without regard for her image, her voice a little hoarse.
Beautifully done.
Professor Gu also clenched his fists excitedly. In the overseer manner, and Tianzua kept frowning and silently watched the scene. Boom! Under Zhou Wen's crazy bombardment, the hall's walls finally couldn't take it any longer. Transcendent Immortal's body was blasted into the hall like a sandbag, and rubble and dust flew everywhere.
Maybe it really will work.
And Sheng stared at the scene and unconsciously clenched his fists, his palms sweating nervously. Chapter 1785 New World Strength. After the dust settled, the pupils of the people staring at the scene suddenly constricted, and their eyes involuntarily widened. Transcendent Immortal slowly walked out of the temple. Her armor was still as bright as new, and her face was flawless. It even had a lustrous glow, making it impossible to tell that she was injured. It was as if Zhou Wen's violent attacks had nothing to do with her.
It's fake, right? She's not even injured?
Someone couldn't believe it, and consoled himself.
How strong is Transcendent Immortal's physique to not be injured?
Someone had a look of despair. Professor Gu analyzed the situation with a look of disappointment.
From the current situation, Transcendent Immortal has an incomparable self-healing ability. The damage Zhou Wen inflicted on her isn't as fast as her self-healing speed. I'm afraid there will be a tough battle ahead.
As people discussed, Transcendent Immortal finally walked out of the temple. She stared at Zhou Wen and slowly said,
Do you know the real difference between an apocalypse and a calamity? It's just possessing the new world.
Zhou Wen said.
I didn't expect you to know about the new world.
Transcendent Immortal's eyes were cold as she stared at Zhou Wen and continued.
That's right. The difference between the apocalypse grade and a calamity grade is whether one has a new world. However, do you know what a new world is?
The people watching pricked up their ears. The apocalypse grade was too distant for humans. No human knew what kind of realm it was. It was better to hear something than not know anything.
It's just a form of strength,
Zhou Wen said calmly.
It's just a form of power. What a bold claim. The ignorant are fearless. A so-called calamity is just a disaster. The world will still be the same after the disaster. However, an apocalypse is different. It's the power to destroy the old world and establish a new world. It's the rebuilding of order, the creation of a ruler, and a supreme existence that controls everything.
As her tone gradually became fanatical, the armor on Transcendent Immortal's body fluttered, as if an invisible force was surging out like a volcanic eruption. Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly because he could sense that the power of the human realm domain had lost its binding effect on Transcendent Immortal. No! Not only was it no longer having a restraining effect, but the entire human realm domain was also being destroyed. It quickly collapsed like a rotten palace.
Everything under the apocalypse is illusory. Things like calamity are nothing but dust in my eyes. The old order shall be destroyed, and a new world that belongs to me will be established. You can't really hurt me, but I can easily destroy the power you're proud of.
Transcendent Immortal slowly raised her finger and pointed at Zhou-Wen as she continued.
You are ultimately nothing but an insignificant speck of dust.
With that said, a beam of light instantly passed through space-time and landed on Zhou-Wen's forehead, instantly penetrating him. Upon seeing this, everyone felt like they had fallen into an ice cavern. In their opinion, Transcendent Immortal had actually not used her true strength in the life and death battle. She was just playing. Transcendent Immortal, who had now shown the power of the new world, was like a genuine god. It made one unable to have the courage to fight her, leaving only deep despair and fear.
Without entering the apocalypse grade, you will ultimately be nothing but dust.
The words didn't kill, but they threw people to the depths of hell. Apocalypse. How can there be an apocalypse in the human world?
So what if it's dust? To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower. Even a grain of sand can be in thousands of forms. If you don't even know this, it seems like the Dimensions Apocalypse grade is just this and nothing much.
A refreshing voice suddenly appeared, but it seemed to jolt the self-pitying people awake. People suddenly looked up at the scene, and were pleasantly surprised to discover that Zhou-Wen, who they originally thought had his head blown off by Transcendent Immortal's finger, had appeared behind Transcendent Immortal at some point in time. His figure had leaped up high, and his right arm stretched back to its limits like a drawn bow. His fist shot out like an arrow. The Zhou-Wen that had previously been penetrated by Transcendent Immortal's finger had already dissipated like smoke. It was only an avatar. Bang! The fist struck the back of Transcendent Immortal's head, causing her body to fall forward and roll hundreds of meters away before stopping. Transcendent Immortal remained uninjured, but her expression turned extremely nasty. It could be said that she had been playing when she was beaten up by Zhou-Wen. She hadn't used her true strength at all. However, it was completely different this time. Although she wasn't injured, it embarrassed her.
Haha, stop being a poser? New world. Old world. He'll torture you to death equally well.
Li Xian laughed loudly.
As expected of Coach. I need to take note.
Feng Qiuyan thoughtfully opened up his small notebook and wrote something on it.
Coach might not be as strong as Transcendent Immortal, but his skills and realm are definitely superior.
Ming Xiu praised. This punch swept away the previous gloominess, and it also made Ouyang Lan, who was watching the battle in front of the cube, exhale. Transcendent Immortal floated up, and the dust on her armor automatically dissipated. She returned to her lofty deity-like appearance from her disheveled appearance. But this time, people didn't look at her with the same reverence and fear as before. As she looked at Zhou-Wen, Transcendent Immortal's eyes were filled with bewilderment. In her new world, a calamity grade should have completely lost their ability to use orderly powers, but Zhou-Wen was completely unaffected. She had never encountered such a situation. How could Transcendent Immortal know that Zhou-Wen wasn't an ordinary calamity grade? 8 types of calamity zones had combined into one, helping the Lost Immortal Sutra break through to the calamity grade. How could the resulting human realm domain be an ordinary calamity zone? Although the human realm domain couldn't resist the new world's power head-on, the new world's power couldn't completely destroy it. At this moment, Zhou-Wen had completely restrained the human realm domain and fused it with his body. He still maintained the circulation of his strength in Transcendent Immortal's new world.
Interesting.
Transcendent Immortal suppressed the anger in her heart and pretended to be calm as she looked at Zhou-Wen.
You do have some redeeming qualities. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, all techniques are nothing but a clown's tricks. Even if I stand here and let you use all your techniques, you won't be able to harm me at all. Not necessarily.
As Zhou-Wen spoke, he slowly drew his 2 swords. At the same time, his body underwent a strange change. A mystic crystal-like armor quickly covered Zhou-Wen's body. It was black like an abyss, as if it could absorb all light. The armor that tightly wrapped around his muscles outlined his slender and muscular body like a god emperor.
That's human sovereign. Zhou-Wen is human sovereign.
Su Yi's expression went from confusion to shock, then to pleasant surprise, then to utter alarm. Finally, she screamed, and her voice echoed in the ears of all the humans watching the live broadcast. It was deafening. Chapter 1786 Time's Up.
Immortal Sword?
Transcendent Immortal's expression changed slightly when she saw the 2 swords in Zhou-Wen's hands. She wasn't sure if the 2 swords in Zhou-Wen's hands were the ones in her mind, but they made her feel uneasy. Zhou-Wen didn't know what Immortal Sword Transcendent Immortal was talking about, but he had relied on the Immortal Culling Sword to defeat Perfect Sword Immortal and Berserker Immortal. The 2 swords, Immortal Peril and Immortal Culling, seemed to have a powerful restraining effect on the Immortals. Perhaps they could really injure Transcendent Immortal. As for the armor on Zhou-Wen's body, it was transformed from the Mystic Darch Companion Beast. Mystic Darch was born from absorbing the Big Dipper's companion egg. He had a similar body to Empress Polestar, but there were some differences. The strength of his stats was second only to Demonic Neonate. He was almost on par with Truth Listener. Furthermore, Mystic Darch had an advantage that Truth Listener didn't have. His companion form was a soul, allowing him to fuse with Zhou. It allowed Zhou to obtain all his strength and abilities, as well as boost his constitution. Similarly, it was easier to fully release his powers. Truth Listener's earring form could only give Zhou its abilities. Mystic Darch was more useful in this aspect. With Su Yi's shout, even those who didn't recognize Zhou as human sovereign stared at him in shock. They wanted to see if Su Yi was telling the truth. Soon, everyone confirmed that Zhou was human sovereign.
I never expected human sovereign to be Zhou. He's too young. I thought he would be an immortal hermit. I should have known that there are that many experts among humans. It's definitely one of them. I just never expected it to be Zhou. I've known for a long time that Zhou has the looks of an emperor. Scram!
In the Wang family's courtyard, Wan Lu closed her eyes and pressed her palms together in front of her chest as she silently prayed. She didn't dare watch the battle in front of the cube, nor did she dare watch the live stream because her heart couldn't withstand the unknown outcome. In the dimension, once defeated, there was only death. There was no chance of escaping. So he's human sovereign. That makes it even more interesting. In the unknown underwater ancient city, Tsukuyami, whose white dress was like snow, sat on a chair-sized shell. She held her cheek and looked at Zhou with interest. Her eyes seemed to flicker with a strange light. Under the attention of everyone, Zhou struck out with both swords and vanished into thin air. Transcendent Immortal's figure suddenly vanished. Then, she heard an ear-piercing sound, but she didn't see anyone. Occasionally, power would erupt out of thin air, producing a demonic blast of light. After forming the human realm domain, the powers of the other 8 cultivation techniques had completely fused with Zhou body. He could use them as freely as his limbs, elevating it to a higher level. Godfiend Spacetime's instant transmission no longer had any restrictions. It could be used in battle without any pause. The teacher domain had already become an instinct, allowing him to sense the other party's actions and analyze their pros and cons. Great Brahma's domain strengthened the body, and the First Order of Chaos augmented his body with external forces. The demon god bloodline catalog was ever-changing. The human sovereign sacrifices to the heavens domain made Zhou stronger the more he fought. Universe inversion was unpredictable. The beginningless sword domain made the 2 immortal swords even sharper and indomitable. These were no longer domains, but a talent or instinct. There was only one true domain, and that was the human realm domain. All the humans watching the battle, including experts like Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan, couldn't see the extent of the battle, nor could they tell who had the upper hand. Such a battle had exceeded the limits of human understanding. Only a few dimensional apocalypse-grade experts could see the truth of the battle. It was precisely because they could see it clearly that the bigwigs of the dimensional races were even more alarmed. Zhou was undoubtedly only at the Calamity grade. It was unprecedented for a Calamity grade to fight an Apocalypse grade to such an extent. No matter how powerful a Calamity grade was, they were as weak as dust in front of an Apocalypse grade. Those Calamity grade experts, who claimed to have killed Apocalypse grade experts, managed to do so through special reasons. They didn't really kill an Apocalypse grade expert in a fair battle. To put it bluntly, those Calamity grade creatures were just chess pieces. The true chess player behind them was still an Apocalypse grade big shot. The nature of this battle was completely different. Zhou was a genuine Calamity. Transcendent Immortal wasn't restrained by any external forces, and was at her peak. Even among Apocalypse grade experts, Transcendent Immortal was definitely not a run-of-the-mill expert. It was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle between Zhou and Transcendent Immortal despite him being a Calamity. Although Transcendent Immortal had the upper hand, it was enough to shock the bigwigs of the dimension.
Is the potential of humans really that terrifying? If that human is also at the Apocalypse grade?
At that moment, a thought surfaced in their minds. Humans had to be wiped out. Not a single one could be left alive. Zhou fell into a dire battle. He had already used all his techniques, and even with the augmentation of Mystic Darch and other companion beasts, he could barely fight Transcendent Immortal. He was barely doing anything to her. The power of the new world is just too powerful. Zhou couldn't help but sigh. The difference between the Apocalypse grade and the Calamity grade was just too great. This was all thanks to Zhongzia and Jiang Yan's sacrifice. If they hadn't allowed Zhou to see the essence of Transcendent Immortal strength, he probably wouldn't have been able to put up such a resistance. There was always someone better. Transcendent Immortal's new world seemed to be countless spaces interweaving together. Every time Zhou thought that his immortal sword had struck Transcendent Immortal, he would discover that the Transcendent Immortal he had struck was like a bubble. Transcendent Immortal was in a distant space.
On the other hand, Zhou Wen was forced to constantly change his offensive methods. Once he used the same move a second time, he would immediately be counterattacked by Transcendent Immortal. Even if it was ever changing, there would always be an end. When Zhou Wen's sword missed again, a palm suddenly appeared in front of him, preventing him from dodging. All he could do was cross his swords to block the palm. It was as though he had been struck by a sledgehammer. Bang! Zhou Wen's legs left deep marks on the square's ground paved with divine stone, as he retreated hundreds of meters before coming to a forceful halt. His entire calf sank into the stone slabs. In front of him were 2 deep trenches that had been plowed out. The 2 swords in his hand kept trembling. It's useless. You aren't on the same level as me. No matter how hard you work, you can only die in vain. Transcendent Immortal danced in the air and looked down at Zhou Wen, who was on the ground. She was like an invincible goddess. In fact, most of the humans watching the battle had no idea what had happened. From their point of view, Zhou Wen and Transcendent Immortal had suddenly vanished for less than a second before Zhou Wen appeared in the square in a sorry state. Then, they heard Transcendent Immortal's invincible declaration. Could it be that even human sovereign can't last a second in front of Transcendent Immortal? Everyone shuddered. The Apocalypse Grade is really strong. Zhou Wen looked at Transcendent Immortal in the sky and praised. Since you already know the difference, your time is up. It's time to go. Transcendent Immortal pressed down with her palm. It was clearly a slender jade-like hand that was only the size of a palm. It wasn't even as big as Zhou Wen's hand, but in the eyes of the world, it managed to blot out the sky. It was like an omnipresent heavenly punishment that contained the might to destroy the world. Chapter 1787 in the Human World. Chapter 1787 in the Human World. There was only that single palm under the sky. Zhou Wen looked up, but all he could see was the palm. It was as if everything in the world was enveloped by that slender hand. It literally blotted out the sky with one hand, coming from beyond the heavens. Even the heavens seemed like a toy to be manhandled. There was nowhere to hide, much less escape. Even the audience could sense the unparalleled pressure from the palm through their television screen. It was as if it was a hand of heaven that could crush them like ants. Zhou Wen was iron-willed. He suddenly swung his left hand and stabbed the Immortal Peril sword into the ground, holding the hilt of the Immortal Culling sword with both hands. The 2 swords had their own characteristics and could unleash different abilities, but he now needed to gather all his strength for a desperate strike. He couldn't divert his strength anymore, so he could only give up on one sword and fight with one. With both hands holding the Immortal Culling sword, the strength in his body surged into the sword like a tsunami, causing the body of the Immortal Culling sword to tremble non-stop from the influx of immense power. Zhou Wen knew very well that using his strength to fight the peerless strike of Transcendent Immortal head-on was no different from throwing an egg at a rock. It was the true power of the Apocalypse, a power capable of destroying a world. No matter how powerful a Calamity-grade powerhouse was, they were still limited to the confines of a world. If the world was destroyed, a Calamity was nothing. Only by breaking out of the world will I have a chance of survival. Under the earth-shattering pressure, Zhou Wen looked at her jade-like hand, but his expression was as calm as an ancient well. After years of cultivation, Zhou Wen's character had long been tempered to be as tough as steel. Even in the face of death, he could clearly weigh the pros and cons. Images of his past cultivation flashed through his mind. The persistence of the First Order of Chaos, the artifice of the sky-stealing sun-swapping art, the purity of the Qi refinement art, the bizarreness of the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra, the essence of the Tao Sutra, the illusions of the God-fiend era, the countering of the ancient Sovereign Sutra, and the truth of the Demon God Inheritance Catalog. Yet these paths that he had spent so much effort figuring out were all severed by himself. There are 50 great Taoists, 49 come from heaven. The one removed is my Tao, and it's also the Tao of humanity. Zhou Wen's heart burned more and more. As a human, he didn't need to be indifferent to everything, nor did he need to be one with the world, much less see past the mortal world. Humans were humans. Since they were born into the world, they should live as themselves. They weren't doing it for the heavens or the earth. They were only doing it for themselves. As Transcendent Immortal's palm pressed down, the entire temple produced cracking sounds. Deep cracks appeared on the eternally indelible wall of divine stones, like pythons intertwined. The divine mountain trembled, as if it would collapse at any moment under the immense pressure of the palm. The destructive power made people's hearts palpitate as they stared at the sword-wielding Zhou Wen, the unease in their hearts intensifying despite them praying countless times for him to withstand the palm strike. Zhou Wen's figure and the sword in his hand appeared tiny beneath the palm. They were so small that they were almost negligible. Regardless of whether you are Zhou Wen or human sovereign, in my opinion, you are nothing more than fleeting clouds. Your life and death are in my hands. Transcendent Immortal's voice was like the voice of the heavenly Tao as it surged from all directions and echoed for a long time, capable of destroying one's soul. Bang!
The huge divine stone pillars outside the temple collapsed one after another under the palm's pressure like rotten wood shavings.
To escape the three realms and not be confined to the five elements, an immortal beyond the heavens is lawless.
The sword in Zhou Wen's hand lowered as he looked up at the heavens and slowly chanted.
Not bad. To be able to understand the true gap between you and me, I guess you can die in peace.
Transcendent Immortal said calmly, as she continued pressing down with her palm, about to crush Zhou Wen.
Unfortunately, that's only your delusion. It's sad and lamentable. If there's still an area beyond the heavens, it won't be that. So what if you've escaped the three realms and not confined to the five elements? I'll let you know that you're still, in, the human world.
As he spoke, Zhou Wen held the immortal culling sword with both hands and counterattacked with a mighty strike. As the immortal culling sword rose, Zhou Wen's body and sword emitted light. It wasn't intense, but it was dazzling. It was like a phoenix that had been reborn from fire and was undergoing a transformation. With the appearance of the light, Zhou Wen and the sword underwent a transformation, but it also seemed to be burning. When the sword tore through space and met Transcendent Immortal's palm, Zhou Wen's body and sword seemed to have completely turned into light, turning into a blazing white projection. When the sword and palm collided, there was no dazzling explosion of light, nor was there a shockwave that tore through everything. There were no sparks as expected, nor was there an earth-shattering collapse. The blade struck the flesh, slicing open the flesh on his palm, and blood flowed down the blade.
I am possible.
Transcendent Immortal's face twisted, and her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The full-powered strike of an apocalypse-grade force was actually cracked open by Zhou Wen. She couldn't accept such a ridiculous outcome regardless. Transcendent Immortal's 5 fingers suddenly contracted as she gripped the sword, allowing the flesh on her 5 fingers to be sliced open. The blade sank into her bones, and blood splattered. She struck out with her other hand again, hoping to kill him on the spot. Zhou Wen was already prepared, and was about to forcefully summon demonic neonate to help him withstand the fatal strike. But before Zhou Wen could summon demonic neonate, Transcendent Immortal's palm suddenly stopped. Her pupils constricted strangely, as if she had encountered something unexpected and extremely terrifying. Zhou Wen's gaze went past Transcendent Immortal's face, and saw a familiar face.
Teacher!
Zhou Wen was slightly stunned. The white-robed person behind Transcendent Immortal was none other than Wang Mingyuan. At this moment, Wang Mingyuan had a calm expression and was filled with vigor. He didn't look like he was about to die from his serious injuries at all. He stood behind Transcendent Immortal and pressed a palm on her head. His 5 fingers were like hooks that stabbed into her skull. Although he couldn't see anything, Zhou Wen could sense that the strength in Transcendent Immortal was rapidly flowing away. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Wen couldn't sense the strength coming from Transcendent Immortal's hand that was gripping the sword. Zhou Wen stared blankly at Transcendent Immortal and Wang Mingyuan behind her. He saw that the former's vitality was almost drained, and her entire body hung down like an old willow branch in the wind. If Wang Mingyuan hadn't grabbed her head, she would have probably fallen to the ground.
You?
Like a dying old man who couldn't even speak properly, Transcendent Immortal weakly said the word "you" before her head suddenly exploded like a watermelon. Wang Mingyuan's fingers were stained with blood as he looked at the headless corpse, as if he were looking at trash.
Zhou Wen, you did well.
Wang Mingyuan took out a white handkerchief and wiped the blood off his fingers, allowing the white handkerchief to drift away with the wind. Then, he smiled at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked at the damaged temple, and his expression changed drastically when he saw the situation. Chapter 1788 Something unusual. Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan, who were imprisoned on the stone pillar, had already turned into 2 dried corpses. Their flesh was shriveled like dried bacon. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Mingyuan with a gloomy expression. He hoped that Wang Mingyuan could give him an explanation, hoping that the truth wasn't what he thought. Wang Mingyuan sighed softly and said,
"Some sacrifices are inevitable to do what needs to be done."
With that said, Zhou Wen felt as though he had fallen into an ice cavern as his body trembled uncontrollably.
They risked their lives to come here for you.
Zhou Wen's voice trembled uncontrollably.
Therefore, I want them to die for a reason.
Wang Mingyuan said.
You were plotting against them from the beginning?
Zhou Wen still had a sliver of hope as he asked Wang Mingyuan.
It's not just them. Including you, I chose all my students because you guys have the talent I need.
Wang Mingyuan's honesty left Zhou Wen speechless. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Mingyuan in silence. Jiang Yan treated Wang Mingyuan like a mentor in life, and Zhong Zia treated Wang Mingyuan like a father. Even Zhou Wen himself treated Wang Mingyuan as a good teacher worthy of respect. However, he never expected that Wang Mingyuan had been plotting against them from the beginning.
If you want to do something extraordinary, you have to use extreme means. I had no other choice.
Wang Mingyuan said indifferently.
What about Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan? Didn't they have other choices as well? But they chose you.
Zhou Wen said coldly, as he looked at Wang Mingyuan.
They chose me, but I chose the entire world. There's no contradiction.
Wang Mingyuan said.
Teacher, this is the last time I'll call you that. I hope you won't regret your choice in the future.
Zhou Wen said as he turned to leave.
You can leave, but leave the 2 swords behind.
Wang Mingyuan stopped Zhou Wen.
What if I say no?
Zhou Wen stopped, but didn't turn his head.
I've already lost 2 disciples. I don't wish to lose a third.
Wang Mingyuan sighed. Zhou Wen ignored Wang Mingyuan and walked to the side of the Immortal Peril sword, about to pull it out. Bang! Wang Mingyuan waved his sleeve gently as a force surged towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen slashed out with his backhand at the surging undercurrent, but it was as though he had struck a spring. His powerful force was completely absorbed before it erupted, sending Zhou Wen flying. In midair, he felt the hand holding the Immortal Culling Sword tremble, as it uncontrollably left his hand. When Zhou Wen stabilized himself and looked again, he saw that the Immortal Peril Sword and Immortal Culling Sword were already in Wang Mingyuan's hands. Zhou Wen gathered his strength as his fists erupted with infinite strength as he struck at Wang Mingyuan. However, Wang Mingyuan, who was inches away, seemed to be in another world. No matter how ferocious his punches were, they couldn't injure Wang Mingyuan at all. It was the power of Transcendent Immortal, but not completely. It was even stranger than Transcendent Immortal's powers. Zhou Wen knew very well that it was impossible for him to defeat Wang Mingyuan today. This was because the current Wang Mingyuan wasn't only Wang Mingyuan. Not only did he have the power of Transcendent Immortal, but the attack he used to snatch the swords previously had the inklings of Jiang Yan and Zhong Zia, perhaps even more. Jiang Yan could use external forces for his own. Zhong Zia could infinitely stimulate his evolution. Such talent and ability were now used by Wang Mingyuan. Furthermore, he had successfully advanced to the Apocalypse grade after absorbing the power of Transcendent Immortal. Ignoring Zhou Wen, even in a dimension, it was difficult to say if anyone could defeat him. Wang Mingyuan ignored Zhou Wen as his hands moved slightly. The Immortal Peril Sword and Immortal Culling Sword rose up, as 2 other swords flew out of Wang Mingyuan's sleeve. The 4 swords had different shapes, but they gave off a mysterious feeling. In the next second, the 4 swords gathered together. At the instant they collided, they fused into one, turning into a sword that floated beneath Wang Mingyuan's feet.
If we can meet again, everything will end.
Wang Mingyuan glanced at Zhou Wen before turning around and riding the sword away. The white-robed sword shadow vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Zhou Wen looked in the direction Wang Mingyuan had vanished with a complicated expression. Finally, he could only smile bitterly and walk towards Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan's skeletons.
Let's go home.
Zhou Wen carried the 2 skeletons and left the Divine Mountain, feeling mixed emotions. After returning to guide Ancient City, Zhou Wen buried Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan's corpses on a hill outside the city. He looked at their tombstones and was at a loss for words.
F***ck, Wang Mingyuan is really a piece of trash. I've never seen such a shameless person. You guys risked your lives for him, but he still schemed against all of you. He's inhumane. Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan's deaths weren't worth it.
Li Xian said angrily.
That's their choice. At the very least, they met it calmly in death.
Zhou Wen said slowly.
What bullsh** calmness? Do you know what people are saying now?
Li Xian hesitated. Even if Zhou Wen didn't know, he could guess what people would say.
It doesn't matter what they say. The dead can't be revived.
Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to care about what others said.
Well said. The dead hold the least value. Why don't you put some thought into saving your life?
A hoarse voice sounded. Zhou Wen and Li Xian turned their heads and saw an elder walking over with a strange smile.
Jing Daoxian? What are you doing here?
Zhou Wen asked the elder with a frown.
I'm here to save your lives, of course.
Jing Daoxian said with a faint smile.
You should save your life first.
Li Xian said coldly. Jing Daoxian thought nothing of it. He walked to the tombstone and said with infinite regret.
What a pity. What about?
Zhou Wen asked.
Unfortunately, their powers weren't used by me. Otherwise, the Dimensional King wouldn't be Wang Mingyuan, but me.
Jing Daoxian sighed.
What do you mean?
Li Xian asked with a frown.
Kid, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? Why did Wang Mingyuan do so many things? With the ability to infinitely evolve and transform all powers for his own use, coupled with the power of Transcendent Immortal helping him advance to the Apocalypse grade, what else could it be for? Just watch. If he doesn't die, he will soon become the king who controls the entire dimension.
Jing Daoxian said with a twitch of his lips. Zhou Wen had already roughly guessed it, but Li Xian's mouth gaped open in surprise. After a while he said,
From what you're saying, Wang Mingyuan wants to turn himself into a devil. To subdue the devils as a devil sounds rather tragic. I'm just afraid that he will end up becoming the most lethal devil king.
Jing Daoxian said with a sneer.
What do you mean?
Zhou Wen asked with a frown.
What do I mean? Hee hee. I'm afraid Wang Mingyuan hates humans more than the monsters from the dimension.
Jing Daoxian said with a strange laugh. Chapter 1789 Mythical Divide.
Why?
Li Xian asked in puzzlement.
What do you think is the greatest disaster for humans after the dimension's descent?
Jing Daoxian asked with a smile.
Of course it's those terrifying dimensional creatures,
Li Xian said matter-of-factly.
You're still too young,
Jing Daoxian said with a pout.
Stop putting on an act. What else can it be?
Li Xian retorted indignantly. Jing Daoxian glanced at Li Xian and narrowed his eyes.
If two countries were to fight, and your family ended up getting killed, do you think it would be more unacceptable if your family was killed by the enemy or betrayed by your own people?
Li Xian's heart skipped a beat.
You mean that Wang Mingyuan has been betrayed by his own people? It's worse than that.
Jing Daoxian chuckled coldly.
Since ancient times, the most despairing thing in every calamity isn't the calamity itself. The human heart is often crueler than a calamity.
Zhou Wen, who had been silent, suddenly recalled the question Wang Mingyuan had asked them. If the person you loved the most was insulted, and he didn't have the strength to resist the enemy, would he choose to fight at the risk of his life, or endure the humiliation and join the enemy to seek revenge? Back then, Zhou Wen had believed that the enemy Wang Mingyuan mentioned was the dimensional creatures. From the looks of it, if Jing Daoxian wasn't fooling them, the enemy Wang Mingyuan mentioned might not be the dimensional creatures.
Old fellow, can you not speak in riddles? If you have anything to say, just say it.
Li Xian's curiosity was piqued.
I also want to make it clear, but unfortunately, I'm not sure,
Jing Daoxian said slowly.
After all this time, you don't know anything, and here you are bullish asterisk ting,
Li Xian said unhappily.
Even I have to admire a shrewd person like Wang Mingyuan. I don't know much about him, but according to my investigations, he was once married and had children. Have you heard him mention them?
Jing Daoxian wasn't angry, as he continued speaking slowly.
That's impossible. Wang Mingyuan has never been married, much less had children. Everyone knows that.
Li Xian immediately retorted.
You're free to believe anything you want. It's not the first time I've worked with him. This is all I've found out. I can say with certainty that he had a wife and children, but they're gone now,
Jing Daoxian said indifferently. Before Li Xian could say anything else, Jing Daoxian continued.
Actually, it doesn't matter if it's real or fake. You will know the outcome soon.
Zhou Wen knew what Jing Daoxian meant. If it was really as Jing Daoxian had said, that Wang Mingyuan once had family, and they had been harmed by humans, then once Wang Mingyuan became the ruler of the dimension, he would definitely return to Earth to do something.
How do you want to cooperate?
Zhou Wen stared at Jing Daoxian.
Wang Mingyuan's strength is probably invincible. There's only one way to restrain him.
Jing Daoxian enunciated each word clearly.
Chess Mountain.
When he heard the words,
Chess Mountain,
Zhou Wen's heart stirred. Back then, he had made 2 bets with the Darch. One of the bets was proposed by Zhou Wen. The two of them bet that Zhou Wen would live longer than the Darch. This bet was still ongoing. Another bet was that Zhou Wen would regret killing Transcendent Immortal. From the looks of it, Zhou Wen had lost the bet. He did regret killing Transcendent Immortal. The Darch had actually predicted this outcome back then. It was obvious that she had long seen through Wang Mingyuan's scheme. Zhou Wen really wanted to ask the Darch why Wang Mingyuan was doing this, but he didn't. Zhou Wen had already lost the first bet. If he went to see the Darch now, she could kill him and win the second bet. Therefore, Chess Mountain was undoubtedly the most dangerous place for Zhou Wen. Jing Daoxian had now mentioned Chess Mountain. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind.
Why Chess Mountain?
Zhou Wen stared at Jing Daoxian and asked.
Because it's very likely to have the answer that everyone wants. The answer regarding the dimension.
Jing Daoxian continued.
If you are careful enough, you should be able to tell that there's a very clear watershed in ancient myths. It's before and after the Shang dynasty. What's the difference?
Li Xian didn't understand what Jing Daoxian meant.
Lad, read more when you have the time,
Jing Daoxian said disdainfully.
In the myths before the Shang dynasty, be it Pangu, Nuwa, or the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the relationship between humans and gods was equal. And after the Shang dynasty, immortals became high and mighty. The status of humans plummeted. Even the emperors of the human world called themselves the Son of Heaven. To put it nicely, they were under the orders of the heavens, and had destinies determined by the heavens. To put it bluntly, they were the representatives designated by the gods. They were just lackeys. After the Shang dynasty, there was no human king. What has this got to do with the dimension?
Li Xian was still puzzled.
Apart from Chess Mountain, have you seen any of the dimensional zones on Earth before the Zhou dynasty?
Jing Daoxian asked. Zhou Wen and Li Xian were taken aback. They had never seen dimensional zones, before the Zhou dynasty.
The dimensional zones on Earth can be related to myths and legends, but have you seen dimensional zones related to mighty figures like Pangu, Nua, Hou-Yi, and Quafu? The connection between all dimensional zones and myths ends at the Shang dynasty. It's as though they have been sliced into two.
Jing Daoxian's eyes were fervent.
The source of everything lies in the Shang dynasty, and Chess Mountain is the origins of the Shang dynasty. It's here where we can solve the mystery of all of this. Perhaps we can obtain what we want. After all that talk, this is just an unfounded guess.
Li Xian curled his lips and continued.
I remember that Feng Qiuyan's hometown has dimensional zones related to human ancestor Fuxi. Guide also has human sovereign Shuairenqi's dimensional zone. These are all myths from before the Shang dynasty. Shuairenqi is a human, not a myth. As for Fuxi, he's probably inextricably linked to Chess Mountain.
Jing Daoxian said.
That's a little ridiculous. Do you really think I'm uneducated? What has Fuxi got to do with Chess Mountain?
Li Xian said disdainfully.
Then tell me, who started the war that destroyed the Shang dynasty?
Jing Daoxian asked.
Nua. What's the relationship between Nua and Fuxi?
Jing Daoxian asked again.
I think they're siblings,
Li Xian said with some uncertainty.
Some say siblings, others say husband and wife. No matter which one it is, it means that the relationship between the two isn't simple. And all the ancient myths stop at the Shang dynasty. The only one that can be tied to ancient mythology is the Shang dynasty. Why is that?
Jing Daoxian said seriously.
Perhaps we can obtain the answer after cracking Chess Mountain.
Chapter 1790 Telling a Love Story. Chapter 1790 Telling a Love Story. Although Jing Daoxian wasn't the type to spout words of wisdom, and his words weren't pleasant, everything he said was very alluring. He even raised the possibility that Chess Mountain might be related to Earth's companion beast. Towards the end of the conversation, Zhou Wen could only say that he would consider it, and didn't give Jing Daoxian an accurate answer. Jing Daoxian looked confident, as though he was certain that Zhou Wen would cooperate with him. After giving Zhou Wen his contact details, he staggered away.
Old Zhou, do you think that old fellow Jing Daoxian is fooling us? He doesn't sound reliable no matter how I look at it. Is Chess Mountain really related to Earth's companion beast? Can we determine that Chess Mountain is related to Earth's companion beast just because it's the watershed in ancient mythology? Isn't that too far-fetched?
Li Xian whispered after Jing Daoxian left.
With his character, if Jing Daoxian dares to take the risk at Chess Mountain, he must have some confidence. He definitely hasn't been entirely truthful.
Zhou Wen also knew that Jing Daoxian definitely didn't have any good intentions. Regardless of whether Chess Mountain was related to Earth's companion beast, Jing Daoxian only wanted to use them. However, Zhou Wen had his own considerations, so he didn't directly reject Jing Daoxian. He had to go to Chess Mountain. Even if he didn't go, the Dwarch definitely wouldn't let him off. If he could pull Jing Daoxian along, it was hard to say who would be cannon fodder.
No matter how I think about it, this matter doesn't seem right. Even if what Jing Daoxian said makes sense, that Chess Mountain is a watershed in ancient mythology, it might not have anything to do with Earth's companion beast. Furthermore, Chess Mountain is only a watershed in Eastern myths. How do you explain the myths in other regions?
Li Xian pondered.
There's no such thing as a watershed in the myths of the other regions. From the source, the myths of the other regions have always been about the supremacy of the divine. Gods are rulers to begin with. There's no such thing as a watershed,
Zhou Wen said after some thought. Li Xian thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. The few mythical systems in the world were basically theocracies. There was nothing involving humans.
In short, I don't think that old fellow is reliable. The things regarding Wang Mingyuan are most likely unreliable,
Li Xian said.
We'll eventually get the answers whether it's true or not, but I have to make a trip to Chess Mountain.
Zhou Wen told Li Xian about Chess Mountain, and Li Xian also understood why Zhou Wen had to go to Chess Mountain.
There's actually such a sick creature on Earth. Isn't it even more terrifying than the Dimensions Apocalypse?
Li Xian jumped in fright when he heard the Thearka's omnipotent wish power.
At the very least, from what I've sensed, she's definitely not weaker than Transcendent Immortal.
Zhou Wen sighed.
Then why are you going? Aren't you sending yourself to your death?
Li Xian shouted.
She won't let me off even if I don't go. I can sense that after the bet, there's an inexplicable connection between us. I can't escape.
Zhou Wen smiled bitterly.
That F** king sucks.
Li Xian was rendered speechless. Not long after returning to the ancient city, a message appeared on Zhou Wen's phone. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw the sender and content of the message.
Little Wen, I'm back in Luoyang. Come to Luoyang when you have the time. It's been a long time since I had a good chat with you.
The sender was Zhou Wen's father, Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Wen replied before heading to Luoyang's and family. He hadn't seen Zhou Lingfeng in a long time. He could also take the opportunity to visit her in Luoyang. Luoyang in March remained a little chilly. When the wind blew on his face, there was a knife-like coldness. In front of the Yin family's mansion, a man in a white military uniform and a large cloak stood at the door, his face expressionless. Behind him stood a smiling man, and in front of him was a beautiful girl who looked like a doll. The girl didn't say a word when she saw Zhou Wen. She shook off the man's hand that was holding hers and ran to Zhou Wen. She threw herself into his arms and hugged his neck tightly. "Yer." Zhou Wen picked up Yaler and gently stroked her head. His originally impetuous mood seemed to calm down significantly. "Young Master Wen," and Sheng greeted with a smile. Before Zhou Wen could answer, he heard Tianzua say indifferently, "Uncle Zhou and Mom are waiting for you inside for dinner." Zhou Wen nodded at Sheng and carried her into the Yin family residence. Ouyang Lan was the same as before. She didn't seem to have changed much, but Zhou Lingfeng looked much older than before. Although he still looked as refined and casual as before, there were many white hairs around his temples. Ouyang Lan warmly invited Zhou Wen to sit down, and Jing also sat by the side. Their eyes met, but neither of them said a word. Zhou Wen's present state of mind was completely different from when he first arrived in Luoyang. He had this meal in comfort. He no longer cared about the thoughts and views of others. He had his own principles. He treated the kind with kindness, and returned with a fist to those who were malicious. There was no need to blame himself or pity himself. "Little Wen, have a cup of tea with me. It's been a long time since we sat down for a chat." After the meal, Zhou Lingfeng called Zhou Wen over, and the two of them went to the small garden in the backyard. A pot of tea and two people. Under the cold moonlight, steam from the tea rose. Zhou Lingfeng picked up the teacup and took a sip. After putting down the teacup, he suddenly said something Zhou Wen had never expected. "Have you been to Shiyuan store? How did you know?" Zhou Wen asked in surprise. Zhou Lingfeng didn't answer as he continued. "Have you seen that silver-haired companion beast? How does it feel?" "What feeling?" Zhou Wen felt that Zhou Lingfeng's question was out of the blue. He didn't know what he was referring to. "My companion beast isn't bad, right?" Zhou Lingfeng asked again with a smile. Zhou Wen spat out the mouthful of tea he had just drunk. He stared at Zhou Lingfeng with widened eyes and said in disbelief, "What did you say? That silver-haired companion beast is your companion beast?" He never expected Zhou Lingfeng to say such words. In fact, he still found it unbelievable despite hearing it with his own ears. "Why? Is it difficult to accept that I have a companion beast?" Zhou Lingfeng said with a faint smile. "It's not difficult to accept you having a companion beast, but that companion beast..." Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss for words. "He's indeed different. He can be said to be my companion beast, but also not," Zhou Lingfeng said calmly. "What's going on? Isn't that silver-haired companion beast the former principal's, which is your current father-in-law?" Zhou Wen was filled with puzzlement. "You're right. He was indeed separated from me by father-in-law," Zhou Lingfeng said with a nod. "What's going on?" The more Zhou Wen heard, the more confused he became. "It's a long story. I have to tell you a story. It's a touching love story." Zhou Lingfeng took a sip of tea as though he was immersed in his memories. He also seemed somewhat nostalgic and smug. Chapter 1791 Shattered Values. Chapter 1791 Shattered Values. "Are you sure that you are telling a touching love story? Not a modern tea art story?" Zhou Wen looked at Zhou Lingfeng, who seemed extremely touched by his own story, with an extremely odd expression. Zhou Lingfeng's story was complicated, but it was very simple to summarize. It was a story of a male scumbag with a wife, and a female scumbag with a childhood sweetheart fiancé who hit it off at first sight. They got together shamelessly after abandoning their respective wife and husband. When Zhou Lingfeng told the story, he was so moved by his own story that tears welled up in his eyes. However, no matter how Zhou Wen listened, he felt his values crumble. There were a few instances when he nearly couldn't help himself from strangling Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng's wife and Ouyang Lan were best friends, and Ouyang Lan was already engaged to the Yin family. In the end, it was because they had invited Zhou Lingfeng and his wife to their place as guests and hang out together and attend their wedding that something happened. The male scumbag flirted with his wife's bestie and eloped with the bride before the wedding began. The female scumbag became pregnant with some random guy's child and returned to marry her fiancé. Zhou Wen felt his nerves being hammered again and again. He stood there in a daze as he looked at Zhou Lingfeng with his mouth agape. "So and Tianzua and I are really half-brothers?" Zhou Wen's voice sounded odd. His mother had passed away early. It was hard to tell if she had been angered to death by this adulterous couple. "Ahem, little Wen, you're good at everything, but your EQ is too low." Zhou Lingfeng coughed lightly, and said something that completely shattered Zhou Wen's worldview.
Why can't you be brothers from the same parents?
This time, Zhou Wen really couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea at Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng didn't mind at all. He picked up a towel to wipe his face and continued.
The situation back then was a little complicated. If Lan's second child was still a boy, she would have to bear some of the old scores of the Yan family's previous generation. The situation wasn't good. How could I let our son suffer? Coincidentally, your mother had just given birth to a girl. So, are you saying that Jing is my mom's child, and I'm supposed to be of King Jing?
Zhou Wen's worldview had already shattered into pieces, as he spoke incoherently.
Although what you said isn't exactly accurate, it's roughly that,
Zhou Lingfeng said with a nod.
Didn't the Yan family have any doubts?
Zhou Wen refused to believe that the Yan family knew nothing about such matters given their capabilities.
The adult world is complicated. The Yan family was in trouble both internally and externally. They needed someone to inherit the family business. That brother also needed an heir, but he didn't have the ability,
Zhou Lingfeng said as he drank his tea. Zhou Wen was speechless for a long time before saying,
Auntie, Lan, does she know?
Zhou Lingfeng shook his head.
She doesn't know that I secretly swapped you. She has always thought that Jing is her biological daughter. You have to keep this matter to yourself. You can't tell anyone, much less let little Jing know.
Zhou Wen's mind was already in a mess. He was momentarily in a daze, wondering if he was dreaming.
Why are you suddenly telling me this?
He asked with a complicated expression.
What you're doing now is too dangerous. It's hard to say if you can return alive in the future. I can't let you die without knowing who your biological mother is, right?
Zhou Lingfeng sighed.
What's with the silver-haired companion beast?
Zhou Wen asked again.
I told you about how your grandfather dug up that phone in the ancient well. However, there was something else that was dug out with the phone, a silver companion egg.
Zhou Lingfeng sank into his memories again. After Zhou Lingfeng's recount, Zhou Wen learned the complete story. Back then, Zhou Wen's grandfather had dug up the box containing the phone and the silver companion egg and brought them home that day. Back then, phones were already quite common, but it couldn't be switched on. As for the companion egg, no one knew what companion eggs were back then. He only considered it a strange egg, so he didn't pay much attention to it, and casually placed it on the table at home. Zhou Lingfeng was young back then, so he used the companion egg in the box as a ball. It was unknown what Zhou Lingfeng had done to hatch the companion egg, but the silver companion beast became Zhou Lingfeng's companion beast. Zhou Lingfeng had only been a few years old, and had never cultivated. How could he withstand the energy drain needed to hatch a companion beast? It was a miracle he hadn't died. However, Zhou Lingfeng still fell seriously ill, and fell into a coma for several days. Back then, Zhou Wen's grandfather sought treatment everywhere with Zhou Lingfeng, but there was no solution. It was Zhou Wen's grandfather who had thought of something. He brought the remaining box and phone to get someone to appraise them. He wanted to know where the items came from. Perhaps he could figure out the origins of the silver companion egg and save Zhou Lingfeng. The person Zhou Wen's grandfather had found was the young Ouyang Ting. Although Ouyang Ting was very young back then, he was already quite accomplished in archaeology. His appraisal indicated that the box containing the phone was from the Shang/Zhou dynasty. However, phones didn't exist during that era. How could it appear in a box from the Shang dynasty? They originally imagined that it was put in by someone later on, but after studying it, all the test results indicated that the phone had been passed down from the Shang/Zhou dynasty over thousands of years with the box. From then on, Ouyang Ting began studying such matters, hoping to solve the mystery. After some time, Zhou Lingfeng recovered by himself. However, because he had too little energy, he couldn't activate the silver-haired companion beast and summon him. It wasn't until the dimensional storms and Ouyang Ting's subsequent research that Zhou Lingfeng was able to summon the silver-haired companion beast. According to Zhou Lingfeng, unlike ordinary companion beasts, the silver-haired companion beast was like a child about Zhou Lingfeng's age when it first appeared. It looked very childish and cute. As Zhou Lingfeng grew up, the silver-haired companion beast also grew up. This surprised Ouyang Ting and company. After the dimensions appeared, some people obtained companion beasts, but they were completely different from Zhou Lingfeng's companion beast. The silver-haired companion beast had too many strange traits. The reason Zhou Lingfeng learned the various languages and ancient texts was that his goal was the same as Ouyang Ting's. He wanted to unravel the secrets of the box, phone, and silver-haired companion beast. A phone that had been passed down from the Shang/Zhou dynasty was impossible, but it still happened. Zhou Lingfeng had been to countless ruins dating to the Shang and Zhou dynasties. He had read many ancient books and information, but all of them indicated that there were no phones during those times.
Could transmigration really exist?
Back then, Zhou Lingfeng and Ouyang Ting had similar questions, But they quickly rejected this thought. If transmigration really existed, even if it was extremely unlikely, it was impossible for it to only happen once. Over the endless years, there would definitely be more people and objects that transmigrated. However, reality proved that other than this phone, there was no real physical evidence of any other suspected transmigration incidents. Furthermore, many of them were confirmed to be fake. Until one day, the silver-haired companion beast suddenly awakened. Chapter 1792 Approaching the Truth. Chapter 1792 Approaching the Truth.
Chess Mountain?
Zhou Wen couldn't help but frown after hearing Zhou Lingfeng's description. Back then, Zhou Lingfeng had taken the silver-haired companion beast around the entire East District. The silver-haired companion beast just looked like a growing companion beast without any knowledge. Zhou Lingfeng stood in front of the mountain, and didn't venture deep when he went to Chess Mountain. The silver-haired companion beast suddenly awakened some unknown knowledge and memories. The knowledge and memories seemed to be deeply engraved in his genes. He was just waiting for an opportunity to awaken. Zhou Lingfeng had felt that something was amiss. He immediately retreated without entering the mountain and watched from afar. Even so, many strange things happened after that. The silver-haired companion beast's soul seemed to change. His personality was completely different from before. If not for the fact that companion beasts couldn't harm their masters, Zhou Lingfeng would have long died at the hands of the silver-haired companion beast. In order to survive, Zhou Lingfeng went to Ouyang Ting again. With Ouyang Ting's help, he transferred the silver-haired companion beast to him. He never expected Ouyang Ting to encounter danger a few times before imprisoning the silver-haired companion beast in Shiyuan's store. However, according to what Zhou Lingfeng knew, during the years when Ouyang Ting had the silver-haired companion beast, his personality became very strange. He often vanished without a trace, disappearing for months or even a year or two. As for where Ouyang Ting had been during that period of time, Zhou Lingfeng didn't know. However, there was one time when Ouyang Ting sent a message to Zhou Lingfeng. His tone was very excited, as though he had made a major discovery. However, the content of the message was somewhat incomprehensible. Zhou Lingfeng didn't understand what it meant. Later on, Ouyang Ting vanished for a period of time. When he appeared again, he had already returned to normal. He didn't mention that matter again. The silver-haired companion beast was also sealed in Shiyuan's store.
What was the message the former principal sent you?
Zhou Wen asked Zhou Lingfeng.
I'm already close to the truth. I'll soon know the ultimate secret of humanity,
Zhou Lingfeng said.
The truth? The ultimate secret of humanity. And then?
Zhou Wen asked.
That's all. I sent a message asking, but Ouyang Ting didn't reply.
Zhou Lingfeng sighed. The two of them chatted about some matters related to Ouyang Ting and the silver-haired companion beast, but they failed to get the gist of anything. Zhou Lingfeng failed to provide any more useful information. After leaving the Yin family, Zhou Wen had a nagging feeling that something was amiss, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Zhou Lingfeng seemed to be revealing everything without holding back, but for some reason, Zhou Wen still felt that something was wrong. What's wrong? Zhou Wen carefully recalled, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. He only subconsciously felt that Zhou Lingfeng's tone was a little odd. From the looks of it, if I want to know the truth, I have to start with that silver-haired companion beast. Zhou Wen planned on making another trip to Shiyuan's store to meet the silver-haired companion beast. The phone, the silver-haired companion beast, Chess Mountain, and the arch. Perhaps only the silver-haired companion beast and the arch could give him an answer. The last time he went to Shiyuan's store, Zhou Wen had remained very careful. This time, he didn't spend much effort to surreptitiously arrive at the place where the silver-haired companion beast was imprisoned. Just as Zhou Wen appeared in the chamber, the silver-haired companion beast that seemed to be asleep with its eyes closed seemed to sense something. It slowly opened its eyes and looked at Zhou Wen.
You're here.
The silver-haired companion beast's tone was odd, as though he had expected Zhou Wen to come.
What are you?
Zhou Wen asked the silver-haired companion beast.
Just a companion beast.
The silver-haired companion beast answered indifferently.
Who's companion beast?
Zhou Wen naturally didn't believe such nonsense. Previously, the silver-haired companion beast had said that he was only a terror-grade companion beast.
If you want to know the answer, you can try opening it.
The silver-haired companion beast pointed at the metal slab connected to the chain. Zhou Wen had always guessed that the passcode left behind by the former principal was to open the metal slab. He just hadn't dared to attempt it in the past.
If you want me to open it, you have to at least give me a reason,
Zhou Wen said as he stared at the silver-haired companion beast.
Life or death, is that a choice?
The silver-haired companion beast said with a sneer.
What do you mean?
Zhou Wen asked with a frown.
Her wish mark has already been left on you. If you want to live, it's your only chance,
the silver-haired companion beast said indifferently.
Who is she?
Zhou Wen was alarmed. He already knew who the silver-haired companion beast was referring to, but he still had to confirm the answer.
Who else can leave a wish mark on an existence like you who can resist an apocalypse grade powerhouse? Apart from her, there's no one else in this world who can do it.
The silver-haired companion beast said slowly.
Who is she?
Zhou Wen asked again, enunciating every word. The silver-haired companion beast looked at Zhou Wen with a faint smile.
In human terms, her name should be Nua.
Zhou Wen was immediately alarmed. He never expected the silver-haired companion beast to give him such an answer. Nua was a great existence in Eastern mythology. Panga split the heavens and earth, and Nua created humans. It could be said that that was the origins of human mythology. Could the Arch be the legendary mother of humanity, Nua? Zhou Wen's heart trembled, but on careful thought, it seemed possible. The battle of the gods that destroyed the Shang dynasty and led to the rise of the Zhou dynasty was started by Nua. It seemed reasonable to say that Chess Mountain was related to Nua.
Continue.
Zhou Wen stared at the silver-haired companion beast. He was eager to know more. Zhou Wen could sense that he was very close to the truth.
Open it, and you will know everything.
The silver-haired companion beast didn't reveal any more information.
Since you know that I can fight an apocalypse-grade powerhouse, you must have seen my battle with Transcendent Immortal,
Zhou Wen said.
You don't have to threaten me. Even if you can kill an apocalypse-grade existence, you can't kill me.
The silver-haired companion beast could hear the threat in Zhou Wen's words, but he didn't seem to mind at all.
Are you sure?
Zhou Wen's eyes turned cold. No matter how strong the silver-haired companion beast was, it couldn't be stronger than the apocalypse grade. Furthermore, if he was really that powerful, how could he be trapped in such a place?
Of course I'm sure. Unless Earth is destroyed, no one can kill me.
The silver-haired companion beast was indifferent, completely ignoring Zhou Wen's threat.
What do you mean?
Zhou Wen could tell what the silver-haired companion beast was implying, but he found it unbelievable.
Because I'm Earth's companion beast.
The silver-haired companion beast's words were like a bolt of lightning, leaving Zhou Wen stunned. Chapter 1793 Deceived. Chapter 1793 Deceived.
You're Earth's companion beast?
Zhou Wen didn't believe the silver-haired companion beast. Not to mention the birth of a planetary companion beast, even the birth of calamity-grade powerhouses brought about huge disasters. The birth of a planetary companion beast would bring a huge disaster to the planet itself, and it might even lead to the planet's destruction. Just as the silver-haired companion beast had said, how could his birth have happened silently, to be easily dug out from an ancient well?
I was, but currently not completely one.
The silver-haired companion beast said.
What do you mean?
Zhou Wen frowned. He really didn't understand.
In theory, I should be. Unfortunately, something went wrong. Earth produced another companion beast, so I'm not completely one.
The silver-haired companion beast sighed.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Zhou Wen really couldn't believe everything the silver-haired companion beast said.
You won't believe me no matter how I explain it. However, as long as you open it, you will naturally know the truth.
The silver-haired companion beast said. After all that, he returned to the starting point. This gave Zhou Wen a headache. He looked at the metal slab and frowned in silence. The silver-haired companion beast didn't rush him. He just looked at Zhou Wen as though he was certain that Zhou Wen would open the metal slab. After some thought, Zhou Wen decided to open it. At this stage, if he didn't open it now, he probably wouldn't have another chance after he went to Chess Mountain. The truth was right in front of him. If he stopped moving forward, how could he obtain the truth? Sometimes, risks needed to be taken without stepping back.
You finally made a decision. That's good.
The silver-haired companion beast saw through Zhou Wen's thoughts and spoke with a smile.
How do I open it?
Since he had already made up his mind, Zhou Wen didn't waste his breath.
You can treat it as a box encrypted by a passcode. As long as you know the passcode, you can open it.
The silver-haired companion beast said. Zhou Wen didn't know if the passcode was the metal slab's passcode, so he entered the passcode left behind by the former principal according to the method mentioned by the silver-haired companion beast. Crack. After entering the password, the metal slab suddenly cracked. The metal slab was originally one without any gaps, but now, it had cracked neatly. Then, it split into 4 pieces and slowly spread out, revealing the space inside. When the metal slab was completely opened, Zhou Wen saw everything inside. His expression couldn't help but turn nasty, as he turned to look at the silver-haired companion beast. The silver-haired companion beast seemed very surprised as well. His eyes were somewhat dazed, and his expression changed from surprise to disbelief before turning to anger.
The asterisk starred, that the asterisk starred lied to me. He actually dared. He actually dared.
The silver-haired companion beast seemed extremely furious. His silver hair fluttered despite the air being still as it stood up vertically. His body emitted a resplendent silver light. With just a slight exertion of strength, he produced cracking sounds. The metal chains that restrained him snapped inch by inch. If Zhou hadn't isolated this space, such a huge commotion would have long attracted the people from Shiyuan's store.
Nice acting,
Zhou said coldly, as he stared at the silver-haired companion beast.
Acting? I spent most of my life acting for you. F***ck acting?
The silver-haired companion beast cursed angrily.
What's going on?
Zhou realized that he didn't seem to be acting. He was indeed extremely angry. The grievance didn't seem to be faked. Sim.
That B***** said that he'd place that thing inside. As long as I break free, the thing inside will automatically be destroyed. Only the passcode can open it.
The more the silver-haired companion beast spoke, the angrier he became. His eyes were filled with hatred, as though he wanted to tear a living person apart and eat them. Zhou wore an odd expression. If it was really as the silver-haired companion beast had said, he was too miserable. In order not to destroy the thing inside the metal slab, he had been trapped here for decades. At the end of the day, there was nothing inside.
Who is the person you're talking about?
Zhou was somewhat curious. What kind of talent could fool a fellow who claimed to be Earth's companion beast to such an extent?
Apart from that B****, Ouyang Ting, who else?
The silver-haired companion beast gritted his teeth, as every word seemed to be squeezed out from his clenched teeth. Zhou had long guessed it, but he was still surprised when he heard the silver-haired companion beast say the name. I never expected the former principal to have played such a trick, Zhou thought to himself.
Where's that B****, Ouyang Ting? I'm going to kill him!
The silver-haired companion beast's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Zhou and asked.
He should be at the Holy Temple,
Zhou said after some thought.
What kind of place is the Holy Temple?
The silver-haired companion beast asked with a frown.
Don't you know about the Holy Temple? It's the holy land that the dimension established on Earth.
Zhou explained the origins of the Holy Temple.
Impossible.
Upon hearing the establishment of the Holy Temple, the silver-haired companion beast suddenly interrupted Zhou.
What's impossible?
Zhou asked, perplexed.
At that time, even the immortals at their peak couldn't develop such an area on Earth, much less the five-dimensional races,
said the silver-haired companion beast.
How do you know it's impossible?
Zhou asked.
What kind of place do you think Earth is? Is it a place where those nobodies can behave atrociously? That's...
The silver-haired companion beast suddenly stopped.
That's what?
Zhou pressed.
Anyway, it's impossible for those idiots to have developed such a place on Earth at that time. It's impossible even if they used all the dimensional powers.
The silver-haired companion beast clearly didn't want to reveal those secrets. Zhou found it funny when he heard that. For someone who had been fooled by an empty box for decades, he was one to call others idiots.
I got it! Holy Temple. I see.
The silver-haired companion beast suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted. Without waiting for Zhou to ask him anything else, the silver-haired companion beast suddenly leaped up with a boom. The entire building, along with the underground chamber, was penetrated. The silver-haired companion beast transformed into a silver stream of light that disappeared. Zhou hurriedly chased after him. With his present speed, he could easily catch up to the silver-haired companion beast even without instant transmission. What surprised Zhou was that the silver-haired companion beast didn't seem to have lied to him. The silver-haired companion beast's strength was probably at the terror grade. At most, it was at the peak of the terror grade. Zhou didn't stop the silver-haired companion beast because he could tell that he was heading in the direction of the Holy Land. Zhou was surprised again when the silver-haired companion beast flew. His speed became faster and faster. Soon, he broke through. Zhou could clearly sense that the silver-haired companion beast's energy was increasing at an unbelievable speed. What surprised him even more was that wherever the silver-haired companion beast flew, all sorts of plants rapidly grew. Even the withered flowers and trees instantly revived, as though spring had instantly descended to the land. Could it be that this fellow is really, as he said, Earth's companion beast? Zhou seemed to begin believing what the silver-haired companion beast had said. Chapter 1794, Destroying the Holy Land. The silver-haired companion beast accelerated, and when he arrived at the Holy Land, the energy fluctuations he emitted were no longer inferior to the calamity grade. Zhou watched as the silver-haired companion beast tore through space and entered the Holy Land. It didn't use any equipment like a teleportation nexus. If it were in the past, Zhou wouldn't have been able to accomplish this. It was only after advancing to the calamity grade and fusing the 8 abilities into one that he could do it as easily as the silver-haired companion beast. The Holy Land hadn't changed much from the past. The silver-haired companion beast ignored the various restrictions in the Holy Land as he swept his gaze while in midair before flying in one direction. The majestic Sun God Temple was no different from what Zhou had seen before. However, he didn't see a single person along the way. It was unknown where the saints had gone. There was no one.
Get out here!
The silver-haired companion beast looked at the sun god holy temple and shouted coldly. His voice wasn't loud, it seemed to be able to penetrate the world and enter one's mind. Zhou Wen felt his brain buzz from the sound. However, the sun god holy temple remained silent. The silver-haired companion beast didn't waste his breath. A silver glint flashed in his eyes, and without him moving, the almost indestructible sun god holy temple rapidly decayed. Countless sprouts grew out of the palace. As the sprouts rapidly grew, the sun god holy temple also cracked and shattered. The palaces collapsed one after another, and the hard divine stone shattered. In just a moment, the sun god holy temple that had stood for years seemed to completely collapse, turning into fragments. The lush branches occupied the original spot of the sun god holy temple. At a glance, it looked like an ancient forest. It was completely unimaginable that it was once a holy palace. At this stage, there was still no sign of anyone. The silver-haired companion beast snorted coldly and headed in another direction. Khanate Holy Temple, Divine Emperor Holy Temple. Zhou Wen watched as the silver-haired companion beast destroyed the temples. Those mysterious and strange holy temples were like tofu in front of the silver-haired companion beast. They were probably even inferior to tofu. They turned into fertilizer with a mere glance. This fellow's strength is really strange. Zhou Wen was secretly alarmed. What surprised him even more was that the entire Holy Land was like a dead city. 5 holy temples had been destroyed, but not a single living creature was seen. Even if it's not convenient for the 5 races of the dimension to interfere, where did those saints go? What about Holy God? Zhou Wen was puzzled. Boom! The last trajectory holy temple turned into a vegetation paradise as well, but there were still no living creatures.
Damn be asterisk starred!
The silver-haired companion beast cursed angrily.
What's going on? They seemed to know that you were coming.
Zhou Wen couldn't help but ask. This was too bizarre.
Ouyang Ting sure is scheming.
The silver-haired companion beast snorted coldly.
What do you mean?
Zhou Wen asked with a frown.
Are you an idiot? You still don't understand that everything was set up by Ouyang Ting. Holy Land? It's just a nest of spies.
The silver-haired companion beast snorted coldly.
That old be asterisk star's plan was good. Unfortunately, he underestimated my recovery ability. As long as he's still on Earth, I can find him. You mean that this Holy Land was created by Ouyang Ting?
Zhou Wen found it unbelievable.
Who else could it be? You think you can obtain something like that with the power of the dimension? Dream on.
With a wave of the silver-haired companion beast's hand, everything in the Holy Land revived. All sorts of plants grew crazily, and in a moment, the space in the Holy Land collapsed. The sky seemed to crack like glass, revealing Earth's normal scenery. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that the so-called Holy Land was actually an island over the sea. It was completely different from what he had imagined. The Holy Land was set up by the former principal. How is that possible? Zhou Wen's heart churned in disbelief. Back then, the former principal had been kidnapped by the Holy Land. In order to save him, Zhou Wen and the family had spent a lot of effort. But now that he thought about it, the silver-haired companion beast was trapped by the former principal. Apart from him, who could evacuate the Holy Land upon predicting that the silver-haired companion beast would escape? The silver-haired companion beast ignored Zhou Wen's thoughts. His eyes shimmered with silver light as though he had formed a strange connection with Earth. The silver light in his eyes seemed to resonate with the tides of the sea. After a while, the silver-haired companion beast's expression turned uglier.
Strange, what's going on? Could it be that that old be asterisk starred is no longer in this world?
The silver-haired companion beast muttered to himself as his expression turned uglier. Zhou Wen pondered for a long time before asking the silver-haired companion beast.
Are you sure that the Holy Land was created by Ouyang Ting? Other than those who once obtained my strength, who else can help those fellows from the dimension produce such a space on Earth?
The silver-haired companion beast said proudly.
Kid, what's your relationship with that old be asterisk starred?
The silver-haired companion beast suddenly stared at Zhou Wen and asked. Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss for an answer. In the past, Ouyang Ting was only his former principal who treated him well. However, ever since Zhou Lingfeng told him the story that destroyed his worldview, Zhou Wen realized that Ouyang Ting was his grandfather.
We're considered relatives.
Zhou Wen had no intention of hiding it. The silver-haired companion beast sized up Zhou Wen and said coldly.
Nonsense. The bloodline in you clearly belongs to that disappointing good-for-nothing. What has it got to do with that old fellow? Who are you talking about?
He asked with a frown.
Apart from that disappointing Zhou Lingfeng, who else could it be? Your eyes and brows are 70% similar to his. I get angry just seeing you. That's right. Zhou Lingfeng is my father. How did he offend you?
Zhou Wen hurriedly asked.
Offend me? He's not qualified. Just mentioning him makes me angry. If he wasn't so useless, I wouldn't have been reduced to such a state.
The silver-haired companion beast became angrier as he spoke. From the spiel of curses the silver-haired companion beast made, Zhou Wen roughly knew what had happened after Zhou Lingfeng obtained the silver-haired companion beast. In the words of the silver-haired companion beast, Zhou Lingfeng was trash. He clearly had the strongest companion beast on Earth, but he didn't seek to improve himself. He spent all his time fooling around and hitting on girls. He didn't cultivate at all, allowing the silver-haired companion beast to evolve very slowly. In the end, he forcefully separated the silver-haired companion beast from him and gave it to Ouyang Ting. To give such a huge opportunity to others made him nothing but a prodigal. Chapter 1795 Cooperation. Although the silver-haired companion beast made Zhou Lingfeng sound terrible, Zhou Wen didn't think so. Sometimes, giving up was harder than persisting. Furthermore, what the silver-haired companion beast said was only one-sided. Only they knew the truth.
What's your relationship with Chess Mountain?
Zhou Wen interrupted the silver-haired companion beast's complaints and asked a question he really wanted the answer to. If the arch was really Nua, and the silver-haired companion beast was Earth's companion beast, what was the relationship between the silver-haired companion beast that suddenly awakened when he approached Chess Mountain and Noah? Could it be as Jing Daoxian had said, Chess Mountain was the beginning of myths?
Why should I tell you?
The silver-haired companion beast snorted coldly.
Don't you owe me an answer?
Zhou Wen asked. The silver-haired companion beast didn't refute him this time. He had said that Zhou Wen only needed to open the metal slab to know the answer, but he hadn't given him anything.
Speaking of which, we were all schemed against. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Perhaps we can cooperate.
The silver-haired companion beast looked at Zhou Wen and said,
Your strength is barely passable. Perhaps you can help a little. Cooperate? How?
Zhou Wen didn't retort. If he wasn't strong enough, how could the silver-haired companion beast cooperate with him? However, Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to fuss over this. He wanted to know as much as possible.
Stop the birth of Earth's companion beast.
The silver-haired companion beast's answer surprised Zhou Wen. Answer. Zhou Wen imagined that he wanted to find Ouyang Ting, but the outcome was something else. However, Zhou Wen got a rough idea of the situation on second thought. Since the silver-haired companion beast was Earth's former companion beast, and now that Earth had produced a new companion beast, it naturally hindered him. It wasn't strange for the silver-haired companion beast to want to snatch back something that belonged to him. Without waiting for Zhou Wen to ask, the silver-haired companion beast explained.
I want to snatch back what belongs to me. And if you don't stop the birth of Earth's companion beast, it will be the destruction of Earth when it is born. It will also be the end of humanity. Therefore, we have a common goal. Cooperation is the best choice. Don't tell me the Earth companion beast you mentioned is on Chess Mountain?
Zhou Wen asked with narrowed eyes.
Apart from that, where else?
The silver-haired companion beast said.
Have you forgotten that the Nua you mentioned left a wish mark on me? If I go to Chess Mountain, only death awaits me.
Zhou Wen wanted to obtain more useful information from the silver-haired companion beast.
Do you think she can't kill you if you don't go anywhere? How naive. She has already left a wish mark on you. As long as she's willing, you won't be able to escape death no matter where you go.
The silver-haired companion beast seemed to think of something as he sized up Zhou Wen and said,
It's a little strange. She has already left a mark on you, but she didn't attack you. That is strange. Then tell me about her,
Zhou Wen said.
There's nothing to say. Only one person can live, she or me. Without her, I wouldn't have ended up in such a state.
The silver-haired companion beast said hatefully. Zhou Wen found it funny. This silver-haired companion beast tended to push everything on others. One moment, he was talking about how he would have turned out without Ouyang Ting, while the next moment, he was talking about how he would turn out without Zhou Lingfeng. Now, he was talking about how he would turn out without Noah. From Zhou Wen's expression, the silver-haired companion beast knew what he was thinking. He immediately said angrily,
Kid, if you were me, I'm afraid you would be even worse than me.
Enraged, the silver-haired companion beast recounted what had happened. Zhou Wen truly sympathized with the silver-haired companion beast after hearing his story. It was a tragedy. Every planet in the universe had only one companion egg. Zhou Wen had long known this, but where did these companion eggs come from? He never had an answer to this question. According to the silver-haired companion beast, he didn't know where he came from. When he gained consciousness, he was dug out by someone. A planetary companion egg that had just been born and hadn't begun the incubation process had been dug out. This was unimaginable. However, someone had done it. That person was the Nua, also the arch is suspected by Zhou when mentioned by the silver-haired companion beast. As the silver-haired companion beast had just gained consciousness and was still ignorant, he didn't know who the woman was. Only after he awakened did he figure out what had happened. Nua had used some unknown method to dig him out to nurture a new Earth companion beast. As for why she was doing this, the silver-haired companion beast still didn't know. He only remembered that the woman had descended from the sky on a huge ship and dug him out while he was still an egg.
A huge ship?
The scene of a huge ship immediately surfaced in Zhou Wen's mind. There were legends about a great flood and myths all over the world. And in the information Zhou Wen had obtained over the years, there was a story of a ship descending from the sky to save the humans in the flood. The anchor and the woman's portrait made the image in Zhou Wen's mind even clearer. Could it be that the flood back then was triggered by Nua's ship entering the underground world to dig out the Earth companion egg? Zhou Wen gradually connected all the information together. However, there was something Zhou Wen still didn't understand. Why was it that in the legends of the Great Flood, there were legends of an ark saving humans in other areas, but there were no records of this in Eastern myths? The Great Flood myth of the East only had the legend of Yu the Great controlling the water, but there was no record of a ship saving humans. If Chess Mountain was the birthplace of Earth's companion beast, wouldn't the East have more legends about the ship?
Let's work together to kill her before she escapes. You get to live, and I'll take back what belongs to me. We'll each take what we need.
The silver-haired companion beast suggested again.
Since you know that I have a wish mark, how do we go to Chess Mountain? I naturally have a way. Otherwise, why would I want to work with you?
The silver-haired companion beast seemed confident as he turned around and left.
Follow me.
Zhou Wen flew with the silver-haired companion beast. At that moment, the energy fluctuations from the silver-haired companion beast had completely vanished. It was impossible to tell what level his strength had reached. Just from his speed, he didn't seem to be weaker than an apocalypse grade powerhouse like Transcendent Immortal. Moments later, the silver-haired companion beast landed somewhere. Zhou Wen focused his gaze and was somewhat surprised.
Why is it here?
Zhou Wen was alarmed. The place the silver-haired companion beast had brought him to was Guide Ancient City. Chapter 1796 Human Sovereign Stone Saber. Chapter 1796 Human Sovereign Stone Saber. There were people coming and going around Guide Ancient City. Ever since Zhou Wen's identity as human sovereign was exposed, more and more people rushed to Guide Ancient City. Many ordinary people who were affiliated with other factions nearby had brought their families here, hoping to settle down here. However, entering Guide Ancient City wasn't as easy as before. Many people had no choice but to stay outside, causing the periphery of Guide Ancient City to become abnormally lively. All sorts of tents and temporary camps could be seen everywhere. It even had a bazaar. Seeing Zhou Wen appear, everyone watched from afar, but no one dared to speak.
Interesting. It looks like they are rather respectful of you.
The silver-haired companion beast said mockingly.
This city belongs to me now,
Zhou Wen said.
That's really interesting.
The silver-haired companion beast said meaningfully, as he walked into the ancient city. Zhou Wen followed him in. After entering the ancient city, everyone he met would bow and call him City Lord. Some even called him,
Your Excellency Human Sovereign. Do you have what it takes to be called Human Sovereign?
The silver-haired companion beast couldn't help but mock.
It's just a nickname. There are many nicknames like God, Saint, and Buddha. Human Sovereign is nothing,
Zhou Wen said. To his surprise, the silver-haired companion beast immediately scoffed when it heard Zhou Wen.
What God, Saint, Buddha? How can those things be compared to Human Sovereign? What do you mean?
Zhou Wen asked with interest. The silver-haired companion beast seemed to have a very high evaluation of humans. He even believed that gods, immortals, saints, and Buddhas couldn't be compared to humans. The silver-haired companion beast snorted coldly and continued walking forward without saying a word.
Where are we going?
Zhou Wen wanted more information.
You'll know when we get there.
The silver-haired companion beast didn't explain further. Soon, the human and pet arrived in front of a strange building.
Fire God Platform?
Zhou Wen wore a strange expression. Fire God Platform could be said to be the core of Guide Ancient City. There was a stone saber embedded in the platform. Just shaking the stone saber an inch would cause a huge anomaly in Guide Ancient City. Even though the arch had designs on the stone saber. She wanted Zhou Wen to get it for her, but to no avail. Now that the silver-haired companion beast was here, it was most likely for the stone saber. As Zhou Wen expected, after the silver-haired companion beast walked onto Fire God Platform, he came in front of the furnace with the stone saber and stared at it.
If you want to touch it, it's best you make yourself clear.
Zhou Wen stood in front of the silver-haired companion beast. If the stone saber moved, there would definitely be a major change. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Guide Ancient City couldn't be risked.
It's not me who wants to touch it, but you,
the silver-haired companion beast said with a twitch of its lips.
Can it remove the wish mark on me?
Zhou Wen asked with a frown.
No.
The silver-haired companion beast's answer surprised Zhou Wen, but he continued.
However, it can temporarily prevent Noah from triggering the wish mark on you. Do you know what will happen if the stone saber is pulled out?
Zhou Wen probed.
Nothing will happen.
The silver-haired companion beast answered without any hesitation.
From the looks of it, you aren't sincere about cooperating with me.
Zhou Wen's expression turned cold.
I once attempted to pull out the stone saber. Just a slight nudge caused a dimensional zone anomaly, but you're telling me that nothing will happen. It won't since I said so. Who do you think you are? Are you worth me lying to you?
The silver-haired companion beast said superciliously.
With me around, nothing will happen. What's the origin of this stone saber?
Zhou Wen asked doubtfully.
To think you call yourself human sovereign. Don't you even know about human sovereign stone saber?
The silver-haired companion beast teased.
Human sovereign stone saber?
Zhou Wen had never heard of it.
The fire of human civilization was born from this saber.
The silver-haired companion beast explained casually. Zhou Wen looked at the stone saber in the furnace in surprise. The evaluation of the silver-haired companion beast was extremely high. Zhou Wen roughly knew that human civilization began with the use of tools and fire, but it was still somewhat controversial if stone tools were the earliest man-made tools.
Cut the crap. With this saber protecting you, you can withstand Noah's wish mark. Are you pulling it out or not?
The silver-haired companion beast said impatiently. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and didn't say anything else. He walked to the stone furnace and reached out to grab the hilt of the stone saber. In the past, he had to circulate the power of the ancient Sovereign Sutra to move the stone saber, but now, there was no need to go through so much trouble. With just a slight nudge, the stone saber moved a little. To his surprise, the stone saber didn't produce any anomalies despite the greater nudge.
You sure are cautious. You have the same character as your useless father.
The silver-haired companion beast snorted coldly when he saw that Zhou Wen was only probing without really pulling out the stone saber. Zhou Wen thought nothing of it as he slowly pulled out a sliver, but there was still no reaction.
As expected of Earth's companion beast.
Zhou Wen praised the silver-haired companion beast. The silver-haired companion beast didn't appreciate it and only grunted coldly. He pulled out the stone saber bit by bit. Just as the silver-haired companion beast had said, Guide Ancient City showed no anomalies. More than half of the stone saber had been pulled out. Just as Zhou Wen was about to completely pull it out, he suddenly heard a whistling sound. A figure tore through the air and arrived on Fire God platform. The figure had long gray hair and tattered armor. It was none other than the humanoid creature that had been guarding Guide Ancient City before Zhou Wen entered. At that moment, the humanoid creature's hair and beard were disheveled. Its eyes were red as it stared intently at Zhou Wen, who was pulling at the saber. However, it didn't immediately pounce forward. Instead, it stood there motionless as it stared at Zhou Wen. It was unknown what he was thinking. Zhang Yuji's voice sounded from below Fire God platform. She quickly rushed up and ran to the humanoid creature's side, trying her best to appease him. Zhou Wen was able to enter Guide Ancient City thanks to Zhang Yuji's control of the humanoid creature. However, from the looks of it, Zhang Yuji's control of him had weakened drastically. Under Zhang Yuji's appeasement, the humanoid creature continued staring intently at Zhou Wen as though it would kill him at any moment. Zhou Wen had long thought of this uneasy factor, but he had no other choice. The battle at Chess Mountain was probably 10,000 times more dangerous than the battle with Transcendent Immortal. He had to be prepared. Furthermore, after the battle with Transcendent Immortal, Zhou Wen had comprehended the trump card. In the human world, he also had the confidence to defeat the humanoid creature. The silver-haired companion beast watched coldly, without saying a word. Zhou Wen looked at the humanoid creature without retracting his strength, as he pulled out the stone saber inch by inch. Chapter 1797 As You Wish. Chapter 1797 As You Wish. The stone saber was very rough. Instead of calling it a saber, it was more like a poorly polished stone rod. The side near to the blade was rather smooth, but the side of the blade's spine was abnormally rough. It was even pockmarked. Only the handle of the saber was very smooth due to being excessively held. It felt like it had smoothened from oxidation. At the instant the stone saber was pulled out, Zhang Yuji's appeasement seemed to completely fail. The humanoid creature charged up, and instantly tore through the air. It arrived in front of Zhou Wen with a blast, and reached out to grab the stone saber. Just as Zhou Wen was about to attack the humanoid monster, he suddenly saw a silver flash. Vines grew out from under the humanoid creature's feet like ropes, tying it up like a dumpling. Just as the humanoid monster's finger was about to touch the stone saber, it couldn't advance any further despite extending it as much as it could. Zhou Wen looked at the silver-haired companion beast, who said indifferently,
I said that nothing will happen.
The humanoid creature roared at Zhou Wen, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape the vine's restraints.
So the abilities of Earth's companion beast are life-type?
Zhou Wen looked at the vines and muttered to himself.
Boolsh asterisk T. How can you fathom my abilities? This isn't even strength, just something random.
The silver-haired companion beast said angrily, as though he had suffered a great insult. Zhang Yuji sized up the silver-haired companion beast in surprise. She had spent the most time with humanoid creatures, so no one knew better than her how terrifying its strength was. The silver-haired companion beast could actually subdue it without moving a finger. This was already enough to surprise her. However, none of this shocked her as much as Zhou words. She never expected the one in front of her to be Earth's companion beast.
What are you looking at? That crappy ability of yours is useless against me. Stop wasting your emotions.
The silver-haired companion beast glanced coldly at Zhang Yuji.
Zhou, is he really Earth's companion beast? You actually obtained Earth's companion beast?
Zhang Yuji said in pleasant surprise.
What kind of look is that? Is he even up to it?
Halfway through his sentence, the silver-haired companion beast seemed to find it inappropriate, and said something else.
That punk is just my lackey. Yuji, go back for now. I'll tell you in detail later.
Zhou said to Zhang Yuji.
Can you not hurt him?
Zhang Yuji hesitated for a moment before looking at the humanoid creature.
As long as it's within my control, I won't harm him.
Zhou knew that Zhang Yuji's ability was very special. She didn't just control creatures. She had to also devote her feelings and treat the creatures as family. Zhou originally had no intention of killing the humanoid creature. This humanoid creature was very special, making him even more eager to figure out its origins.
That's great.
Zhang Yuji tried to convince the humanoid creature to leave with her, but at that moment, her ability was completely ineffective against it. The humanoid creature ignored her, and struggled with all its might. It kept staring at the stone saber in Zhou's hand.
He won't die,
the silver-haired companion beast said coldly. Only then did Zhang Yuji feel completely relieved. She tried to appease the silver-haired companion beast, but it was useless. Only then did she leave Fire God platform under Zhou's persuasion.
I've obtained the stone saber, but I don't feel my connection with that person being severed,
Zhou said to the silver-haired companion beast.
How can it be that easy? What do you think a wish mark is? It doesn't belong to.
Before the silver-haired companion beast could finish its sentence, he stopped as though he realized that he had said too much.
You want to cooperate with me, but you keep hiding everything from me. How can we cooperate?
Zhou said with a sullen expression.
It's pointless telling you certain things. You might not believe me either. Instead, you might become overly cautious, which won't be good for either of us.
The silver-haired companion beast pointed at the humanoid creature and said,
This fellow is a little strange. If I'm not wrong, he was originally a human. He's human?
Zhou knew that the silver-haired companion beast was changing the topic, but he was still shocked by his words.
There's no mistake. He was definitely a human in the past. It's not strange for a human to mutate, but it's very strange for him to mutate so completely. Unless...
The silver-haired companion beast sized up the humanoid monster and pondered.
Unless what?
Zhou asked.
Unless he'd willingly given up his bottom line as a human and had been to that place.
The silver-haired companion beast wore a strange expression.
If you continue talking to me in riddles, our cooperation will end here,
Zhou said with a sullen expression.
Unless he entered that ship. That's the only place that can completely transform humans into creatures.
The silver-haired companion beast paused and curled his lips.
I also want to explain it to you, but I don't completely understand it myself. How can I explain it clearly? If you want to know the truth, ask Nua yourself. Cut the crap. How do I use this stone saber?
Zhou could sense a strange power contained in the stone saber, but this power couldn't sever the connection between the mark and the arch.
Give me the saber,
the silver-haired companion beast said as he extended his hand. Zhou glanced at the silver-haired companion beast before throwing the stone saber at him.
You are a little braver than your father. You aren't considered pure trash.
The silver-haired companion beast sized up the stone saber and spoke without looking up. It was unknown if it was a compliment or mockery. Before Zhou could say anything, the silver-haired companion beast suddenly held the stone saber in reverse and stabbed it into its chest. Zhou was dumbfounded. The stone saber penetrated the silver-haired companion beast's chest, with the blade seemingly protruding from his back.
What are you doing?
Zhou stared at the silver-haired companion beast and asked with a frown.
Indeed, this human sovereign stone saber isn't enough. Cut the crap. Success or failure depends on this. I'll trust you humans one more time.
The silver-haired companion beast looked at his chest and whispered. At the spot where the stone saber touched his chest, silver flames arose as though they were leaking out of his body and burning his flesh.
Come, pull out the saber.
The silver-haired companion beast released the hilt and spread out his hands. He looked up at Zhou when a silver light bloomed in his eyes. Zhou finally understood what he was doing. Companion beasts couldn't automatically terminate their contracts with humans, so the contract on the silver-haired companion beast probably hadn't been completely terminated. Now, he wanted to use the stone saber to sever his contract with humans, but this was clearly not enough. Therefore, he could only choose to use this opportunity to have a new contract replace the previous one. In other words, if he succeeded, the silver-haired companion beast would become Zhou Wen's companion beast.
As you wish.
Zhou Wen reached out and grabbed the hilt of the stone saber again, pulling it out with all his might. Chapter 1798 Annihilation. Chapter 1798 Annihilation. As the stone saber was pulled out, the silver-haired companion beast's body floated in the air. His limbs leaned back as his chest protruded out like he were a living sacrifice. Silver flames spewed out and surged towards Zhou Wen's body, instantly enveloping him. Companion beasts that had already signed a contract couldn't sign a contract with others, but with the stone saber as a medium, a new contract formed between the two. A silver symbol gradually appeared on Zhou Wen's chest. The silver-haired companion beast's body gradually dissipated in the silver flames until he completely vanished. The silver symbol on Zhou Wen's chest was resplendent. Just as Zhou Wen looked down to see what the symbol on his chest was, he saw it suddenly flash and vanish without Zhou Wen's control. In the next second, Zhou Wen's entire body suddenly emitted silver light. His black hair quickly turned silver, and even his eyes were filled with silver.
Who the hell stipulated that companion beasts can only be used as slaves to human? What are humans? I'm the true ruler of everything.
The silver-haired companion beasts will roared crazily in Zhou Wen's mind.
Why?
Zhou Wen's consciousness hadn't been completely occupied, but he wasn't flustered. All he did was calmly communicate with the silver-haired companion beast's will.
Why? Don't you understand? What a stupid fellow. By occupying your body, I can be my absolute self. No one can control me anymore.
The silver-haired companion beast mocked.
I still have to thank you for the body you contributed to me. I'm very satisfied with this body. A calamity grade capable of producing apocalypse grade strength. As expected of a race that has been blessed. That's why you chose me and not anyone else.
Zhou Wen said calmly.
I've already been scammed twice. I don't have the patience to play any games. This time, I'm going to do it in one step. You don't have to resent Ling Feng for screwing me over so badly. A son has to repay his father's debt. That's your life.
The silver-haired companion beast seemed to be in an extremely good mood. It spoke frankly unlike before.
Didn't you say that he was trash? How did he scam you again?
Zhou Wen continued asking. Sensing that Zhou Wen's willpower was weakening, the silver-haired companion beast said smugly.
That trash isn't good at anything, but he's very cunning. He kept delaying his cultivation, preventing me from evolving. He even King tricked me and forcefully stripped me of my essence energy. However, it doesn't matter now. I'll take back everything he owes me. In that case, everything you said about Nua was a lie?
Zhou Wen asked again.
Do I need to lie to a nobody like you? That woman indeed tore through the air on a boat and forcefully dug me out of the core. Unfortunately, she died after that.
The silver-haired companion beast snorted coldly.
Died?
Zhou Wen couldn't help but be taken aback. Since she's dead, who's the one at Chess Mountain? Zhou Wen never expected such an outcome.
Who else could it be other than Noah?
The silver-haired companion beast's explanation confused Zhou Wen.
You mean that the woman who steered the boat isn't the same person as Noah? The one in Chess Mountain is Noah, and the one driving the boat is another woman. Who's Noah? Who's the woman?
Zhou Wen quickly understood what the silver-haired companion beast meant.
I also want to know who that woman is. She came on a ship and descended into this world. She shattered the dimension single-handedly and forcefully dug out the planet's egg. That's an unparalleled shocking ability.
When the silver-haired companion beast spoke of the woman, there was a hint of admiration.
Shatter the dimension? Isn't she an immortal? How can she shatter the dimension?
Zhou Wen could tell that something was amiss. According to the information he had obtained, the woman who had descended on the ship was likely the supreme existence of the immortals. However, from the silver-haired companion beast's tone, it didn't seem to be the case.
The immortals are nothing. They aren't worthy of being lumped with her.
The silver-haired companion beast said disdainfully.
Because of her descent, the entire dimension was almost shattered. A mere immortal is nothing. Now, your body will be used by me. In the future, you will definitely become the ruler of the entire world. That will also be your glory.
The silver-haired companion beast devoured crazily, hoping to completely devour Zhou Wen's consciousness.
I'm looking forward to seeing that day, but unfortunately you can't.
Zhou Wen said indifferently.
Whether it works or not isn't up to you to say.
Before the silver-haired companion beast could finish its sentence, it suddenly realized that Zhou Wen's seemingly weak consciousness had suddenly turned from weak to strong. No matter how he devoured it, he couldn't completely erase Zhou Wen's consciousness.
Heavens, it's no wonder you can resist an apocalypse with your calamity body. The strength of your will is almost inhuman. So you were also plotting against me. Unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced. I'm Earth's companion beast. On Earth, no life can compete with my will.
The silver-haired companion beast will become stronger and stronger,
as though the entire Earth's will was injecting energy into him. Even someone as tenacious as Zhou Wen felt an unparalleled pressure. His consciousness was being devoured bit by bit. This body is mine! The silver-haired companion beast's consciousness roared crazily. However, in the next second, the silver-haired companion beast's crazy roar stopped. Another will suddenly appeared in his consciousness. Zhou Wen finally activated Sigh of the King as the strange woman's consciousness awakened. How? How is this possible? The silver-haired companion beast's consciousness seemed to tremble violently, as though something extremely terrifying had happened. Impossible. Impossible. Are you already dead? How is it possible? The silver-haired companion beast felt the strange consciousness. Its horror had already exceeded the limits of his mental endurance. Annihilate! Like a woman ruling the world, she didn't even look at the silver-haired companion beast as she indifferently spat out a word. The silver color over Zhou Wen's body instantly receded, like a tidal wave. The silver-haired companion beast's consciousness also vanished amidst extreme horror. Zhou Wen's eyes regained clarity as he looked down at his chest. He saw all the silver condensed on his chest, forming a silver symbol. Could it be that the Sigh of the King transformed from the Lost Immortal Sutra is the woman mentioned by the silver-haired companion beast? Unfortunately, I couldn't get more useful information from him. Zhou Wen felt mixed emotions. He never expected that the final answer was already on him. He habitually took out his phone and looked at his stats. Indeed, there was a new companion beast in the companion beast column. Chapter 1799 All Lives Are Equal. Prisoner, Apocalypse Grade, Incomplete Body Life Providence, All Life Life Soul, All Life Wheel of Destiny, All Life, S Grade. Terraform, All Life. Calamity Zone, All Life, Heaven Level. New World, All Life. Strength, 1013. Speed, 1014. Constitution, 1052. Essence Energy, 1000. Talent Skill, none. Companion Form, Soul. Zhou Wen was stunned when he saw the silver-haired companion beast's stats. It wasn't because he was ridiculously strong, but because he was too weak. A dignified Apocalypse Grade companion beast only had such stats. Just the Calamity Grade Mystic Arch and Truth Listener stats were about the same as his. Apart from having the new world that the Apocalypse Grade should have, he didn't have anything that stood out. What was even more surprising was that his Life Providence, Life Soul, Wheel of Destiny, Terror Transformation, Calamity Zone, and New World were all the same. He's an Apocalypse Grade companion beast at the end of the day. Why is he so weak? Zhou Wen summoned Prisoner. Silver light flashed as the silver-haired companion beast appeared in front of him again. His hair was still messy, and his clothes were disheveled. However, the silver-haired companion beast's eyes had already lost their luster. He was like a puppet that only knew how to follow Zhou Wen's orders. From the looks of it, the silver-haired companion beast no longer had a sense of self. Zhou Wen was somewhat disappointed. He originally hoped to obtain some useful information from him, but from the looks of it, it was impossible. Thankfully, his companion form is a soul. I can be imbued with his powers. Zhou Wen ordered Prisoner to transform into a soul and attach himself to him. The silver light fused into Zhou Wen's body as his hair and pupils turned silver. His hair strangely grew longer, almost reaching his feet. His armor also seemed to be plated with a layer of silver. What's the use of this all-life new world? I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Zhou Wen felt the power Prisoner gave him. After Zhou Wen's 8 techniques fused into one, his comprehension of strength far exceeded the ordinary Calamity Grade. He wasn't inferior to the Apocalypse Grade, and even exceeded it in certain things. After carefully comprehending it for a moment, Zhou Wen revealed a look of delight. The power of all life exceeded Zhou Wen's expectations. Although Prisoner's abilities were all one and the same, they were very useful. If he wanted to use a word to describe the abilities of all life, Zhou Wen felt that he only needed to add the word, equality, behind it. Within the power range of the all-life new world, be it immortals, saints, Buddhas, or demons, they were all equal. They all had the right to die. Yes, right. It wasn't to kill the enemy, but to let him obtain the right to die. This power didn't have any substantial lethality. It didn't sound impressive, but on careful thought, one could tell that it was a very crazy ability. When Zhou Wen fought Transcendent Immortal, she had displayed extraordinary self-healing abilities. The damage Zhou Wen had dealt to her wasn't as fast as her self-healing speed. However, after possessing all life, she couldn't heal from the injuries Zhou Wen inflicted. Even powerhouses with the ability to revive wouldn't be revived. Together with Zhou Wen's own human realm domain, it could be said to be a perfect match. Although my physique is a little lacking, this ability is impressive. Now, Zhou Wen completely believed Prisoner's previous words. It was likely that he had been dug out ahead of time. Otherwise, his stats wouldn't be so bad, nor would he be crippled. What a pity. I wonder how strong a complete Earth companion beast will be. Zhou felt regretful. What delighted Zhou even more was that the power of New World's all life could affect the wish mark that the arch had left on him. However, it only had an effect. It did not fully remove it. Zhou didn't know if this influence could completely isolate the connection between the arch and him, but it was better than having no defense at all. From the looks of it, I have to make a trip to Chess Mountain to completely eliminate the wish mark, Zhou thought to himself. The safest way was to advance to the Apocalypse grade before heading to Chess Mountain. However, Zhou hadn't come up with anything other than killing Apocalypse grade creatures and obtaining their powers to rise up the ranks. But how many Apocalypse grade creatures were there on Earth? Which one could Zhou kill? The places on Earth that Zhou suspected to have Apocalypse grade creatures were Mount Laojun, Small Buddha Temple, and a few others. The most likely place was Chess Mountain. There was also an Apocalypse grade that Zhou was basically certain of Sui. Of course, it was impossible for Zhou to kill Sui. Even if he wanted to kill her, he couldn't find her. It was even more likely that he wasn't Sui's match. He glanced at the trapped humanoid creature and put away the stone saber. He lifted him up and locked him in a palace. He was very likely a human who had boarded the huge ship. Perhaps he could gain some clues from him in the future. However, before that, Zhou had to find someone who was good at stealing soul information. As his thoughts were in a mess, he definitely wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. He got Zhang Yuji to try to appease the humanoid creature. After a few attempts, he realized that as long as the stone saber didn't appear near him, Zhang Yuji's ability was still very effective against him. What has this stone saber got to do with him? Zhou was momentarily at a loss. The origins of the stone saber were very problematic. Logically speaking, the human sovereign stone saber was likely related to Swirenchi. However, the stone saber was on Fire God Platform. Fire God Platform was called Fire God Platform, but it was actually an observatory. It had nothing to do with Swirenchi. What's the use of this saber? Zhou held the stone saber and studied it. There was indeed a masculine yang force in the saber. It was as red as fire, but the power it truly stimulated wasn't fire elemental. Ordinary powers couldn't be released from the stone saber. No matter how much essence energy Zhou injected, the stone saber couldn't release an inch of saber aura. A stone saber that could only be used in melee combat could only be tested in actual combat. In the dimension. On a mountain that burned like the sun, the temperature was probably capable of instantly melting steel. However, on such a mountain, there was an extremely majestic palace made of gold. This was where the Solarians lived. It was one of the strongest races in the dimension, and had several Apocalypse-grade experts. In the past, if another race came to an Oxygus Divine Mountain, even an Apocalypse-grade expert wouldn't step past it. They would land at the foot of the mountain, and walk up to the Sun God Temple. However, today, a white figure floated above an Oxygus Divine Mountain, and sized up the Sun God Temple beneath his feet. Wang Mingyuan, do you have a death wish? Several ancient voices sounded from the Sun God Temple. The flames that enveloped the entire Inoxygus Divine Mountain raged crazily with the voices, as though they wanted to burn the entire world to ashes. Death or submission is a choice you need to make, Wang Mingyuan said indifferently. Chapter 1800 Submission or Annihilation. Wang Mingyuan, how dare you show your face? A golden armored general that emitted a sun-like glow rushed out of the Sun God Temple, and arrived in front of Wang Mingyuan. He pointed at Wang Mingyuan and said coldly, "The immortals failed to take your life, but the Inoxygus Divine Mountain shall be your resting place. If you don't submit to me, this will be the last sunset of Inoxygus Divine Mountain," Wang Mingyuan said indifferently, ignoring the golden armored general. Such a tone immediately infuriated the Solarian's golden armored divine general. Without another word, he emitted infinite divine light that shone at Wang Mingyuan. The omnipresent light instantly illuminated the entire world with golden light. The glorious golden light penetrated everything, destroying and burning it. Even space melted under the illumination of the solar divine light. The golden light seemed to dawn the end of the world. The terrifying solar divine light shone on Wang Mingyuan's body, but he had no intention of dodging or resisting it. He just stood motionless in midair. The golden light landed on Wang Mingyuan's body like water on a sponge. It fused into his body without causing any ripples. The golden armored general was horrified. The Apocalypse-grade solar divine light could burn the heavens and annihilate the earth, but it was unable to injure Wang Mingyuan at all. This was something he had never imagined in the past. In his shock and anger, the golden armored general fully unleashed solar divine light. All the beams condensed into an aurora that instantly penetrated Wang Mingyuan's body like a golden lightning spear. However, Wang Mingyuan remained floating calmly, as he quietly looked at the golden armored general. The golden beam that penetrated his body was hot enough to melt any immortal existence in the world, but it failed to injure him at all. It was as though the body was a ghost that didn't exist in the world.
The golden beam couldn't injure his body at all. The golden armored general's pupils constricted because he felt his apocalypse powers crazily leak out. In the blink of an eye, most of the solar beams he had condensed vanished.
Bastard! How dare you!
Several roars sounded from the sun god temple as several golden beams shot out. Golden figures soared into the sky. The 4 apocalypse-grade powerhouses of the Solarians appeared and surrounded Wang Mingyuan from different directions. They shot out beams of solar divine light at Wang Mingyuan, hoping to wipe him out. The world seemed to turn into a red-hot furnace. The entire area around Inoxyge's divine mountain turned into a golden domain of light. It was like an extremely huge golden sun that illuminated the entire dimension. However, when the solar divine light that was enough to destroy everything stabbed into Wang Mingyuan's body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It didn't cause any ripples. Instead, a golden glow rose from Wang Mingyuan's body. It was the power of the solar divine light.
Impossible. How can this be?
The 4 bigwigs of the Solarians were horrified. They couldn't imagine that someone in this world could fight for alone. Not only was he not injured by their solar divine light, but he could also devour its power.
Submission or annihilation?
There was no joy on his face, as Wang Mingyuan asked calmly. His body was already close to perfection. The abilities of Sword Immortal Nihility, Zhongxia, Jiang Yan, and Transcendent Immortal had fused into one, changing Wang Mingyuan's physique to an unparalleled state. Almost no power in the world could injure him. The 4 Solarian bigwigs felt the power in their bodies surge towards Wang Mingyuan like a tidal wave. If they didn't stop, they would probably be sucked dry in a moment. A deep sense of shock and helplessness arose in their hearts. Wang Mingyuan's thin figure was even more unattainable than the majestic Inoxyge's divine mountain in their eyes. They simultaneously wanted to retreat, but they realized that their powers were leaking uncontrollably. They couldn't stop.
This is your choice. Then be annihilated?
As Wang Mingyuan spoke calmly, the solar divine light on his body expanded like a balloon. A silent golden glow filled the entire world, as though it melted away all sound. It became dead silent. A moment later, the golden light receded. Wang Mingyuan remained the same as before, as though nothing had happened. However, Inoxyge's divine mountain and the sun god temple, and all the Solarians, including the 4 apocalypse-grade bigwigs, had vanished. The spot where it was originally located had already turned into a golden scorching hole, like a huge void furnace. Zhou Wen leaned against the sofa and focused on grinding on his phone. Chess Mountain Dungeon. This was a dungeon that Zhou Wen had downloaded into his phone a long time ago, but he had yet to clear it. Now, all he wanted to do was complete the Chess Mountain Dungeon before heading to it in reality. In the past, Chess Mountain was like a land of forbidden existences to Zhou Wen. It was common for him to die thousands of times inside. Every time he entered, he couldn't avoid death despite all his caution. Zhou Wen was much more relaxed this time round. He advanced with ease until he arrived at the 4 demonized generals' territory. Zhou Wen originally believed that although the 4 demonized generals were powerful, they hadn't reached the standards of the Apocalypse grade, and were only top-notch Calamity grade creatures. With his present strength, he could still kill them easily. The outcome left Zhou Wen somewhat surprised. The 4 demonized generals held the Azure Cloud Sword, Chaos Essence Umbrella, Azure Jade Lute, and the Purple Gold Flower Fox Ferret. The 4 different powers formed a strange domain that resembled a barrier. Zhou Wen slashed with all his might, but he failed to crack the strange domain. This piqued Zhou Wen's interest. He didn't use it in the human world. He just used all sorts of techniques to fight the 4 demonized generals. For a moment, it was difficult to determine who had the upper hand. The 4 demonized generals are already so powerful. How powerful will Chess Mountain's final boss be? Who will this boss be? Zhou Wen guessed. The 9-tailed fox had long appeared. In other words, the mythical Daji couldn't be the final boss of Chess Mountain. Of course, King Zhou couldn't be the final boss because he had long gone to the dimension and seemed to be imprisoned there. The Arch? Zhou Wen wasn't sure because there was nothing related to the Arch in the phone dungeon. The powers of the 4 demonized generals were very strange. They each had their characteristics, but Zhou Wen's strength was unpredictable. In the human world, he ultimately cracked their defense. After killing one of the demonized generals, the remaining 3 demonized generals' strength immediately decreased drastically, as they were easily dispatched by Zhou Wen. Clang! 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 The items dropped by the 4 demonized generals fell to the ground, almost covering the ground. Zhou Wen saw that there was actually a companion egg among them. Just as he was about to pick it up, the entire cave suddenly trembled. The mountain wall beside him split open. It was dark and deep like the gaping mouth of hell.